I also want to say a big thank you to all of the team, all of the speakers, everybody that's involved in this. It many individuals to make something like this possible, especially when you're live streaming and doing all the technology behind it and some of that. I'm looking back there at the room. We got 4 people that are just doing nothing but making sure that things go off without a hitch, and they probably will have some hitches. So be patient with us as we work through some of those things. One thing I would ask is that we are all on a Wi-Fi network right here in this room. So if you do have a hotspot or some other way to get online, we would ask that you would use that if you could, just because the more we all connect to that Wi-Fi hotspot, the more that it's called the sound. And so if you're connected to that, we would ask maybe switch over to a personal hotspot or some other mechanism for doing it, just because we want to leave as much of the bandwidth as possible for pushing things out to our virtual audience. So thanks to everybody for all of your time and effort to do that. Before we start the first session, and we will give this kind of just a couple of minutes, I want to talk about a couple housekeeping things, just so that way you're aware of what's going on throughout the day. And so the schedule throughout the day, we've got a slot here that we're going to take about the next 30 minutes to talk a little bit about how to rescue a failing project. We've also then got some sessions on portals. We've got some sessions on return to the workplace, managed solutions, a Microsoft licensing masterclass. You don't want to miss that. I don't want to miss that one because I can barely understand Microsoft licensing from day to day. So we've got an expert going to give some of that insight into it. He's going to field some questions about that as well. So we're going to try our best to coach you through some of those things. We're going to talk about Power BI, Power Apps, and then also at the very end, we're going to do a networking event over at Rodeo Go. So I apologize for all of our online audience that we can't send you a virtual happy hour or something like that, maybe sometime in the future, but we've got a great networking event going on right now at the end of the session next door to the building here at Rodeo Go. So we're excited about that. We'll break from 12 to 1 for lunch. You're welcome to step out. There's many restaurants here around the sound that you can get something to eat. There's a 7-Eleven if you want something quick. There's a pizza shop literally right below us, which is a great spot to grab some pizza. There's also a seafood place over on the side. There's some really great restaurants around here where you can grab something to eat for lunch. And then we'll start again right at 1 o'clock with Tom Northrup talking about managed solutions. So tomorrow, let's talk about the Surface Go for a second. So Raz mentioned that we're going to be doing a giveaway. There's still time. If you share that link to the event, use those hashtags you talked about, you can be entered to win those books. But also here in person today, we're going to be giving away a Surface Go 3. So that is going to be something that you can do. In order to register for that, there was a QR code. Hopefully everyone got that when you first walked in the door. They were going to scan it. If not, one of the breaks, lunchtime, all of that, as long as it's done by the end of the day, stop downstairs. There's a QR code on the sign where you can scan it and get registered to win. So we'll be doing that at the very end of the session. So with that, let's kick off the first session of the day. So a little bit about me. I'll give this kind of just a brief intro. I'm a senior solution architect and managing partner with Dynamic Consultants Group. I've had about 18 years or so experience. When anytime I read this slide, I start feeling old. I don't like reading this slide sometimes. But consulting, banking, manufacturing, sports and entertainment, construction, a variety of industries that I've had a chance to work in. I've also worked with a variety of technology, software as a service, platform as a service, and then specifically around ERP, Salesforce. I've worked with SAP, a lot of different platforms, and most recently, Microsoft Dynamics. So that's where I've spent the majority of my career, is in the Microsoft world. And my contact information is here at the bottom. You can follow me, you can email me, anything you ever need. I'm happy to give you that advice anytime you need it. Thanks to the technical team for realizing that I wasn't sharing the PowerPoint. Give me one moment and I will do that. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Tom. Thank you, Josh. Everybody okay now? You got the feed? All right, my apologies for that. So about Dynamic Consultants Group, we're a Microsoft partner. We specialize in pretty much everything Microsoft. So from the Azure side of things to Power BI, I work with a lot of those technologies, ERP, all of that. We have teams in Kansas City, Dallas, Serbia, India, as well as Pakistan and in the UK. So anytime you need a resource, we're happy to help out with some of that. We also have a program that we're really excited about. We started this about a year ago, and this is something that we call Power Learn Academy. So Power Learn Academy is a career change program for young adults. And this career change program is all about giving people their start. So they may not have had a degree in IT, they may have not had a background, they may have no degree at all. We have a lot of folks that maybe just have a high school education that just want to change their career. They want to break into something. And we believe that Microsoft is the perfect way to do that. I mean, Power Apps and Power BI and some of these other technologies and tools just give an amazing way for people to break into a career that they may have never had a chance to do it before. So we do that at the very end of the class. It's a 16-week program that we put people through. At the end of that, they become a Microsoft certified consultant by passing the PL200 exam, and then they go on to start their career with partners, with customers, anyone who can help further and need their skills to become a developer. And one last thing to go along with that, tomorrow we are actually hosting a career fair at 10 o'clock. So this is a recruitment event specifically for PowerLearn. So if you have anybody, especially locally here, that you can think of, we're going to think about doing these things virtually in the future, but as of right now, this is local to the Dallas area that we're in. But if any of you know any friends, any family, anybody who's really looking to change career, there's no age limit to this. There's no upper end. It's all about, do you want a new career? Do you want to do something different? Or maybe they're in an IT career now, but they want to switch. They want to go to software, more business process consulting, whatever it is. We're absolutely open to that. So definitely send them our way. We would love to talk to them tomorrow about that. So we're going to spend just the last few minutes talking about how to rescue a project, and then we'll stop close to the top of the hour for a quick break, and then we'll kind of resume our schedule. So everyone, I'm sure, here has experienced this idea of projects that start missing deadlines, they start going over budget. Anybody ever had an IT project not go over budget is probably the better question to ask folks than to talk about the ones that have. And so I think you really have to start thinking about not just projects in the sense of implementing technology or making a change, but it's all about making sure they're successful too. So a lot of what we're going to learn in this session is basic stuff, but I hope that if you're engaged in a project today as a consultant, as an end user, whatever it is, that you'll maybe be able to take away a couple of things from this session that you can start implementing right away at your company or within the project that you're working on. But this kind of gives a good illustration in my mind of what people actually envision when they think about a technology project. It should be a light switch. It's a very utility mindset, right? We flip the switch and we expect that the light should come on. And a lot of times that's the same approach that people take to technology. We should be able to flip the switch, and this Power BI report should make us more efficient. It should show us all of the information that we need. We should be able to flip the switch, and magically our ERP systems and our CRM systems are all going to talk together. And it's just so easy, right? Well, in reality, this is more what they look like. They're complicated. There's processes in place. There's things you have to do. You have to make decisions along the way. It's complicated. It's complicated in what we do. This is not easy stuff. Sometimes you can have different processes, different companies across different countries that have different regulations. You can have people with a variety of backgrounds that start getting involved, and some of them are technical, some of them aren't. Like, there's really a lot of complexity to this. Data that needs to be migrated from other systems into existing systems, complex security discussions that have to be had. What we do is complicated. And so it's not just as simple as a light switch. We have to know that. But out of all that, that's probably not the most complicated part of a project. The most complicated part of a project is you. It's the people that are involved. Because the people are the hardest problem to solve when it comes to technology. We can make the tech sing and dance. It can make fries, right? I mean, we can make it do anything you want it to do. But the people, that's the hard part. And so we have to be thinking about that as we go through the projects to really make sure that we're thinking about the right things. You can have people that have years of experience in the industry you're working in. New employees that maybe have just started with a company and they're trying to make their mark on an organization, they're trying to offer influence. You can have different departments that are involved in a project, and one, sales has this goal and marketing has this goal and the back office has this other goal. Everyone can have their own ideas of what the goals should be. And so as a part of that, the people are the most complicated part about what we do. And if we begin focusing on the technology first, we're going to fail. We have to start with a people-first mentality whenever we do it. And the technology should simply support the problems that we're trying to solve from a people perspective. And that's one of the biggest keys. So with this, we're going to briefly go through these. We're going to talk about a top 10 list. Everybody loves a good top 10 list, right? Google says we do. They click on those links all the time. But a top 10 list of what we can do before, during, and after a project to try to keep things on track or to try to rescue a project that is failing. But it's all about the people. Number one, before the project ever starts, think about change management. Change management should be a part of every project, even if it's a little bit, if it's big, it doesn't matter. If it's a small project, we should still be thinking about change management. And change management doesn't have to be this mythical thing that we talk about and nobody ever does. There's some little things that you can do along the way. And in reality, all 10 of these things that I'm going to talk about are really tying back to a lot of the change management. So a lot of those things all link back together. But we just have to start doing it. We have to start doing some of these things. Create the budget for it. Know you've got the time that's invested in the project for change management, because if you don't, it's just going to be a technology project, and more likely than not, it's going to go off the rails at some point. So number two, before the project ever starts, throw a party. Make it exciting. Like, this is a key part of change management. A lot of people like to think about change management in its complexity, but everyone loves a party, right? Everyone loves to make something fun. And so you can use this as a way to facilitate change that you maybe wouldn't have ever been able to do otherwise if you can make it fun. And so there's some ways you can do that. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. Kick off the project. Give it a creative name. We had some of our clients that named their projects after a lot of the Microsoft technologies. They named it Halo after Microsoft. Like, there's a lot of really cool things you can do to give your project a code name. Some people even get mouse pads and t-shirts and things like that for their companies printed with the project code name or logo, things like that on it. And that really just helps create this culture of, we know change is coming, but we're going to make it fun from the beginning, because change is hard for humans. So the more we can do that, the better. Also, take photos throughout the project of the team working together in conference rooms, Teams calls, release company newsletters. You can do that. You could do some sort of a newsletter every month saying, here's where the project's headed. Here's some screenshots of a sneak peek of what this is going to look like. You can do this communication out to your organizations and make it fun for everybody, and that's the key. So number three, you have to identify the leadership team and the people that need to be involved in the project. So this is the key. A lot of times projects start off and we're just using the people that the client says, these are the people that should be on the project. But we have to take an eye and look at who really needs to be involved in this project. It's not always the same people that you think it is. It's not always those that are in leadership. Sometimes it's those on the front lines. It's the frontline workers that really need to be involved in these projects. And many times they get left out until the very end when it comes time to train them. And then when you start training them, you realize how much you missed because you didn't involve them from the very beginning. So building the team is important. Now, this is kind of the way that we like to structure our teams. We subscribe to a model called EOS. And EOS stands for the Entrepreneur's Operating System. It's based on a book by Gino Wickman called Traction. If you haven't read it, I would highly recommend going and reading it. It talks about kind of how to build good teams. 5 Dysfunctions of a Team also kind of plays into that a little bit. And Rocket Fuel is another book that he's written. So this is not novel stuff. This is really foundational, but it does go to a lot deeper principles. As an example, every project needs a visionary. First and foremost, you have to have somebody that has the end goal in mind. What is the vision of what we're doing? What are we trying to solve? But the other key is that really only needs to be one person that has that vision. If you let every person in every part of the department create and cast the vision for what the project is going to be, it's going to be chaos. You're going to go over budget. You're going to have scope creep. You need to establish this person is my visionary for the project. That doesn't mean they're the only one that provides suggestions, but they are the one who's responsible for the decision making and the vision for what it is you're doing. The second, and probably the most important role, is the integrator. And a lot of times this ends up being someone in leadership, the CEO, the CFO, whatever type of project you're doing. They kind of get nominated as this integrator. That doesn't mean they're the right person for it. You want someone who wakes up in the morning and checks a list to try to determine if they've finished taking a shower and putting on their clothes. Like, you want somebody that is so list-driven and so check things off the box, because that is the type of person that's going to keep your visionary in check. That doesn't mean they couldn't be the same person. Somebody can wear multiple hats, but it's really hard because it typically goes down to more personality. Visionaries are going to create 99 new ideas a day, and 98 of them are insane, right? They're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, as we like to call it. And so those types of things, if you let the visionary control the project and not have an integrator to try to keep them in check and keep them in scope, whether it's a project manager, whether it's somebody that's list-driven, you're going to end up going over budget and the project's going to be chaos. Sales, marketing, operation, finance, those are really all just kind of your front line. That can expand. You can have lots of different teams. You could have operations in there. You could have manufacturing, distribution, shipping, whatever you want. That line can expand, but really there should always only be one visionary and one integrator responsible for a project. Anything other than that just ends up getting too messy for it to be successful. And once you have a good team, once you've established that team, you've got to give them the ability to make decisions. You've got to let go of the rope. This kind of goes to the joke, I'm sure some of you have heard it before, that there's a man hanging by a rope on a cliff, and he says, he looks up and he says, God, if you're up there, I need somebody to rescue me. I can't get this. And he hears a voice that says, well, let go of the rope. And he says, no, is there anybody else up there that can help me, right? I don't want to let go of this rope. I want control of this project. And that is really the case a lot of times with the leadership. But once you've built a good team and you have confidence in that structure we just seen, it gives those in leadership more freedom to let go and say, okay, you guys make the decisions. I know we've built a good team. Now I think we can do this. And this is really true in our world of what we call the citizen developer, right? Those that can be empowered to build apps and build dashboards and some of these other things without having the traditional development or IT involvement. We're seeing that more and more. And people like me that have been around for a while, and I'll call myself old, I guess, that kind of stuff makes me a little itchy, right? I don't like necessarily the end users in there tinkering around with my solutions and building Power BI reports. But this is the world we live in. And if I can be honest with myself, they're better at trying to figure out what problem they're trying to solve than I will ever be. So there's a place for both. We can have this area of citizen developer that can get the product or the solution to a certain level, and then have someone who is more a seasoned developer that understands ALM processes, that understands ways to publish solutions and best practices. We can have them be responsible for taking it to the finish line. And I think that's some of the things that actually Tom is going to talk a little bit about later today, is how we use some solution packaging and how we manage some of those solutions in Dynamics specifically, and Power Apps specifically, to be able to do some of that. So number 5, now I'm running out of time, so I'll go through these pretty quick. But you have to set goals. The project, when you start out, needs to have a set of goals. And it can't just be, well, our goal is to implement finance and operations, or AX, or Business Central, or this new Power App. That's not a good enough goal. The goal needs to be specific. It has to be both measurable and attainable. If you can't measure whether or not you were successful at the end, then you didn't have a good enough goal. And it needs to be attainable. Like, we can't just say, oh, we want to make everybody more efficient. If I had $1 for every time that I heard that as a client's goal. But everyone just needs to be, more efficient at their job. That's not specific enough. Let's get specific. So I want to eliminate entry in 2 different systems. Instead of people using this one and that one, I want one spot for them to log that information. That's specific. It's also measurable, because at the end, we can know if they're still logging stuff in 2 systems, we weren't successful. I want to reduce customer service by 10 clicks. For people to log a ticket, I want to reduce it. Like, they need to be able to do that in 10 clicks or less. That type of specific metric will make sure that you're successful with your project. If you're too vague and not specific with what you're doing, then it will be very, very difficult to know whether or not we were successful in the end. And then another common one is I want one place to view everything about a customer. This is the whole mythical 360-degree view of a customer, right? I want to be able to see one customer, everything about my customer on one page. Well, that may or may not be possible, but it's a great goal. And now we know why at the very end we have 900 fields on the form, right? Because the goal was to create one place to see everything about the customer. So we can talk about UI design, there's a lot of other things there, but whenever you then come back and say, well, this is way too much stuff on one screen. Well, what was your goal? Was your goal to have everything on one screen? If so, then we checked the box, right? But if your goal was to make sure everyone's efficient and that people have different views of the way that they see only the things that are relevant to them, that's a different goal. So it's important to make sure you start out with the right goal in mind. So what can we do during the project? Well, something's going to go off the rails. I don't know that I've ever had a project, my sales team's going to kick me for admitting this. I don't know that I've ever had a perfect project. I don't know that every project hasn't had at least one thing somewhere in it that went wrong. Either we got to go live and there was something that was missed, or we started training people and it's like, oh, we didn't think about that. Or, what do you mean they're using Macs and not PCs? Well, we thought everyone in your company. So there's always that one thing somewhere in the project that goes off. But what do? That's the key, is how you solve it when you get to those things. So I'm going to show you some warning signs. First thing that typically happens whenever projects start going off the rails is the previous consultant that was involved or the previous person in IT or whatever starts getting blamed for it. Well, they should have thought about it, right? Yeah, it was them. They were responsible for writing down the notes in that meeting, and I didn't see it in their notes. It must be their fault. Or they start to blame the person who had the job before them. Yeah, that was Mike. You know, he had the job before me. He really screwed up this department. No, that's probably not true. That's a warning sign that something's going wrong in the project and you need to fix it. Blame the vendor that was selected. It happens all the time. You know, vendors are not extremely different. They all are kind of do very similar things, and most of them are not morons. So if you're constantly looking at every time you fail a project and you're saying, it must have been the vendor's fault. Well, then it failed again. It was their fault. And you probably need to pull up a mirror and say, what can I do different to be able to fix this? Not necessarily just keep blaming the vendor that you selected. Or blame the software. Man, we should have picked Salesforce instead of Dynamics. It would have solved all our problems. We had a client that we migrated from Salesforce to Dynamics, and we just heard from them last week they want to move back to Salesforce again. Like, how long are you going to keep moving systems before somebody looks in the mirror in the organization and says, maybe it's not the software? You know, little secret, I hope Microsoft isn't watching. Well, wait, I know they are. But there's not a ton of difference between, if you start looking at dynamic sales and what Salesforce can do. The biggest thing is, you know, making the decisions that are right for your business and being able to have the right people that are involved to solve the problems. So that's the key, is not necessarily just blaming the software and blaming the technology, but really looking to find what the root is. And what is the root? It's probably you. Like, if every person who's involved in the project and every person looked at in the organization, all looked at them in the mirror and said, it's probably me, what can I do to help make this successful? Then every project would be successful. But that's not always what happens. So let's start by all of us looking in the mirror and saying, what can I do to make sure this project is successful? How can I change the way I look at things? How can I set measurable goals? How could I shake up the team in a way to make sure we have the right people involved? What are the things that I can do? And that's the key when things start going wrong, to make sure you do it. Also, when things start going wrong, you need to have a war room. Somewhere, whether it's an online Teams meeting or Zoom meeting, or whether you huddle in a conference room or a hybrid of both, it doesn't matter. As long as you can get people together and say, okay, here's the problems, we're not leaving this room until they're fixed, or they're solved, or we have a plan, something. You've got to have a way for people to get together and collaborate. It can't be a bunch of email chains. It can't be a bunch of Teams messages. When things start going wrong, you've got to get everyone together somehow and say, we're not leaving until this is fixed. That is the only way. Otherwise, it'll turn into a he said, she said, they said, we said. Everything will happen, and it'll snowball, and a small issue will turn into a big one, and you'll have a failed project before you know it. So after the project's over, are we done? No. Throw another party. Make it exciting, a launch party, some sort of a exciting, okay, we're going live, we're training people, we're doing some things, we're doing all these cool things in the organization. Use an excuse to throw another party and set the stage for what the expectations are for the system. And then we're all done, right? We're all finished. Absolutely not. This is where the work of user adoption should not be starting at this point. It should have started all the way back at the beginning, but this is where you tell whether or not you were successful with user adoption. And you're always going to have certain individuals that you're not successful with. So you have to do things like setting up recurring touch points after go live to see, are we using the system? Let's look at the data. Let's see if we're actually filling in all those fields that we said we had to have. Let's keep looking at that information. We shouldn't stop the project because the go live happened. It should keep going. A good Power Platform project and a good Microsoft project never ends, because you're always looking to do new things for it. And I know anyone who's responsible for budgets just cringed right there. But they shouldn't ever end, because why would you ever stop innovating as a company? Why would you ever stop wanting to do something different as an organization? That's part of what we're doing as entrepreneurs and people running companies and people managing technology and all that. We should be looking for that next improvement always. Quarterly health checks is also something that we've seen, we do it, and we see if other people do it as well, where you start to schedule those quarterly health checks for companies to check in, see how they're doing. What else is there? Is there some sort of an innovation committee that we can establish to try to say, okay, what's going wrong? How can we fix it? What are the next things? Don't let all of that adoption that you worked so hard to get at the beginning fall away as people start going through the system. Make sure that you're continuing. So what happens when they don't? You're always going to have some individuals that just won't use the system. They'll complain about it, they'll talk about how it doesn't meet their needs, although when you ask them how something works, they don't have a clue most of the time. So they're not really involved, they're not really committed to the project in the first place, but how do you get them back on board? Well, you can use the carrot approach. We've seen some people, and this is, to be honest, this is where a lot of people start with user adoption. It's gamification. That's the way we do user adoption. Well, it should have started all the way back in the beginning, and then you wouldn't have to talk about gamification right now, except for the few things that you want to incentivize. But you could give away swag or money or bonuses or anything like that for as an example, for the most people, the person who logs the most time in a day, or the person who tracks the most activities or creates the most leads in a day. All those kind of things, you can start to give that carrot approach where you can incentivize the right behavior. Also, sometimes it's just about, management's going to have visibility into what you're doing, so now you're not going to have to give them that report that you had to give them once a week, because your manager can just log into Dynamics or log into this Power App or pull this Power BI report, and they can see it. That's an incentive to them to go do what you've asked them to do in the system. And then there's also the stick approach, right? You're going to be in trouble if you don't do it. You are going to get in trouble if you don't log your activities, if you don't track it. Well, this may be okay for that one person in your organization that didn't come along, but you can't do this with your whole team. You'll lose your people, you'll lose your system, it'll become irrelevant, and then you'll be moving to Salesforce in 2 years. It's one of those things that happens. You can't do that. You've got to start from the beginning with user adoption. But sometimes there is that one individual, and most of the time it's the most successful salesperson, or it's the most successful marketing person, or it's the person who knows everything in the warehouse that you can't get rid of without crippling your company. That's the person who isn't going to use the system. So there are instances where you have to use the stick approach. So why is getting the right answer so hard about these projects? Why is it so complicated? Well, it's because people are involved, and people are complicated. I wish I could just work with systems all day. Systems, they do what they're supposed to do whenever I tell them what to do, but people are different. We're all different. We're all wired different. We come with preconceived ideas. We come with biases. We come with notions that we've gained throughout our whole life. We come with our own motivations for things, and that's what makes this stuff complicated, because there really is more than one right answer most of the time. And so unless you go into this knowing that it's complicated, you're not going to be thinking about the right things in order to solve it. So be patient, encourage your people, motivate your people, but also make sure and communicate. Communication is the most important thing with all of this. If something's going wrong, let's talk about it. Let's not act like it didn't happen. Let's not add it to the risk register because we're all too scared to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's get it out in the open, because that is the way that we'll be successful with these projects. So if you haven't had a chance to register, I'll leave this slide up, so that way you can actually register to win that Surface Go 3. We're going to give that away to those that are here in the office. So if you want to register online, if you're online and you want to scan this QR code, we will have a giveaway for online, but unfortunately it's not going to be the Surface Go 3. We're going to give that away to somebody here because we got it with us. And we don't want to take it back. So we're going to give that away to somebody here in the room. So with that, I don't have a lot of time for questions. We'll get rolling with the next session right away, but I'm certainly available for the next few minutes. We'll start in about 5 to 8 minutes with the next session, and we will get that rolling here pretty quick. So thanks so much to everybody. We hope you stick around all day long. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
The surface burn stuff in place, is it?
I didn't get a chance to say hi.
No, it's
So
okay. It's okay.
I joined the Teams and then I'll share my screen on Teams, right? Yeah. So the bottom Thank you. Thank you. I have 3 daughters, and they pick pretty much everything I wear, so they're good. Yeah. That's it. That's it. You're safe. You're safe. Well, let me check my hair first. All for the room. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, I feel fully wired now. Check. Well, give me a signal when I'm ready to go. Am I? All right. Good morning, everybody that's in the room, everyone that's joining us online. I usually joke, I have done so many online events now during this difficult season, and usually when I start, I ask people, let me know where you are connecting from, throw a note on the chat just to make sure that you are there, right? We know that you are there. For those in the room, if you're really here, you can say what you like, you can shout if you want, you can throw a shoe, but be alive in the room, all right? All right, that's good. Well, my name is Victor Dantas. I'm so delighted to be here in Dallas with you today. Thank you, DCG, for putting this event together. Dustin, Andrea, and Danielle, you guys are fantastic. I'm so glad to be here in the city with you today. Well, today we're going to be talking about Power Apps portals. My favorite topic in Power Apps. I've been developing portals for a little while now, ever since the company who made it started providing the solution in Dynamics 365, and that company was ADX Studio. They were acquired by Microsoft. The product was acquired by Microsoft back in 2018, I believe, but I've been doing portals for a long time now. Before that, I was a Dynamics 365 consultant, and even before that, a .NET developer for most of my life, I believe. I didn't have hair when I started, so I can look the same. If you look at the pictures, I look the same throughout my history. I am a Microsoft MVP. I am a Power Community Ambassador. Power Community, for those who don't know, are formerly Dynamics 365 Saturdays. We have done events pretty much everywhere in the globe. I myself have helped organizing events in Canada, here in the US, New York, Israel, Tel Aviv, Israel, a couple of years ago, France, you name it, we have been there. So our goal is to continue to do in-person events. Of course, situation arose these last few years and brought us to online, but what we really like is to be in the room with our friends in specific cities. So if you look at the calendar, Razo was sharing some of the events that we're going to be doing next year, London, Dubai, and I'll talk about an event that we're doing in my city, Calgary, Canada, pretty soon. So if you scan the QR code, there's more information about me, email, phone number, you name it. The contact is there, and I'll try my best to connect with you. So the goal of this session today, it's a 50-minute to an hour session to talk about a lot of stuff that I have learned throughout my career. So it's impossible to cover pretty much every aspect, but I'll give you pointers where to start for both citizen developers and pro developers in the room. So you get to know what is Power Apps Portals, what it does, how you can prepare POCs or MVPs, small solutions to compel your clients to go deeper. And then also look at the pro dev aspects of the technology so that the real developers, I shouldn't say real developers, the developers in the room will be excited about it as well, all right? We first gonna look at what it is, then we're gonna look at how to provision a portal, we're gonna look at editors, how can I change content in portals, how can I expose information that I have on my Dynamics 365 instance to a portal, then we're gonna look at forms and lists, and finally pro dev concepts, all right? So right from the get-go, let's talk a little bit about what portals is and what it's not, all right? So portals, the idea for portals is to expose your Dynamics 365 data or Dataverse data or Common Data Service data, whichever name you decide to use, to your external customers. Most of us who have developed solutions in Canvas apps or even model-driven apps, we always come to a place where we have to adjust a price of a product so that customers can use. And by that, what I mean is model-driven apps, Canvas apps will always hit a ceiling, the licensing ceiling, if you will. And Josh will be taking questions there later on today. Bless your heart, brother. I cannot talk about licensing. Anyhow, but there is a ceiling there when you're talking about Canvas apps and model-driven app, and that is licensing. It's always hard to convince a customer that if they want to expose data to their external audience, they have to pay a Power Apps license for that matter. So the idea of portals is that you have a solution built for the web where you can expose your Dynamics data, or even open a gate so that your customers can provide information through a web interface. So that's what portal does for you. Now, the first thing we're going to look at here is how do I create a portal? How do I provision a portal? If I want to test it out, how do I do that? Well, you need to have a Power Platform environment for it, okay? You may be asking, well, I have my company's environment. I should try it there. Well, if your company is not ready for portals, I would say do not do it on your portal, on your company's environment, especially if it is a production environment. When you install portals to an environment, it will add a bunch of solutions, and you might risk your employment if you do that, all right? So what you can do is you can Google a Power Platform developer plan, and you can create a portal using an environment that's specific for you. That environment is not limited in any way. The only limitation, I should say, is that it's a unique user-based environment. You cannot have multiple users in that particular environment. So if you Google it up, it's going to push you to the last link that you have on that slide, and then you can create your environment. Now, if you sign in with your company's credentials, you know, your company's email address, it will still create an environment on that tenant, but it's an environment that's specific to you as a developer. Whomever is the admin on that tenant, they are able to either delete it if they don't want you to be playing on the company's tenant, or they can rename it accordingly so that the company knows what you are doing. Now, that particular environment is not limited to Power Apps portals. You can create Canvas apps, you can create Power Automate flows, you can create all sorts of stuff in that particular environment. I think it's a great way to get started with the technology. It's a great way to try the waters and see what you like in the platform, all right? So we're gonna have a quick look at how we provision a portal, and we're gonna explore what a portal looks like after we provision one, all right? So I'm gonna move here to my computer real quick, and we are navigating to the Maker portal. That's what most of us refer to, or we have named this particular IDE. So on the top here, you see a list of environments that you have access to. The one that has my name is my developer environment. And in here, though, you have access to all sorts of things. You can list the apps you have installed on that environment. You can see the solutions that were created here, so on and so forth. So if you want to create a portal, you're going to click plus or create new app. You're going to click portal. You're going to give it a name. It can be any name you want, including special characters and such. And then down below, you can add the address name for your portals, for your portal. Now, this name is an internal name that it's essentially a subdomain of powerappsportals.com, but you can extend it and add your own domain to a portal. You have, victor.com or whatever the customer's URL needs to be, you can extend it to use it. Now, Portals is fully set up for multi-language, so you can select the language that you want to use for your portal. So once you enter the name, the address, and the language, you can click Create, and you get 2 items on the list of apps, all right? The first one will be your portal itself. I'm not sure if folks can see the icon. So is your portal application. The one down below called Portal Management is a model-driven app that assists you managing a portal application, all right? So let's click and see, and let me drag this thing out of the way, all right? What a portal looks like. So when I provision my portal, first time, I think a month and a half ago, this is what my portal looked like, all right? Just dummy data in a web application. I did one just a few days ago, and I got this new layout, all right? On this one, though, it's just an updated version of essentially the same technology. Microsoft just created a new template, if you will, but the structure of the portal is the same. It's just the look and feel that is different, all right? So I'm going to play today with, or I'm going to demo my previous version because this is where I have most of the assets that I have created for this presentation, all right? But they are technically the same product even though they have a different look and feel, all right? So let me go back to the presentation, and we're going to talk about the structure behind portals. Well, when I worked for ADX Studio, we had access to the source code for this product. And you could see what technology was behind. You could see what pages were created, files, and .NET code for that matter. You had access to everything. When Microsoft acquired it, they took an approach to move portals from a source code-based solution to a SaaS solution. So you don't have access to the code behind anymore, like the .NET code, the real code, the stuff that us coders like to see, on weekends, I guess. But now it's a SaaS offering, so you don't have access to the code. So this slide, though, it's very important. If you are a coder, it's very important for you to understand what is the backbone of this technology, right? So we have a combination, again, of .NET code and a combination of data that is stored in your Dataverse or Dynamics 365 environment. So you have that combination you need that combination in order to run this product. Now, since we don't have access to the code, at least we know what's happening behind the scenes and we can act accordingly if we have trouble. So portals, the main record or the main data record for portals is a website. Everything is attached to it. You can have multiple websites installed in your environment, and there are hundreds of records associated with each website. Associated with that, you have web pages. A page has at least 2 web page records. So if you go to a home page, you're going to have the core home record, and then you have another record that is called the content page record. And the reason why we have that particular setup is because Portal supports multi-language, and you want to have one content page record for each language that you support. So here in the States, if you're doing a portal for a company that supports or has clients in both English and Spanish, you would have 2 content pages for that particular one web page, all right? Then you have site settings. Site settings are configuration records that will drive your portal. So if you want to enable a single sign-on using Facebook, or single sign-on using Azure B2C, Azure AD, so those settings will be stored as a site setting in the back end. Then you have content snippets. Snippets are areas of your pages that you're gonna create as placeholder for either another developer or a citizen developer or a business analyst to come and add content later on. You don't want that users to go back to the back end of portals, if you will, to make those changes, but you want to have that placeholder for them to make that change instead of yourself. You know, you can refer to it as, you know those labels that when you do the first demo on an application, the user asks you to change, and then you do the second demo, the user asks you to change again, and then the third time the guy asks you to do again. That's a good place for you to have a content snippet. You can just throw the content snippet there, and then you say, look, you go change it to whatever you want from this point forward. So that's a good place. And you have web files in portals. Those files are both, they can be JavaScript files, CSS files, it can be an image, it can be whatever your portal needs, are stored in web files. Now, structurally speaking, files right now, they are stored as notes in the annotation table or entity in Dynamics, but in the future, that Microsoft will change it to the new file type that they have released, I think about 6 months, a year ago. Now, web pages. We already talked about localized content. Web pages have page templates. So this is how your page looks like structurally in terms of, I want to have a right section on my page. I want to have a main content area. I want to have a header. So page templates will drive it. Page templates can exist in two forms. It can be a real file, an ASPX file, in code, or they can be just data, content. The content page template is, in fact, a web template. Now, when I say they can be an ASPX file, I can see some eyes getting lit, you know, people getting excited about it, especially the devs in the room. They can be, but we cannot create those anymore. We used to be able to create them, but we cannot. But portals is still heavily based on those files. So it's important to know what they are, okay? And then finally, speaking about web templates is data in your Dynamics 365, and the content of the file can be HTML, it can be JavaScript, and it can be a fun language called Liquid. So portals, if you want to do server-side operations, you gotta learn Liquid, all right? It's not too hard. Liquid is not hard, unless you live in Canada. All right, and we'll be talking about it a little bit here today. So there are four ways to play with portals if you are a developer, be a citizen developer or pro developer. Back in my day, there was only two ways. You could play with the portals management app or the data in Dynamics in the back end, or the front face editor. Today, there are two other ways, and the two other ways are really two extremes. You have Portal Studio, which is a UI experience for portals, and then on the other extreme, you have the VS Code extension for portals. So on one side, you have a citizen developer approach for developing portals. On the other end, Visual Studio Code. All right, so let's have a look on what they look like. We may not go too deep here, but again, give you enough information to play with this thing on your own. So this is what Portal Studio looks like, and let me show you how I got there. you can find your portal's application record, click on the 3 dots, and hit edit. It will push you to Portal Studio. And in here, though, you are pretty much free to make changes to your portals. So I can relabel this. I can say, hey, welcome to Power Apps Summit Dallas. And when I click outside of that component, it will push that change to the portal. So whatever I do here, it's auto-saved. Now, this is one of the, I could say, if I had hair, I could say this is one of the areas that I have lost the most hair in the last few years, but that wouldn't be true. But this is one of the areas that you're gonna really hate Microsoft for, right? The autosave doesn't always work, all right? And if you're making a whole bunch of changes and you soon realize, okay, my internet connection is gone, that's gonna cause you to, I don't wanna say swear, but you're gonna hate Microsoft for that, right? So play safe when you are in this particular experience. Make sure that every single change you make is actually saved before you move on to the next. Microsoft uses this particular strategy of when the component loses focus, that's where they're going to calculate whether or not they need to save something in the back end. So make sure that as you navigate around, as you click outside of these components, that it's really saved, all right? Otherwise, you're gonna hate Microsoft for. And I mean, there is a good number of MVPs and specialists who have asked for this thing to change. Just give us a save button. You know, we don't want you to save for us because we have already lost a lot of work using this strategy. But just be careful, all right? Now, if you are a coder like me and you like to play with, you want to see the real code, right? You want to see what it looks like in the back end. You can click in one area of portals. If you click on the header as an example, and you click this small source code icon here at the bottom, it will show everything that's going on with that header, all right? And again, play safe. If you need to make changes, save it. Make sure, here we have a save button, so it's a little better experience. But you know, as I mentioned, this is data in the back end. Every change that you make here, it's gonna be changed in the back end. There is no way back, okay? There's only a path forward, all right? So be extremely careful there. But in this particular UI, I can change labels, I can add more content. If I wanted to add an image, I can go add an image. If I want to create a new access a template, I can do that. Let me just illustrate a small change here. Oh, come on. So the plus sign will show you components that are available for portals. You can add template layer, column sections. You can add, you know, a label, image, an iframe, form, so on and so forth. You can do things like that. So I'm going to add an image here, and hopefully my portal will still look nice after that. If not, we'll call the portal specialist for it, all right? Okay, let me go to an area where I can actually add components. Let's go here. So first of all, I'm gonna throw one column session there. Come on. There. Let's click outside. All right, I have one section there. Now I can click plus. I'm gonna add an image. Now I have an image that I have uploaded it previously. If you're adding a new image, you can click upload image down here. Since I have one, I am going to select it. And then it's gonna load my image. Now I can click browse site, and I should have access to the site, including my change. Notice that I didn't hit save, I didn't hit anything, it just saved it for me. And it should show my image down here, but it hasn't yet. So let's see what this guy is doing. Oh, come on. It says that it's saved. I'm gonna make one other change just to force it to save. It's not saving nothing. All right, let me go to the source code and then I'll make the change there. Oh, come on. All right. All right, my image is down here. And this is good to go. So this is how you play with content. Now, one of the things that I want to show you, because I don't have much time on Studio, is how you can play with themes. So Portal comes loaded with themes that Microsoft makes available. You can click to enable theme on Portals, or if you have a professional in your team that does, web design, CSS, they can provide you a Bootstrap compatible theme or CSS file, and you can upload it to your portals. Now, I have one file that I had uploaded here before that doesn't have any content, and I'm going to open an example that I have, and I'm just going to throw it in there so that you can see how easy it is to add themes to your website. So this is my CSS file. Let me just open it. Visual Studio real quick. It has just a few lines, and these lines here that I have added, it's just adding color to the menu bar and changing the labels to a different color so that we can still read them when the main color is applied. So I've saved it here. I can go back to my portal, and if all is well, my menu bar should have a different color, which it's not doing it for some reason. Let me force a cache refresh. Yeah. Or maybe we can make use of this one button here. All right, so my menu bar now changed. So it's easy. If your company already has, or the customer you're providing service already have a Bootstrap file with their branding, their identity, logos, and such, you can just upload it, and then Portals will take care of the rest. It's important to note that it needs to be Bootstrap-based, and Portals are wired for Bootstrap 3.7 something, I believe. So it's not yet on 4, and I'm not sure when it's going to be on 4, hopefully soon. But so long as your file is Bootstrap compatible, you have nothing to fear. You can just upload it, and then you're good to go. Now, another editor for Portals is called the front face editor. I'm logged on as an admin in Portals. As soon as you log in as a Portal admin, you get this little box here to the side, right? And in this box, I can click Edit, and I can make changes to content just as I did in Studio. Now, it's not a great experience if you have to look at the HTML code, but this is the best experience if your company or the customer that you provide services for has a team of marketing people who will be dealing with pages. Portal Studio gives way too much power to the user. I can mess this thing up pretty quickly. For example, I showed you the template on the menu. There is a lot more here than just content. There's code, there's liquid code, stuff that if a user doesn't have knowledge of this particular technology, they will mess it up. So if you have a marketing team, playing with portals, if you have different roles, people who will upload images, people who will create forms for marketing campaigns, so on and so forth, it's preferable that you use the front-face editor, this guy here, because you can control what pages and what content that particular individual has access to change, all right? So the third way, and we are progressing here from, this is the way that Microsoft wants us to work, to, I cannot work this way, let's try the second option. And then from that option, I cannot make this thing work, then we go to the third option. The third option is the portals management model-driven app. So remember the first slide, or the slide that was talking about data structure for portals. So this is where you see all the data that is associated to those websites, and in here you can make changes to portals as well. So if I go to the web pages area and search for the home page, you find a record here for the page, and then you can navigate into, you see that there is a grid with localized content. Remember we talked about multiple languages and such? So if I want to make a change to the content of this page, I can open it up, and then my content is going to be here, all right? Now, this particular editor is not able to pick up Bootstrap CSS definitions. So it's going to look funny if you try to make changes here. But I mean, it's important for you where the data resides, because if you make change in Portal Studio, can't see that change show up in Portals, then you try the front-face editor, you cannot find it there either. You can always go back to the raw data and see it there and see what's really going on, all right? So all of the objects for Portals are listed here, web pages, site settings, so on and so forth, and there are some additional portal components there as well, all right? And I'll talk about a few others shortly here. Now, the last way to play with portals is the VS Code extension. And if time allows, I'll show you how to install it. But everything that we saw in those three editors is available here, but it's available more in a pro developer fashion, all right? And because it's, the content is downloaded to your machine, then you have a chance to implement ALM and source control for your portal content, so which is good. And from here also you can deploy portals content to different environments, right? I'm not going to be talking about a whole lot of ALM. Tom, I believe, is going to be talking. Tom? Yeah, we'll be talking about it later on. Managed solutions and such. Man, you have a lot of heroes here. One is taking licensing, and another is taking managed solutions. You guys are my heroes. Awesome. But the cool thing about this structure is that you can click on a page. For example, a page will have different components or folders here, and each file will have contents that you can then manipulate from Visual Studio Code. If the page, as an example, has HTML, then you can click here and change the HTML and see the results online. So let me see if I can find a good example so I can demo that as well. So
connecting your Visual Studio to the portal instance?
Yes.
Wow. I've not seen that.
Well, it is and it is not, okay? So it is connected in a way that we download the data to your machine, and then you can make changes and upload, and when you upload it, it will calculate what was changed. Right. Now, the dream vision for this is that you can create components from here as well. We are not there yet. If you need to create a page, you have to go back to Dataverse, create that page there, and then bring down. Yeah, it will sync down. One of the things that I got really excited when this came out was I've been trying to to install React.js, like a full template, if you will, from React on portals and play with React and portals. But as you can tell, React, if you do a full-blown React template, it has hundreds of files, right? So it's a pain if you have to upload those manually to your Dataverse. So something that I'm working on is a XRM toolbox that allows us to click on a folder and then upload multiple files into a portals. So that may help. But it'll be nice if this extension did that for us, right? Everything that we can bring to portals, bring it to the same directory that you are developing on, and then it figures out how to upload it to the cloud. We are not quite there yet. Hopefully we will. So what I wanted to demo is within a web page folder structure, you have the content pages, and then you have YAML files. YAML files, of course, is configuration. Tom's probably well-versed with YAML. But then you have these HTML files as well. And the HTML files is content that you can play here. You can make changes to the content here in HTML format. Not only that, you can click on this eye, and then you can have a preview of what your content will look like once you upload. Granted that this is not dynamic content, right? Information from the user that's logged on, so on and so forth. But you can preview, especially if you're playing with a lot of the, the very detailed HTML. You have one designer who doesn't like that your button is, 1 pixel too big. So you can play with those things here in VS Code before you upload it to the cloud. All right? Okay, moving on. So I have a demo on editors. I already did it. Okay, let's talk about this. And I think that's where the presentation really stops for citizen developers, okay? There's a lot that can be done with portals, and we're going to look at that now. How can I expose information from my Dataverse to a website, and how can I also make forms available on a website so that I can collect information from my customers, okay? So portals rely heavily on solutions or components that you have built in your Dataverse. And when I say Dataverse, it's Dynamics 365, CDS, whatever you want to call it at this stage. Microsoft now calls it the Dataverse, but if you are old school Dynamics CRM, you may still want to call it the Dynamics 365 backend. So what I will do is, let me show you what I have created in my environment before we go to portals and expose it there, right? First and foremost, as Dustin said, he said, when you start a project, think about ALM first. Think about how can you scale the solution, how you can maintain that solution. So when you play with portals, there's a lot that you can do without any solutions in mind, all right? Much like any other the Power Platform products, you can just sit and create something, and then that something works, and it works really well, and then it works for 50 people, and then it works for 500 people, and then the person who developed it leaves the company, and nobody knows how it works anymore. That Access database that people are trying to find the password, or the Excel file that nobody knows where it exists anymore. So that's what I'm talking about. So the first thing we're going to look at is solutions. If my computer allows me to show that. All right. So I have a solution that I call portal customizations. It can be called whatever your project is and whatever makes sense for that particular project. But I have a few tables and I have an application here. And what I did is I created a view in Dataverse, or a Dynamics 365 view. That view lists a bunch of accounts, and it has a few columns in that view. I want to expose that view in my portal, all right? I have already provisioned a portal. It works. It shows nice content. I now want to show that data to my external customer, all right? So what you do is you go to the editor, and in the plus sign, you see this component called list, all right? So you can click on the list, and it will give you a few options. Before I go there, let me open a page, an existing page that we have. I call it account management. How did I get here? I clicked new page, and I created a blank page. Now I have a blank page, and in this blank page, I have added a list by clicking on this option and then adding into an area that I want. Now, if I click on the list component, and my mouse actually works. All right, let's go straight to the source. Okay, well, I'll do it one step at a time. So I'll click on the list. Now I have a list here. It asks me for a name. I'm gonna give it account management 1. I can select a table. Those who are legacy CRM developers, Microsoft now calls entity tables. So I'm gonna click and select account. It will give me a list of views. I can then select the view that I want. And that's good for now. Now there is one other icon here. Let me move this thing away, called permissions. Now, Portals has its own permission set system. It doesn't, it's not the same as the Dataverse Dynamics permission system. It controls who can see what, who can create what at the portal level. So in order for you to expose data, you have to configure those permissions before. Very simple. You can select the name of the table, who he wants to see what, the level of permissions, if you want to give write permissions, read permissions, so on and so forth. You can select those and save. All right? So, and again, the autosave is messing us up one more time. I have clicked everywhere, and still my list doesn't seem to be saved. So let's click outside, maybe click somewhere else, and give it some time. So now I have my list here. It's not showing data because the user that I have in context here making changes to portal is not the same that I have logged on in my portals, but I can navigate to my portal and show you that we have data available now. Right, let me help you. All right, I have two lists. I wanted to demo how to create one, but they will essentially show the same data. Okay, let me give it a little bit more cranky. All right, here's your data. So that's data from Dynamics 365 that we are exposing to an external audience. All right. Now, not only data can be exposed, but we can collect data as well. I can either click to create a form here, or if I'm versed with this application, I can go ahead and create a form in the back end. Now, if I click on this list again, let me see if it will let me select. For some reason, it's not. But I don't know if you remember, we had just a handful of fields on this citizen developer experience, right? If I go to the back end and I open the same list, you see that I have a lot more options available. So I'm going to open this top one real quick. I selected one view on the citizen developer experience. In the back end, I can select multiple views. Say that I want to show, let's say that we're creating a portal for case management. I want to show active cases. I want to show the ones that were closed. I want to show the ones that are flagged as priority. So I can create different views for my users in which I don't have to really program anything. I have created those views in Dataverse, and they are now available for me to expose in portals. So not a whole lot of work that needs to be done there. Now, one of the areas that's really, really nice about portals lists is that I can go to the options area and say, well, I would like to create a button for to allow the users to create a record, right? And this list here is based on basic forms. I'm not sure if everybody can see. Let's see if I can make it bigger. So it's a list of basic forms that are also part of the portal's product. So I can click on basic form, and then in here I can create a form. Now I'm gonna open one that I have already created. I give it a name, give it a table name, and then the mode, whether it's insert, edit, or read only. Select the portals, and whether I want to use permissions. Once that's done, going back to my list. Now this form though, I forgot to mention, this form is based on a Dataverse form. This is not something that I'm creating manually. I went back there, selected a table, then the form name, then the particular tab of that form that I wanted to expose. Then I go back to my list, and in options area, I can say I'm going to use this create form in my website. I'm going to get a JavaScript error, but it has nothing to do with the demo here. Going back to my grid, let me resync the configuration, and then we should see a button show up here. Now I can click to create a record, and it will pull the form from Dynamics. So there is a lot that can be done with just point and click and such. Now, for my fellow developers, there is yet more that can be done with those forms, all right? So in my list, I don't know if you notice, I have a bunch of JavaScript code that is commented out. And this code, though, what it's doing is, it's just waiting for the grid to load, and then when it loads, I'm replacing text in some of the rows for icons. So I wanted to use icons so that I can save more space, it's more visual, users can identify what each account does, so on and so forth. So very, very simple JavaScript code. I'm going to save that there. Don't mind that script error. Let me resync the configuration. And then now you see that JavaScript has kicked in. Now I have icons instead of text. All right? And the same goes for forms. If I want to hide a field, if I want to show a field, I can use jQuery or plain JavaScript for that. If I'm good at React and I want to use just the React library, just functions of React, I can upload React, just one file, and play with React on my portals, okay? So we can do that as well. All right, so that was the demo on Dataverse components and a little bit of JavaScript. Now, portals, though, as I mentioned in the beginning, portals uses Liquid for server-side programming, right? I have a little bit of Liquid here. It's just a sample that has been commented out. And what this code is doing is, it's going to show the name of the logged on user if the user is logged on. If not, it's going to show a button for the users to click and sign. So I'm going to save that. And then refresh this page. Come on. I have to force the sync, I suppose. And there you go. So you have hello Victor Dantas, and then the page. Now I have resources on Liquid online. It's impossible for us to cover it all, but I have resources online for you to to get versed with liquid, and I think I only have 4 minutes. There is more resource on this presentation, and you can hit me up on LinkedIn for Visual Studio Code installs.
You want to see if we have any questions?
Yes, yes.
Any questions from the audience here? If I can probably restate the question, that way it'll be on the live stream. But
All right.
any questions from anybody here on anyone here? This might not work. There we go. Any questions from anybody here in the room?
All right.
On Portal's app?
Yeah, so how do you expose SOPs so they can be displayed on the portal?
You have to bring it to Dataverse.
Meaning like you have to like copy that table from the module and then create a
You
separate
could,
table with that?
yeah, you could do that. If you're going to manipulate that data in the portal, I would say bring it to Dataverse. If not, you could go with virtual entities, virtual tables. Pretty much, yeah. No, no. There is this thing called dual read. Oh, I forgot to repeat the question. The question was how you bring data from FNO to Dataverse. Yeah, yeah. And you get the first book. Yeah, there's this thing called dual write. I believe it's applicable to FNO, but essentially you're just copying data again from Dataverse to FNO. But instead of you doing the copying, you have the mechanism of dual write to make that copy for you.
Any other questions? Anything online? If you guys have questions online? You may mention that, Victor, if there are questions online.
Yeah. If you have questions online, you are free to post. Don't ask questions about my hairstyle, please.
Do you have any good resources for like getting ideas on what your portal page should look like design?
Any resources on how to make a portal look good, essentially. I did a couple of runs, and if you allow me, I can talk about it real quick. We have this mentorship program. It's different from what you're doing, Dustin, and if I had to choose, I would choose yours, because there is a component of employment involved that we don't offer. But it's a program called Zero to Hero, and we pick a technology, and we navigate through that technology for 12 weeks. And it's once a week, online. We have people around the globe who have done it. In regards to your question, we have done 2 sessions on portals. And the second session was, we hit it heavily on look and feel. So there are 2 individuals that you want to follow online. Ulrich Ackerbach, I think she's in Sweden. And Franco Musso, he's Italian, but he lives in the UK. They talk a lot about this stuff. Franco, he took a spin and he recreated Spotify using Power Apps portals. You can't really tell it's a Power Apps portal. And that is online. So if you find my resources, you can go to my YouTube channel, and that's available there. All the lessons are available.
So like Sharon has the lookbook. Microsoft publishes the lookbook.
That's us. That's us. We are the lookbook for portals, pretty much. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. One more question.
We have legacy data or other data assets that we want to leverage to the portal. We have to actually migrate that to the Dataverse. We can't write some kind of integration or anything.
Yes. So the question was, when working with legacy data and we want to expose it to our portals, if we have to bring it to Dataverse, yes, you do. Portals is based on Dataverse. The engine, all the components are stored in Dataverse, and it taps at Dataverse's tables, if you will. I mean, there are ways that you could expose your legacy data. If you have an API, for example, we could, connect portals using JavaScript and expose your legacy data. I would only go about, that route if it's only read-only, if it's read-only data. Because if you are going to manipulate, if you're going to make decisions on how to navigate through pages based on that data, and then you want to save those decisions, then it wouldn't make sense. to connect to an external data source that way.
Do we have any questions online? No? All right.
All right.
Anything else to close us out?
Yeah. So I was telling Dustin when I got here, today it marks 25 years that I started my career in high school, fresh out of high school in Brazil. I was sharing with him that from my birth to age 14, life was simple, but it was good. You know, the whole family was together. We had access to what we needed, right? And then at age 14, the family kind of dismantled and all sorts of trouble started that time. I always wanted to have a career in IT, and I couldn't. We didn't have the financial means to do that. But somehow, you know, my mom, she enrolled me in one of the most expensive high schools back home, and I was able to finish my studies there. I did not know still to this day, I don't know who paid for it, right? We didn't have the means to do it. The reason why I'm telling this story is because we have seen a lot of pain and grief in this industry in the last few years, not only in this industry, around the globe. And, you know, initiatives such as this and what DCG is doing with PowerLearn and what we do with the mentorship, it's really changing people's lives, you know, like it has changed mine. I'm very grateful to be celebrating 25 years with you all today, to have a chance to stand here and share information. So if you learn anything today, and if you want to appropriate that knowledge and make your own, go for it, so long as you share with somebody else. You know, share it preferably for free, help someone else get started like somebody did it for me or for many others, you know. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Enjoy the day, and I hope to contribute even more in the future. Thank you. One more question.
Do you have resources online about the Visual Studio Code?
Yes, I do have. The question was if I have resources online for VS Code. I had it on the presentation. We gave it to Danielle. I believe she's going to share with everybody else. The links are there. If you, for some reason, can't find it, get my contact. I'll give it to you. Those are Microsoft official information that you have for the regular, you know, CLI, the command line interface, and VS Code. But there is a lot more that is not talked about that we can help you with as well. All right. Thank you.
So we'll take probably 5-10 minutes, try to make it fairly quick so we can get to
look like a noob, so I have a bunch of these at home.
Yeah, I usually put it like right there, but wherever you feel best. Hey, that was really good. Thank you so much. I like that.
And then you don't have to worry about muting it from back there, so you're good. You can leave it on.
Just, you know, make sure that I don't go to the restroom.
Yeah. Going out over the live stream.
Yeah, no.
Well, we won't do that.
And I'm gonna be hunched like this a little bit. No, this is your computer. Okay. Yeah, I'm not using mine.
Okay.
So I don't want to bring more problems. I'm gonna be using yours. There you go. They told me you say yes. There you go. Awesome. I'm set. Do I need to use this one? Let me know if I'm too loud on this one.
No, you'll be fine.
Because.
Move it up, actually.
Okay. Low, low. Low, low, low. So just in case I'm gonna be. Don't worry, it's gonna be funny.
good stuff. This is good stuff on what it is we want to do. So with that, my friend, Saldana, I appreciate you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. How are you? Good morning. So this is going to be a presentation for the product Return to Workplace. Well, it's not a product, it's actually a solution. And what we call it is not a solution, it's actually a template for you to actually use Power Platform and bring the people back to work to the office. That means, a lot of things for a lot of people. But in our case, what we're trying to do is actually, keep track of how can they come back, how they can safely come back, and everything else. And that we're going to explain that on the presentation. Today is going to be very, very easy. It's going to be a level 100 presentation. And then let me introduce myself. My name is Abraham Saldana. Everybody calls me Abe. And then I was I'm a senior program manager with Microsoft Industry Clouds and Growth Expansion Team. That's a brand new name. We just got a reorg again. Yeah, it starts this long, and then later on we short it out again. And my role is actually being, initially started as, part of the team for Return to Workplace. Later on, we created another application. It's called Return to School, but mainly on Return to Workplace. Now I'm actually targeting a lot more into the financial cloud, healthcare cloud, and many other the clouds verticals that we're actually having in Microsoft. So on my case, I'm still supporting Return to Workplace. I'm still talking to customers, and then we just got a brand new release, and then we call it Release 1.6, and it's very important for us because this release brings all the new features that are being requested not only by the government but also by a lot of customers, and those are actually extremely into vaccination tracking and testing tracking. So you will see that, that's going to be one of the presentations. Again, senior MVP, senior program manager, and then previously MVP for Power Platform. Since I joined Microsoft, I lost my title as an MVP. But today we're going to be looking at the presentation. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's actually really interesting. I don't know what to do right now, because I lost, practice being in front of people for the past, 2 years, more than that. I remember the last time that I went to an event that I actually presented in front of people, it was like 2018, and that was in Orlando. That was like the last event that I actually been in front of people. Like many other people that are, working, remotely. I've been in front of the computer all the time, open my camera, being, talking to everybody. Feel more comfortable right there. Right now, I don't even know what to do with my hands. So this is going to be an interactive presentation. If you have questions on the audience, please raise your hands. I will try to answer all the questions. If we have questions in, on the chat online, please let me know. We can stop for that. This is not going to be a deep dive. It's going to be just a, an overview of the application. If you have more questions or want to get more information about Return to Workplace, please contact me or contact Dustin or anybody on the team. So let's begin with the presentation. Let me see if I can work this out. So number one, there's no application out of the box or off the shelf for a 100-year pandemic. So that was actually the first thing that we realized when we started with this problem with COVID-19. So nothing was built for that, and we have to build something very quickly. And when I say we have to build, I'm representing Microsoft, that's one of the things. Microsoft identified that, have to be done something very quickly, very fast, very, very easily to modify and very easily to customize. So what we started with the Power Platform, and then we started using, Power Apps. And at that time, it was called the CDS, the Common Data Services. Now it's DataFlex. And then that is actually how everything started. A little bit of the history, you will see that we started with the employee crisis communication. That was actually the first application on the 2019. Very early, we started looking into that one. And one of the things that we noticed is that there was a lot of more things that they have to be built in compared to just, whatever was actually being requested at that time. So we started with that one, then we started with the HealthBot. Later on, we get into the hospital emergency response and many other applications like that, until we actually come up with the application very specifically related to companies, corporate companies, and then many other things like that. We were talking about bringing people back to the facilities, and then in some cases, even schools decided to start using the application. We have very big implementation on LAUSD district where they use the application, they morph it, and they created their own implementation for bringing kids into the school also. So that's actually where we started with the application. We have a lot of learnings, and we're trying to be nimble and then faster enough so we can be able to present the application as every single time with new features, new elements that that were actually requested by customers. So that is actually where the application started. As you can see, a lot of things that were built in days, not in months. A lot of things, initially when we started in 2019, we had a monthly cadence of releasing new features. 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, they were actually monthly cadence. In 1.3, we incorporated, not only the model-driven applications, the Canvas apps, the Power BI dashboard, but also the portal integration. And that was because, there was a lot of requests from customers, not only to, only bring employees into the facilities or bring it back into the workforce, but also bringing what they call service providers, the cleaning crew, the maintenance crew, that were not part of the employee list, and they were actually not part of your actual Active Directory. So, that's one of the things that they requested, and make sure that we get more detail on, where they are, how they're coming in, are they doing the daily attestation, making sure that, they're safe, and making sure that, where we're able to actually track, if they feel sick or not, and so on. So, these were, some of the requirements that, we incorporated. As you can see, we keep, moving forward with the application. We will see that, we have the employee application that is, the Canvas app, and then we have now that we have the portal, that's going to be where we actually see and bring everybody into the facilities. So this is a little bit more into return to workplace. We have several applications, like I mentioned before. We have the location readiness, which is the Power BI dashboards, where it represents all the information for upper management or the leadership, so they can actually be able to see where we are, not only in our facilities, when they're actually just on one location or around the world. So one of the things to mention about the application has a lot of track, not only in the US, but around the world. It is, the application has 11 different languages that has been built in, and then it's also on more than 1,200 companies or corporations around the world. So it's a lot of traction that it's getting, not only here in the US, but also around the world, okay? So the location readiness, the employee health and safety management, the workplace care management, and then the location management. You will see that we were going to be talking about, and very specifically on every single one of them, but those are actually the initial 4 that we have as part of the application. And then, we have all the stakeholders. And the stakeholders are, who is coming in back into the office. Number 1, the employees. We want to make sure that the employees are coming back to the office if they need to come back to the office in a safe way, and they feel safe. And we also want to know how they feel coming back, the sentiment. I feel safe, I feel neutral, or I don't want to go back because I have my kids at home and I don't have the time, or there's no services where, that can take care of my kids, things like that. So we want to make sure that the employees feel comfortable and they actually feel safe, and then we want to make sure that, it's fine for them. Then the second person or the second stakeholder that we have for the application is actually the facility managers. We want to know where the facilities are at this point, if they're actually ready for people to come back. At one point we have limitations on how many people or how many percentage of people can be, using the facility or the occupancy for the percentage on that point. So depending on the phases where they are, there can be able to be, 25% occupancy, 50%, 75%, or 100%. Even that, we can manage all that information. This is where, the facility manager can track all the checklists, all the items that they have to go through on every single phase, and then they also can validate or do the verification that they're ready for, opening the doors and then people coming in. So that's the second stakeholder. The third stakeholder is the health and safety managers. These are the people or HR people that are actually tracking who is actually not feeling well in opening cases. Somebody says, no, you know what, I think I got exposed to something and I feel the symptoms, and they need to keep track of, who is and where they actually feel that they got exposed, and all of that information. So we have all that, on a different application. And then finally, the executive leaders and the task force, these are the people that are taking the decision, says, okay, that facility is ready, let's bring people in, what people we're bringing in, and so on. So, they can see the whole picture about all the company through the facilities and then where they are on a single screen. So these are actually some of the leaders, the stakeholders, part of the leadership, and then the employees. But also, there's one more stakeholder that is not here. Even though the leaders make sure that everybody's coming into the office, we're taking into consideration only the employees. But at this point, there's, like I mentioned before, they're asking not only for employees, but also anybody that has to come back to the office. The delivery guy, the service providers like, cleaning crew, the maintenance crew, we have to make sure that also they feel safe, and we feel safe that they're actually going to be taking care of that. So those are, some of the considerations. Now, returning to the workplace is designed to help organizations, safely reopen. And when we say that, it's actually built on secure and scalable platform that ensures that the end-to-end security, compliance, and interoperability of health data. That's a lot. Which means that we're actually keeping track of everything, making sure that they feel comfortable, make sure that they're actually secure, and then all the data is going to be secure also. So there's no leaks. So like I mentioned before, we support a wide range of audience, employees, facility managers, workers, guests, you name it. So, and then also integrates with many other systems. As you can see, the Power Platform has the capability to do many integrations through the typical connectors. If we have a web API available for the other system, we can easily create connections and send and receive information through the Power Automate clouds or in many of the other features that we have available through the platform. And it's highly modular. They can use one of the features or they can use all of the features at the same time. It is also managed by the privileges on the access rights for that person, and then also by the roles. Because we actually use the Common Data Service or Data Flex, we have the capability to create security roles that are going to be assigned to the people, and those are going to be depending on the privileges that they will be able to see data or not. As you can see, we have, the first one is periodic testing. That is a brand new feature that has been added on this release. Also, vaccination attestation, it's another one. Daily health attestation and access controls, that is the third one that is there since version 1.0. Case management and manual contact tracing. That is actually to keep track of who feel exposed and who was related into that that situation or that scenario. When somebody says, I think the last Wednesday that I came in, I feel exposed, so we can actually be able to track everybody that was on the same room, the same building, the same time frame, and then everything else, and we can actually make sure that nobody else got exposed into that point. And finally, reopening and occupancy analytics, and that's where the Power BI dashboards comes in, okay? So those are actually part of the applications. We will see now in more detail the application. As you can see, we have several screens in here that represent where they are, but everything is related and very centralized into the database. So everything comes from there. However, this is not the only information that is coming in. We have external data sources that are coming in from external data points. For example, the location management dashboard, that one, and then also the location, and then the facility managers. They also have the information coming in for COVID-19 in the U.S. by state, by district, and then by the country. In the U.S., we have very detailed information. On other countries, we only have at least by state or by the country by itself. So we're getting all that information. We actually accumulate that. We not only look at the R value that we're getting here in the U.S., but we're looking into many other of the key factors for analytics into the facilities. So as you can see, we have everything through the Azure database. Everything centralized there. We will see that security is also part of that for Azure Active Directory, and then all the data is actually related to each other. As you can see, we have the location readiness, which are the Power BI, the workplace care management dashboards, and then also on the other side, the location management dashboards and many of the other information that is related to that. Let's go more in detail about this. And next. Okay, here's where the licensing start actually making sense. What licenses do we need, and then where the applications are actually running. So very interesting. A lot of people, I think the next session is going to be talking about licensing. This is very simplified, and we only require 3 licenses to do this application. And one of the things that I want to mention is the application, you can download it 100% free. And like my dad always says, there's no free dog on this situation. So what we need is going to be the license. And the license is going to be the most important thing. One of the things that we have to take in consideration is, previously we were actually using mostly the employee application, which required, the Power Apps user license. That could be a Power Apps per user per month, or it could be the Power Apps per app per month. Now are more competitive because now we can also use the portal. In our case, we can use workers. They can use the portal or they can use the app. The portal is more, more accessible because that's going to be, initially was $1 per authenticated user. However, it's a lot cheaper now. You will be able to see later on that that licensing is actually more flexible. However, initially it was like how many users on your Active Directory? Well, that's the amount of users or the license that you need for Power Apps per user or per app. However, at this point, it's becoming more, irrelevant for that. It's going to be how many administrators are going to be doing the administration on the solution. That's going to be the, the higher licensing that you're going to be expending, and then how many users are going to be using the portal, or how many users are going to be using the Power Apps Canvas app. And this is where it actually explains that, where they can be able to facilitate. The other license that we require is actually Power BI, and there's going to be Power BI Pro, which most of the time, most of the companies already have that one, and they can actually implement and use that license with the application. But as you can see, everything is related to, and secure through Azure Active Directory, and then we can have all the integrations with the gateways or the connectors, depending if they're actually web APIs or they're, very centralized on premises. Let's continue with this one. Any questions at this point?
Hey.
Yes, go ahead.
I think I've heard something that I want to clarify. Is there a prerequisite license you have to have, or is it just the Power BI license you have to have?
That is a good question. The question was, is there a prerequisite license that we have to have, or is just Power Apps and Power BI? No, there's no prerequisite. You need to have for deploying the application, you need to have the Power Apps per user or per app. However, you have to be a global administrator because you need to create a new environment, you need to create a new Dataverse, and then you deploy it on top of that. And then when I say you need to be a global administrator, it's because also you need to create a portal, and then the global administrator has all the administrator rights at that point, and that's how you can deploy the application. So for deploying, yes, you need to higher levels. For using the application, you just need the minimum that we recommend is using Power Apps per app per month, and in that case, you share the application on the tenant, and then you share the application with all the end users for the Canvas or the model-driven. However, even lesser, security, well, not security, lesser licensing requirement is going to be when you bring everybody into the portal, where it's going to be mainly the license is going to be per authenticated user. Okay. Any other question? Okay. So right here, we have the new capabilities for Return to Workplace 1.6. And these are actually vaccination at the station and then testing at the station or testing tracking. Initially, when we started with the application, there was like not much of a tracking or the health information. We were focusing mainly on bringing people for the daily passes or the daily attestation. With the changes of the scenario, now that we have vaccination, now that we have testing, it started actually changing, and the request from customers like, how can I track who of my employees are actually doing on a testing base tracking, every 2 weeks that they need to be testing, or what are my percentage of my employees, or what employees are actually being vaccinated and are fully vaccinated, or they're actually went into the third or fourth vaccination because they got the boosters. Okay, so there was no tracking. Finally we have now the capability to do that. We've been request that. We started initially from the schools, return to school, where we started tracking the testing, and then later on the vaccination. Now it's actually bringing to return to workplace. Now we have that capability, and then this is actually a little bit of the how can we authorize, and then how can we actually manual and automate the process. There's a way that we can validate the vaccination automatically, or somebody have to go and manually verify that all the information that you put in, and then the document that actually you uploaded is correct, and then it's actually what you say it is. So if you said, yeah, my latest test, it says that I'm negative, let's validate that the document that you provided, it's actually negative. And when we say that, initially, for the test results, we can go to an external sources, like a CVS or a pharmacy or the doctor, and then they will actually do the test, and they give you the, the results, and then you can actually enter that information into the application, and then we can be able to track that information. The same thing with the vaccination. In the vaccination, you can say, yeah, I went, and get the vaccination. I got my first one, my second one, or my booster, and I can actually bring all that information. I can take a picture of the card and then upload it as part of my, documentation. So that's, some of the new features that we're be able to actually track. We can be able to submit the information, and then, the ability to authorize persons in the organization for manual verification or approval. And all of this can be automated and configured through the application. So a lot of customers ask me, well, what about if I have people that they want to make sure that they are not vaccinated, but I can put it on a 2-week rotation. We don't have that process right now, but however, because this is Power Platform, we have Power Automate, and we have all the data available, so we can create the automations that they need to expand the application. And that is actually one of the things that I mentioned. The application or the solution is not a closed set. It's actually a template for you to use and expand and customize the way that your company will be able to need. Okay, so in that case, we don't build everything. We build the core, and then you can be able to actually extend it or expand it depending on where you need it for your specific needs on your organization. And this is where some companies, they say, well, I don't have anybody that knows anything about Power Platform. Well, this is a good time where you actually enjoy and bring in or engage with a partner who they have a very specific knowledge on Power Platform. They can actually extend it and expand it and customize it the way you want it. However, there's many other things that say, well, there's so many questions on the screen. I don't want all those questions. I just want to simplify it. Yes, again, this is actually something that we can engage with a partner, and they can be able to customize and configure. If they have the knowledge internally, I have so many customers that say, yeah, we have like developers that they can do everything that we want. Go ahead, and they can actually make those changes. Okay, so let's continue with the application. I'm really excited about this. I just start presenting this information to customers. They're really excited. They're more excited because now we are actually very suited for competing with other products on the market, not only from the perspective of feature set, but also with the perspective of licensing costs. So this is now a better situation for that. So I'm not saying that ours is better. I'm just saying that we have same features and better licensing from previous versions. Again, now this is the main screen for the portal. And as you can see, the portal is actually, as the previous presentation, we have a responsive web application that actually behaves very easily. It can be looking for a desktop, your website, your tablet, or even your mobile device. This one, represents not only the information that, you can enter on a daily basis. The first option on the screen is, create a pass, and that's actually for the daily attestation. That's where, you will be entering every time you're coming to the office. That's actually, from, 2019 when we started with the COVID-19, that was actually a recommendation that every time you're coming to the office, you have to create a daily pass. Later on, we're looking into expanding into, okay, I want to go back only on Monday and Wednesday and, every other week and so on. So, we can be able to do that. However, at this point, we're still with the same recommendation that every time that you're coming into the office, you have to do a daily pass, and then you have to do the daily attestation. Okay? The second option is view a pass. This is actually when you already created one. When you create a pass, you can create a pass for yourself or for a guest, and then you can view, on the second option, view the pass. You can view your pass and then the guest, and then you can be able to share that pass at that point. We will see that later on. The third one is, test and submit current test results if they're required by policy. That option on the screen can be turned on and off by the configuration on the application. So this is going to be something that you can be able to turn on or turn off if you are not, if you're not required to bring that information into the screen. The other one is submit vaccination attestation, also another feature that can be turned on and off. Those are part of the configuration on the system. They can be able to easily turn it on and off and create all the terms and requirements, terms and conditions, and then, as part of your requirements. The last one is if you want to register a guest or a dependent, or, this is actually when it started with a lot with the return to school, when parents have to bring their kids. The same situation happened now when, I'm going back to the office, but I don't have a babysitter, so I need to bring my kid with me, or I'm bringing a customer into the office because we're going to have a meeting, and now we have to participate with the team. So this is actually where you create a dependent or a guest, and then bring it into the facility, and then keep track of that when we're creating the passes also. So these are, the new features, and they can be scalable, they can be customizable, they can be, configurable through the whole application. Any questions at this point? Yes.
Yeah, I think I might have a couple of customers this might be very relevant for. Do you have any kind of marketing messaging around this, like maybe a one pager or something?
Yes. The question is, he's having a couple customers that he want to engage with the application, and he's asking me if we have a one-pager. Yes, we have a one-pager. Do we have a presentation? Yes, actually, this is the presentation that I use for all my customers. And that's the reason why you don't see anything information about myself, because we actually use it internally and externally with the customers and partners. Another thing is, we have several links that I can provide for you. If you're interested, I can provide the list of the links, and these are actually redirects from, make it a lot easier, like aka.ms/RTW-app for downloading the application, or aka.ms/RTW docs, which is the documentation for, deploying, configuring, and learning more about the app, every single application. So very simple to find out. However, if you're looking for more marketing material, we also have a web page that actually, it's publicly available for everybody. Okay.
Do you ever consider joining a call with somebody who has a real interest in this?
I'm the person that actually joins the calls all the time.
Okay.
So, yeah, the question was, did I consider joining the call? And yeah, the answer is yes and no. However, there's a filter validation, depending on the customer, depending on the opportunity, depending on the volume of users, and things like that. So I cannot extend myself all the time, but I can give you the resources. However, I'm building, part of my new position, my new role as a content builder and community, I'm building a YouTube channel for Microsoft Industry Cloud plus Growth Expansion YouTube channel, where I'm going to be uploading not only Return to Workplace as a need-based solution, where you will find demos, what's new, support, and many other videos that I actually initially started on my personal YouTube channel. Now I'm going to move those into this new channel for the industry solutions. where you'll be able to see not only return to workplace, but also FSI cloud, healthcare cloud, market, retail, and then media and many other clouds that we're going to be managing. So in my case, I'm actually expanding and extending into the communications and community. However, you will be able to find those demos in there as demos like the one that I'm doing right now, and then more extended into what's new and what new features are coming in, and even roadmap for the applications. Okay. So this is actually the screenshots for the daily attestation. One of the things is, when you click on the first option for the daily attestation, you will be able to see that it goes into selecting the first, who's the person that is coming in. It's going to be my name, or it's going to be one of my guests, and then from that point on, I select the facility, and then from there, selecting the facility, I select the entry window. And the entry window is another feature included, so we can make sure that there's no bottleneck on the entrance. There's no bottleneck on the lobbies. There's no bottleneck of people, waiting for the elevators, or getting into their areas, or the coffee breaks and and things like that. So making sure that there's a lot of limitation on the occupancy, and making sure that there's initially the distance that has been recommended. After that, it goes into the daily health check. This is actually where they say, yeah, we're going to maintain your data. We're actually going to make sure that your data is secure and everything. And then finally goes into the daily attestation, where the attestation, it says that I don't have any of these symptoms. I don't have a coughing. I don't have a high fever and things like that. And if I say yes, automatically we'll create my pass, which is this one right here. And we can track it with, what floor are you going in, what building, and what area, and then at what time are you coming in. And then we track everything through a QR code. A lot of people ask me, well, we're not using QR codes. Well, that's another feature you can turn on and off, okay? And then they ask me a lot, okay, you put in the QR codes. Do you have an application that you can actually validate the QR codes? Unfortunately, no, but it's extremely easy to build. I can help you. I think I have a video where a colleague of mine actually created the application in less than 2 hours, I think, for actually reading the QR code, validating, and actually validating with the data burst, and give you access for that. So that's another thing. This is actually the daily health attestation. This is on a daily basis. This is where you need to come in. Every time that you're coming into the office, you need to do this. One big caveat, and this is very important, very interesting for me, and I feel really, really, really passionate about this, and really proud about this, being part of this product, because we just, in Microsoft, we implemented this for all of our employees around the world. So this is, very exciting for us. They took our implementation that we're using for customers and then put it on our phone with our own access for coming back to Microsoft offices. So even though that, we're actually presenting to you, internally we use the same application. So this is actually really interesting for me, and I feel happy and then excited about that. These are the screens for registering a guest. As you can see, I can go and start adding the information for a guest, and then do the same thing. When I'm creating a pass for myself, I can create a pass for my guests, and they will have the same information. They will have what building they're coming in, who's the person that are coming with, and then having the QR code for validation, where the last two buttons says if I want to share that information to them, and automatically we'll be able to send that through email or SMS if we already have configured the SMS. This is the attestation for the vaccination. This is where I save all my information about the vaccination. You can see it on the screens. Unfortunately, probably the people online, they will be able to see clearly these screens. And here we have a little bit faded and not well focused. But you will be able to see that we have the attestation terms and conditions, and then we have the information where we enter, the date, the type of vaccination that we get, and then the response or the results. And then finally, we can upload an image, and this is where actually it saves all the information, and now we can keep track. That is very important to note. Now we have the capability to track that information. Again, through the configuration, we can automatically approve that, or we can actually wait for somebody to look at that information and approve it and make sure that it's going to be needed at that point. Now, the question is, can I automate the process that says, hey, if you haven't actually bringing in the information for your second or third, can I test, validate or send a message after 2 weeks? Yes, you can do that. You can actually build that automation through Power Automate after the record has been created and create a new record or validate, when is the last time that somebody uploaded a vaccination document, and then start validating from that point on. So, there's many ways that you can actually accommodate for those, and those are the typical requests that we're getting all the time with respect of every time that I uploaded a vaccination record or every time that I uploaded a testing record. So, this is where all that information is can be automated and can be tracked. And keep going. Okay, this is like I mentioned before, through the application, we have the capability to send notifications and then also send notifications internally to the end users. This is where, if you notice on the top right here on the top, we have a little belt with a number 1. That is actually the notifications. How many messages do we have waiting on our queue? If you click that icon, it will actually bring you to this other screen. And this screen is going to give you all the details about that message. We can send it specifically to one person, or to send it to a group of people where, we can be able to send the same message. All of this is managed through the database. So it's not external, it's actually internal, and we have a track record for that. So again, we can also integrate this, these are going to be internal messages that are going to be able to see through the application or through the portal. We're going to be able to see that information, but also we can be able to connect to Office, Teams, Twilio, and many other services that are available for that. Okay, we already mentioned this. Book a pass for yourself or a guest or a dependent. Initially when we start talking about dependents is when we start actually did the implementation for schools. That's where we talk about dependents. A father bringing their kid, stepfather bringing their kid, a grandma bringing the kid, or some representative bringing the kid in back to school. That's where we start talking about dependents. However, it's actually the same thing as when we manage the relationship with the guest. So in that case, it's you will be able to see that we have the same type of capabilities for that. And again, registering a guest and independent, a little bit more focus on this one. You can be able to see the questions, and then how can we register? This is with the vaccination. Initially, the first one was actually for testing. This is now the vaccination. And the vaccination on the portal, now we have the capability to not only submit one document, but we can submit 2 documents at a time. This is in the case that said, yeah, I'm fully vaccinated. The first one was on this date, the second one was on this date. So we can actually upload one document or upload the 2 documents, or upload it independently, when we have the booster and things like that. So this is where we track all that information. Let's go to the next screen. The same situation with the test. We can be able to see the test information, the terms and conditions, add in all the information, and then finally validate that the information that we did for the test is already submitted. So really happy about that. It's one of the things that has been requested for many customers. How am I in time? I'm still good. And this is actually the comparison from the feature sets, and you will see that there's only 2 things that are not available right now. For the employees, we don't have the test at the station. It's only the vaccination. Then for the portal, we don't have the occupancy controls to be able to use or the employee app or the portal. Right now, the portal is the one that has a lot more features. On the next release, we're actually going to bring all those 2 features on a par, so we can be able to say you can do the same thing on the employee, which is going to require the Power Apps per user or per app licensing, or you can use the portal, and then the portal you don't require that many licensing or that higher cost on licensing. So this is actually where we are. That's coming on the roadmap. Another thing that has been requested is one of the things is that there's customers that ask me for, if I want to do, track the information when somebody already defined that they're not going to take the vaccine. And what is going to be the, when the tracking is and what is going to be the outcome for that person. Those are actually things that we're talking about. We're getting all that feedback from customers. However, these are some of the things that we're still, waiting for that. This is the workplace care management. I'm going to go forward on those. This is actually where we track all the information about people that they don't feel well. And then finally, we can say, okay, we noticed that you put in that your results from testing are negative and you're not vaccinated. We can block you from coming back into the office. So we have the capability for that. They cannot create any pass. They cannot create, any information. They just can be able to see data on the system, and they're blocked, and they will be able to see a message that says, please do not come back to the office until you have a positive test result, and then you get vaccinated, and things like that. So the last one is actually the dashboard. You see the little dots in there. That's where we track the clusters or the related cases, where we have manual contact tracing. When we say this person got infected, this other person got infected in the same room, and so on. The relationship between the cases and how they are related. Location readiness, again, this is where they take all the information about where they are, the facilities, and how they are, depending on the information that we receive. I'm going to move forward, depending on the time. How we started, as I mentioned before, this is where you will see that, what type of licenses that we're looking for. Power Apps per user, Power Apps per app, Power BI Pro, or the Power Apps portal licensing that is going to be required. This is where, if you want to take a screenshot, this is where you'll be able to get through all that information regarding the licensing. On the next session, we're going to get into licensing, so you will be able to see that there's much more regarding the licensing at that point. And then finally, implementing the solution. Most of the time, a lot of customers ask me, okay, I want to kick the tires. How do I do this? Well, the first thing is go create a trial and then deploy the application there and start testing the application, or go into your domain and then create a POC where it's a limited access on people, and then start validating the application. However, we recommend engage with your developers, and then also if you don't have developers or you're actually lack on that, engage with the partners. We'll be able to see and help you as much as we can. We can be able to mentor your partners or mentor your development team, and we're ready for you, to start actually bringing all this information, and then, getting your feedback from the application. And I think this is my last slide. There's any more questions? Yes. That's a good question. The question is, what the type of customers that we actually use or use the application? It's only only corporate, or it's schools. Like I mentioned before, initially we were built for corporate, manufacturing, and anybody that has to come back to the office. Even hospitals are using this one. Later on, we forced it. We got forced into creating a specific version for schools. Schools have started actually looking into that one. We have several schools, even LAUSD start liking what we built for the return to school. And then we continue moving forward with the return to workplace, which is mainly for corporates. However, schools are looking into now return to workplace because it has a lot more features than the simple school implementation. So just to clarify, we have all kinds of companies actually bringing it into the application and then using and implementing. Like I mentioned before, and like one of the presentations says, they can use all of the features, or they can use only one feature. And now we have companies that they use one feature that they like, and then they integrate with other systems internally or externally to send and receive information from the system, from the return to workplace. Any other question? Online? Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So I have a quick series of questions. First off, is you said all this is built off Dataverse, right?
Correct.
So what are you using the contact table to track the individuals? Okay, so I figured that was the answer. So if I am I have two questions based off that. One, what does the partitioning look like between this data and the contact table that I use for whatever clients I currently have? And two, if I am a business that doesn't necessarily put my employees into my contact records in my system, is there a way to prepare for that in the implementation, like in the CSV file array or something like that?
Good question. So those two questions are very important because those are the typical questions that we get when we get the implementation. Yes, we have specific fields that identify if it is an employee or if it is a portal or how they are actually connected. And yes, they can actually identify that. Another thing is, the second question is, can I bring the information from my employees as a CSV file, as an import? And the answer is yes. We also recommend that if you have service providers and you already know the names and the emails and everything else, you can bring that information into the system and pre-register them, and then they can get the authentication token, and then they just can have the authentication created for the portal. So all of that is available through the application out of the box. This is not related to the application. That's pretty much related to the platform. And yes, we reuse some of the entities, like for example, the contacts and the accounts. Initially we use it. Right now, heavily we use the contacts. And then most of the other entities are going to be custom entities, so you don't have to worry about impacting your system. Even the cases for the healthcare management or the workplace care management, we create a case entity emulating the incidents entity. Okay, but we are not using the incidents because it has so many other features involved in it, embedded in, that we actually just created a specific one. Now, hold on. We're using not only the healthcare model, but also we use the educational model, and then you will see that we have so much entities inbuilt into the application because all of that, reusable models that we're using. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to know if this integrates with either the Dynamics 365 HR system, or how would this integrate with another type of HRMS system if a company wanted to kind of track this as part of other employee records?
Good question. Yes, it actually integrates with every of those, through the connectors. As I mentioned before, it is not requiring the Dynamics license at all, okay? That's actually one of the things that, a lot of people get confused. Well, you're using cases. No, we're not using cases. We build our own emulation of the case through the incidents. However, we're not using cases through the Dynamics licensing. So in this case, it's all Power Apps licensing, and then we can integrate through the connectors or, custom web API connections that you want to do it through, the workflows or through the cloud flows. Any other question? Another question from online. And I feel excited because, actually this is the first session that we have so many questions and a lot of people are asking questions. That's good. That means that I did my job really great. Go ahead. Oh my God, you just hit it on the head. I was actually thinking about the roadmap. And one of the things that we have on the roadmap is actually we want to make sure that return to workplace is not only returning to workplace for COVID-19. We will actually looking into what's going to be the hybrid workplace and then many other things like that. What's going to be the next pandemic? Hopefully it's not going to be another pandemic. But, we're prepared for that. So, however, this is actually good. If we want to talk about flu season, we can start actually incorporating all of those things for flu season now. You will see that for vaccination, also by testing, we have the types where, you can also add more types. You want to track flu season, you can track now flu season through vaccination or also for testing. So those are actually right now available. However, as you mentioned, what is going to be the next future? Yeah, we're looking into, what's going to be the integration between Outlook, Exchange, and Teams, for, hybrid workplace. And we're still actually debating, where it's going to be going through that path. if we're actually going to extend return to workplace or we're going to create a brand new need-based application for that. So we're still actually debating. We're on the early stages of that one, and as soon as we have more information, we will be able to provide that through to the forums or through through notifications or blog posts or things like that. That is a good question. Right now we only track the information. There's also been the request of, I want to see a dashboard that tells me who's been vaccinated 100%, who's on the testing process and things like that. So far at this point, we don't have that capability. We're actually something we're looking into the roadmap. Probably in the next release or the next couple of releases. These are something some of the features that are going to be there. The same thing with the tracking the next the stages of the COVID or whatever it's going to be moving from the pandemic. If it is going to be boosters or it's going to be a new set of vaccines or what. Yes. That is actually the information we're getting, external sources. You will see it on the dashboards. We're getting all that information from the CDC. However, talking of a specific, we are not that far yet. However, we have the capability on the platform to extend to other types of vaccination and other types of testing that can be added, without any modification on the platform. Yes. Yes, when you go to the portal, we have what is called a resource page. It's 100% open, and you can put all the the HTML in there about any notification for everybody to see on the portal. Okay, we don't have that on the Canvas app, but we had it on the portal, and then the portal, you can be able to do that very easily. Another question from online. Go ahead. That is a good question. I don't know. We need to look into that scenario and see how can we actually manage that, Correct. Yeah, and keep in mind one thing. That is when you have a dynamics implementation, and then you bring this on top of it. What we recommend is have a brand new environment and have a brand new database where you don't actually mix those type of information. However, you can import all that data set into the new environment and then create that complexity, okay? But those are, some recommendations, to keep and maintain the application isolated to, avoid that conflict or complexity on the data models. Any other question? Thank you very much, appreciate it. I'm extremely happy to be online and then right here with you guys. Thank you.
So we're gonna break for lunch. We're gonna break for lunch for about an hour, and we will reconvene with a session talking more about how you deploy a lot of these apps. With Tom Northrup talking about the benefits of managed solutions, unmanaged solutions, how we do some of that. So stick around. Dave shared with us from Microsoft. And for some of you who may not have as much experience with Power Apps and Power Platform, that one is a perfect example of what you can do with Power Platform. That's just Microsoft using their own technology to build. And some of the best practices on how you actually follow.
First off, okay? Put my closet, get my suit, it doesn't close. Say, well, I can wear it, I can keep it open. Put this to the side, grab the shirt, fits well, okay. Go grab my slacks, first set of slacks. It doesn't fit anymore. The last time that I wore slacks, it was like 2018. So 2019, I spent it in shorts and flip-flops and tennis shoes. This year is the first year that actually I bought brand new pants. So, second pair of slacks, same thing. Third pair of slacks, it actually fit to the point that it's going to explode. So long story short, it's been to be in IT, at home, not moving, not commuting, and just eating and sitting down. Trust me, I know your pain.
That's absolutely true.
That's actually a true story. So that's the reason why I'm dressed like a cowboy today. I like it, it's because it's the only thing that it fits. Okay.
Give Abe a hand for dressing like a cowboy. Thank you. Tom, take it away. We're excited to hear it.
Fabulous. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. Appreciate having you. Appreciate the people online. I'm going to speak fast, not because I'm from New York, but just because I have a lot of content to cover. Let's see if this will work. Come on, here we go. All right, yep, my name is Tom Northrup. I live in Pensacola, Florida. I have 4 children, yes, intentionally. And I have a bachelor's degree in interdisciplinary IT. So I've always been obsessed with the relevance between business and technology and what that role plays. I've spent 11 years specifically dedicated to Dynamics as a platform. Back in the day, we called it XRM, and now we can call it Power Platform. So I've been loving this. I consider myself an evangelist for the product. Spent a lot of time speaking and sharing content. We've discussed Dynamics Consultants Group. What we're going to cover today, we're going to give a basic overview. What are solutions? What do they do? How do we use them? Then we're going to talk about what are some of the catches and the faults with solutions, especially with managed solutions. And then we're going to talk about application lifecycle management briefly, if that topic can even be covered briefly, and then give you some tips. So what happened, right? What happened to Dynamics that made application lifecycle management an actual thing, right? And really what we're finding is that you have more agile techniques being used during our Dynamics deployments or our Power Platform deployments. I'm using the terms interchangeably because the systems are the same thing, right? So Power Platform, Dataverse is all built on the same foundation that Dynamics was started on. And so right now we have more agile techniques, so we're having to be more responsive to our clients. We have more developers coming into the world of Power Platform, and so they're bringing a concept of this DevOps mindset where they come from a world of solution control. They come from a world of version control. They come from a place where you don't deploy something that hasn't been unit tested, that hasn't gone through checks and balances, and then goes to production. Not this, well, I exported the file and I imported it and I hoped it all worked, right? Like, that's really, they're bringing this new mindset to us. The rate of change, thanks to the Power Platform, has exponentially grown to where the business now expects changes within weeks, not months. There's no 6-month deployment plan anymore for a company. It's, we told you 2 weeks ago we want that change. Why isn't it part of production yet, right? So this more rapid delivery mindset. And then we want minimal impact, right? So we tried being more rapidly responsive to our clients with using solutions, but we're finding that we're impacting the customer in the end because either we have a failed deployment or we have trouble deploying solutions, whatever it is, right? So we want to avoid that. Some of the challenges with solutions. Import timeouts, right? You go to import the solution and it takes forever and then it just times out on you. Solution layering and application behavior. What does the user actually see based on the solutions that I have in the system? And how does those relationships work? Has always been a black box mystery, and we're going to unpack that today. We're going to really pull apart what solutions look like and how they interact. So it's no longer a mystery. Merging configurations. The only thing that are merged are these 3 things: forms, sitemaps, and the ribbon. And by merge, that means everything else in the system goes based off of my solution. So I have a solution that tells field A to do X. Field A will show on this form. If I edit that field in another solution and then import that change, that's going to override my previous edit. Whereas merging takes the changes from both solutions and figures out how they fit together. It's very complex and convoluted. It's not well explained in the documentation, but fortunately, it only does it on these 3 things. So we don't have to worry about it, right? So we come across where people will say, well, is that a merging error in the solution? Well, if it's not a form, a sitemap, or a ribbon, then it's not a merging issue, right? So it's just a matter of learning terminology and how things work. Collisions, that's when we edit one field in one solution and another solution we edit the same field and we import those. That's a collision, right? So how do we avoid collisions? There's concerns about deleting configurations, right? So we know with managed solutions, I can delete a field using a managed solution. Well, how does that work? We don't know, so I don't trust it, so I don't use that as part of my application lifecycle management. Well, maybe I should leverage that. I don't know. We're going to talk about that. And then automation, right? So it hasn't always been easy to automate the application lifecycle management process. In the DevOps world, I have Azure DevOps and I can automate the delivery of that code into an application. But I can't, previously, it was not as easy to automate the delivery of code that I'm using in a Dynamics or Power Platform world right to the system. Well, now we can. Microsoft has developed some tools that allows us to build some automation where we can actually automate the import of a solution into an environment from DevOps without ever doing an export or import of a file. It's really powerful. So common pitfalls. Number 1, having multiple solutions in a single dev instance. Now, I'm guilty of this, and a lot of this that we're going to cover today is all from just my experience and from my research, and all of the bad stuff that I may reference of like, well, this is a bad thing to do. I'm doing that, right? Because we're just trying to get by. I'm just trying to complete a project, or I'm trying to support a client, so I'm going to pick the best method that I can. That's really what I'm hoping to show today, is that it's not about unmanaged versus managed. It's what is your project, what are the requirements of that environment, and then you choose. Is it an unmanaged solution that works better, or is it a managed solution that would work better? It really depends. So multiple solutions in a single dev instance, that is a common pitfall. It's really a matter of if we have, it's not a pitfall if I have multiple work streams, right? If I have someone working on customer service and someone working on sales, then I want a solution for each one of those work streams to keep those work stream efforts separate so I can deploy one of them without being dependent on the other. So, like I said, it's not a pitfall every scenario, but it can cause you some troubles. The multiple solution publishers is a real get ya. This has bitten me before. So the whole purpose of solution publishers is so you have a track record of who's responsible for the development and configuration within that solution. Well, if I'm in one environment and I create a component under one publisher, and for the account entity, let's say for the account table, I create a field under publisher A. I then create another field on the account entity in a different solution under publisher B. I cannot put those two fields in the same solution because they're dependent on the publisher. So I can't now promote that as one push to production because I have two publishers. Those are two separate solutions. So you can see how that can get you in trouble. You got to be careful. I stick with one publisher for a client, and then as we do support, we may create a publisher that identifies all work, but it keeps it separate, right? It forces you to keep it separate. So that's a danger. Come on. There's really a lack currently of version control for solutions. So I can take a file. So a solution is a file. It's an XML file. It exports out and is zipped up. I can take that zip file and I can save it, that zip file, into some sort of source control, but I have no idea of knowing what changed in that file from my previous version. There's no tracking of that. So there's that kind of limitation, which again, using Azure DevOps and some of the tools I'm going to cover allows us to get that insight finally, and then we can truly version control a solution. But version control is manual right now. So it's important that for solution management, you have good versioning in place, or you have a version plan. Okay, we're going to do 1.0.0.1, and then we'll do 1.2 when it impacts the user. Everything else will stay under 1.2, right? So versioning is manual, so it's important that you have a plan ahead of time how you're going to version stuff. The solution segmentation, we're going to cover that. That's something that's really helpful. It allows you to split up components, and so your solutions can contain only what they really need to or what they actually change. This is just a coverage of what a solution is. We're going to skip through it, but it's a zip file. It's got 3 files inside of it. All of your changes are inside the customizations file. You can manually edit this and break your system horribly, so do not manually edit this, or be very careful if you do. You need to really know what you're doing to know how to change it. But the cool thing is if you open up that customizations file, you'll see all the metadata associated with one change. So if you add one field, that customization file is going to have hundreds of lines of data just for that one change, right? So it's a cool way to look under the hood and see some details. But solutions, again, are a way of managing your changes and packaging them together to move from one environment to another. These are the components that can be put in a solution. It's called being solution aware. Microsoft is continually making updates and making more stuff solution aware. So now you can put cloud flows in a solution and move them in a solution. You can put your connectors in a solution and move them with a solution. So when the flow deploys, it deploys with the connector already. Stuff like that. That's all new updates. When we think managed versus unmanaged, managed was introduced in version 5, and there's 2 main arguments against it, of course. One is, I've always done it this way. so why don't I keep using unmanaged solutions? I don't want to use managed solutions. And the other part is there's too many restrictions that come with managed solutions. I don't even know what kind of hole I'm going to dig for myself. Let me just stick with what I've been doing, which is using unmanaged, right? Unmanaged solutions was really always only intended for dev purposes. It was intended to give you a bucket in your dev instance to contain your work that you're working on. And then higher up instances or environments, dev, test, prod, higher environments, test and prod, should only be managed. That's Microsoft's stance. Their whole thing is they want to push to where managed is the only thing allowed in production. So it's coming. The change is coming to where we're going to have to work with managed solutions. So that's why I feel like this topic's really important to dig into. Managed solutions should be seen as compiled app code, right? So a managed solution would be all of my changes, and I export as a managed solution, because in a new environment, that managed solution cannot be edited. Someone can't open that solution in that environment and change what I changed. Every time you open that managed solution, you'll see whatever the change was. Oh, field A is showing on the account form. Okay, that's in that solution. But if someone creates another solution above that and takes field A out of the account form, well, now my change is gone. So, but I can always see, that's why it's seen as like deployed code, is it's unchangeable in the higher environments. Each managed solution exists within a layer. And I have a good slide here where we'll cover that. We'll show what the layers look like. Excuse me. Sir.
So the big drawback to a managed solution is that if I need to make a hotfix in prod, I can't do that with a managed solution.
Correct. You can't modify the managed solution. So the question was, if I have to do a hotfix in production, I can't modify that managed solution. Correct, and you would have to create an unmanaged layer by creating an unmanaged solution in production to hold your fix. And then you would go back to dev, make the change in the solution in dev, and then export as managed and promote to the environments.
That's going to be the quickest path to get it in prod and then do it the formal way.
Right, correct. And that's really the intent of the unmanaged solutions, is it's a quick way to make a change and track that change. Because solutions, after all, are just buckets. It's just got to be seen as buckets, right? What does this bucket contain? And so in that scenario, it just contains the hotfix, right? Now you could, in dev, create another solution and call it hotfix 1.1 or 1.0 and push that as managed up to the other environments. But that's where the dependencies come in. The other good thing about managed is they can be uninstalled, so you can import changes, not like what you see, and then remove that managed solution from the environment and essentially roll back your changes. Whereas unmanaged edits the unmanaged layer immediately, so there's no rolling it back. So layering occurs on import when a specific component is changed within one or more solutions. So your solution starts with the default solution. This is everything that the system has. And then you import a managed solution, and that goes right on top of that layer. And then another managed solution, and that goes on top of that layer. And then on the very top is what's called the unmanaged solution layer. And that's where all your unmanaged stuff sits, at the top. So it always overrides whatever's in managed. And I'll show you that. So we see here, unmanaged layer is the top layer. The green is what the user sees. If I have CDS solution, so you deploy the common data service, you deploy the Dataverse, that solution is going to be on your bottom here. And then you create a managed solution and you import it, solution A, and then that creates another layer. See, there's one layer per managed solution. And then unmanaged solutions, even if I import an unmanaged solution, it doesn't create its own layer. It goes all in the top. So if I have 50 unmanaged solutions in my environment, it doesn't matter. They're all sitting in the same layer. So there's no conflict because it's last in wins. So the last thing you imported in an unmanaged solution is the most recent change you'll see. And it will override if the same field is edited here and in solution C wins. Top down, top wins, right? And this is just another example. If I have my sitemap, it's in a managed solution, and it's in an unmanaged solution, my user sees the unmanaged solution edits. They don't see the edits on the managed part, right? So one of the benefits that Microsoft has rolled out with working with managed solutions is you have the ability to override default or unmanaged customizations. So on import of a managed solution, there's a button under advanced options that says override, what's it say? Unmanaged customizations. What that does is it updates the managed solution layer and then applies the same updatings to the existing unmanaged customizations. So if I have a field and I know I already put the hotfix in for that field and I'm moving that field into production in a managed solution, I would check that box. But the problem is I better be really sure every piece of my managed solution, I want all the customizations, the unmanaged customizations, removed. So I say avoid that. In our experience, you want to avoid checking that box because you can have unintended changes to your system that you didn't mean to roll back because it clears the unmanaged layer for all the components in your managed solution. So it's really finicky. So just beware. Like just because you can remove or override customizations, you may not want to because it'll change app behavior. What they have inside the system now is something called C solution layers. And you can go into a solution and I can select a field or any component and I can see the layers that exist on that component. And that really gives you insight to, is it in a managed layer or is it in an unmanaged layer? Where is the change occurring? Those kind of things. Solution segmentation is probably the biggest thing that is useful for helping manage solutions. Solution segmentation is introduced in version 8. It gives you granular control. You can add subcomponents to tables. You can add all assets when you create a table. So segmentation is that part of the solution where you go up and you can say, add subcomponents. That's segmentation. So instead of adding everything related to the account table, because I'm going to modify the account table, you would say, I'm only modifying the account form, so only add the account form to the solution. Very basic, right? You work with the smallest amount of information that you need to make the change so you don't have dependencies or unintended consequences when you promote to the next environment. The adding all assets is good when you're creating a new table that doesn't exist in your higher environments. Add all assets. Yes, you want that in a solution. But that's the only scenario. Every other scenario, once that asset, that table exists in your higher environments, you don't need to add all assets every time you modify that table. You only need to add the one specific piece that you're changing. So we add subcomponents. And this is where you individually select your views. You individually select the form or just the field that you're modifying. So your solution is real clear. Because again, it's a bucket. So what we want people to look into our bucket and know what we did. I shouldn't have to look into the bucket and then figure out what the engineer was trying to change because it has everything under the sun in there. So we really want to keep it segmented so that your solutions stay small, which also helps with the import error, where they run out of timeout because your solution maybe got too big because it has everything under the sun in it. There's an option to include entity metadata, and I always wondered what this is, and I was glad I finally researched it and figured it out, but this is the table settings. So if you're going to turn on auditing, right, that's what I was like, what am I thinking? So you're going to turn on auditing, you're going to turn on any of the table settings, then that's your entity metadata that you want to include. But if you're not touching the table settings, you shouldn't need to include the entity metadata, right? It's about segmenting. It's about only getting the small pieces you really need. The reason reduces collisions, reduces the size of it, reduces complexity. It really cleans up your solutions. So segmentation is like the #1 thing. If you're not doing, then it's highly recommended and will help keep your solutions manageable. So how do we do upgrades, right? So remember, our versioning and our solution name are manual. They're manually managed. You write the name of the solution. You write the number of the version. This isn't like source control where because it came out of this Git repository on this date, it has a name and a version on it. We're manually doing those things. So then how do we upgrade our solution? Well, when a managed solution, you can install the upgrade, and this is one of the things that promoted me back. Microsoft made a change to the system that managed solutions now insert at the same layer when you upgrade a version. So you used to, no matter what, managed solutions just stacked on top of each other. And the diagram really does a better job than the notes here. So what we're saying here is I have a field, account number, length of 20. I've modified that in a managed solution, and I put the length to 30. I then modified that again with another managed solution, modified the same field, and put it to 50. So now I see I have two solutions, well, 3. I got the base solution where it was 20. I got my managed solution where I set it to 30. I got another managed solution that set it to 50. The user sees 50 because top wins, right? Doesn't matter, top wins. Now, I want to update solution A to set the number to 35. Well, when I do that update, it inserts it because the name and the version number coincide. So because I kept the name the same and I incremented the version by 1, or anything greater than what was in the environment, the system recognizes it by name match and version and says this is an update to this solution that already exists. So it puts it at that layer. It really puts it on top of the previous version, but effectively putting it at that layer. Now the user still sees 50. They still see 50 because top wins. Solution B is already there. It doesn't matter. You can update solution A all day long for that field, and it'll never override the solution above it. You're going to have to update the solution above it or create an unmanaged layer over top of that. So, but for updates, what we want to do is we want to take the solution, because they all start as unmanaged solutions in dev, right? So in dev, I have solution A. If I want to update a field for solution A, all I would do is make that change to the field in the solution A in dev, export as managed, and make sure that the version increments, which it automatically does if you use the Power Maker portal, and that will upgrade my environment where it stands. Let me show you another example. Where is it? So here in this example, we have our base solution length 20. Base solution length 20, managed solution length 30. Base solution, managed, managed. And managed is on top, the solution B, and that's showing 50. Now, what this person did was they were going to get cute and update solution A, but in dev, they changed the name of the solution. They didn't create a new solution. They changed the name of the solution to A-P1, underscore P1. They changed the name of the solution. The system's not going to recognize it. So where did that change go? That change went right on top because it's a new managed solution because there was no match on the name. And so this is what I mean by like, it's not a great science. Versioning and managing solutions is a manual process. It takes forethought and insight to know how these things work so you don't do things like this. Because what's going to happen is the person who just changed the name of the solution will come back to you and say, hey, it worked. I got the field to be 35. What does it matter? Well, what does it matter? What matters is you don't know how you got that field to 35. That's what really bothers me. Like, I would rather you know how you did something and do it wrong than get something right and not know how you got it right, right? But we see here, this is the layering that I'm talking about. So because the managed solution doesn't match on name, it didn't insert it down here on this layer. It inserted it up top. So don't change the names of your solutions. That's pitfall number 25. Keep your solution names the same. Increment the versions. Very important, right? Come up with some sort of version numbering that you agree with and can handle, and just increment them each time you move updates. So upgrade versus stage for upgrade. Where am I at time? Okay, we're doing good. So when you import a managed solution, that's a straight upgrade because it immediately impacts the environment. It's going to upgrade and make whatever changes. Those are your normal traditional updates. But you have an option to stage for upgrade when you import a managed solution. And if you want to stage for upgrade, the benefit of this is really only when you're deleting a field because it allows your existing solution and your new solution to coincide, but you get to see both of them. So if you have data in a field and you have a new solution that changes that field from a string to a date, because you stage for upgrade, you can grab your data out of the outgoing field and import it into the new field from the new solution. So you have a little carryover. That's really the only benefit I found in my research for stage for upgrade, is that you have some carryover, because if I import a managed solution and in the solution in dev, I deleted a field, I deleted the column, the field, when I import that managed solution with the same name and an incremented version number, it's going to delete that field out of the new system, and you'll lose your data. So that's where the stage for upgrade really matters, so you don't lose data. Plugin types. Version 9 introduced some constraints on plugins that we previously did not have to deal with. So now your plugins are based on assembly. So what does assembly mean? For the developers in the room, they know when I compile my code, I get an assembly version of that code. This was assembled, blah, 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 this number. It's like versioning. Well, your assembly has to be incremental as well. So a developer can't take my code and go on his computer and open Visual Studio and edit it, save it, and import it, because the assembly will be different. So now we need source control for our plugins so that multiple developers can work off the same code and handle that. But that's a new constraint. Previously, we didn't have to worry about that. You just imported a plugin and it worked if it had the same name. Now the assemblies have to match. And so it's a good thing because it's forcing us to stay consistent with our changes. So what do? We really have to determine what kind of project or application am I building, right? We have to decide, is it an environment that requires a lot of frequent changes? Then that's probably an unmanaged environment you're going to be living in. Is it a project that has large processes involved with change control and a controlled deployment process? That's probably going to be a managed solution environment, right? So you got to determine, what does your project and your process look like? Create solution boundaries. So when you start a project, when I start a project, I go in and I create my base solutions. I have one solution for configuration, I have one solution for custom code, and I have one solution for Power Automate flows. And then I use that foundation, so when other devs come into my environment, they know where to work. Go into configurations if you're doing configurations. Go into flows if you're doing flows, whatever it is, right? And then, how do we make it repeatable and deployable? This covers application types. So things to think about with solution boundaries: are there multiple instances? Are there multiple environments? How many environments am I dealing with? Because that may determine how I build solutions. Also, your work stream is going to determine how you structure your buckets. Because if it's one project and you're working all on sales, then your solutions can be granular. Maybe the team working on opportunities and pre-selling has one solution, and the team working on orders and invoices has another solution, as long as there's no dependency, right? So you can have separate work streams as long as there's some separation. But if I'm working on a sales and a customer service implementation, I don't want to get that granular. I want all my configurations for sales in one bucket, and I want all my configurations for service in another bucket. I'm not going to get too granular. I'm going to let those solutions be large. Time boundaries. So depending on building your solutions, some of the things you take into consideration is, can these be deployed at separate times? If they can't, then there's really no need for separate solutions. You just put them in the same solution. But if the work being done can be deployed separately, you would benefit from having its own solution, so at its own time, you can just move it from environment to environment. So version control, I want to get into this next one. How many environments, right? Microsoft documentation says you need a separate environment for every developer. Right? That's a little ridiculous. I know. So you would have their own environment, right? But in reality, we don't work like that. We typically have dev, test, and prod. You should have at least dev, test, and prod. The sandbox environments don't cost you, so there really should be no reason not to have those. At a minimum, you got to have dev and prod. You just shouldn't. If you're working in all your changes in production, then please reach out and we'll work you in and get you a spot to get you a dev environment. But think about this concept though. If I have a large team of developers, previously there wasn't a way for the large team of developers to edit the same things inside Dynamics, inside Power Platform. But now with the solution segmentation and some of the tools I'm going to show here, the package deployer and whatnot, if me as a dev, I can go into my client's dev environment, create a solution that has the stuff I want to change. So I pick out the account form, and I pick out a column I'm going to modify. Export that solution, go into my own dev environment, import it as unmanaged, right? Because I don't care, it's a separate dev environment. Make my changes, and then I can import that solution back into my client environment, my client's dev as unmanaged, and now I've made changes without impacting someone else. So that's where the concept of each developer has their own environment, is that you would have a dev instance for a client, but then each developer would have their own little trial instances that they would work in, right? Very difficult to manage. That's large scale. Really what we're always talking about and dealing with is dev, test, and prod, and how do we keep people straight. The basic deployment process, you have a single development instance. This one is showing where you have multiple development instances, and then you have a central, like that example I just gave. You have a central dev instances that they go back into. Things that come up with solution deployment is a plan, right? So what's our plan? How do we execute this? Again, users, I start with DevOps. So right in DevOps, I assign a story or create a task in DevOps, and then an architect comes by and assesses the level and the effort needed and the details. But what they should also do is be checking for dependencies and conflicts. Is this task related to another task where I'm going to have a developer working on the same thing, right? Like, so if I'm editing in the account form, do I have another task also dealing with the account form? So by centralizing it, you sort of give someone a time to check for these dependencies and conflicts before they happen in the solution. So they're becoming part of the process. The configuration and development, so depending on the sprint or the cadence that you're releasing, you can create solutions to align with that. So I've done that before, where we create a solution for each sprint. Sprint 2, this is the changes that are in Sprint 2, and when we promote Sprint 2 to test and prod, we know exactly what's in there because DevOps will tell us everything flagged for Sprint 2, and then it's easy. The worst is when we get asked for, what are the release update notes for your latest solution? like they're really, because for a developer, it's easy to produce those because it comes out of DevOps automatically. For us, because it's all manual, if I'm not tracking in another system what changes are part of this sprint, then I have no way of really telling you what changes are part of that sprint. So it makes for update release notes helpful, stuff like that. So another way to bucket your stuff is not only by functional area, but maybe by sprint, by cadence, by development effort, right? All right, tools for automation. These have just come out probably over the past 2 years, and they're super helpful. They're all available through NuGet, on Visual Studio. You can go to NuGet and you can search for them and you can download them and load them into Visual Studio. Solution Packager. This is the key to source control. So the Solution Packager takes the solution XML file and explodes it out and creates folder and file structure for you down to the document level. So now, because source repository is just source version controlling documents, now you can document the latest version for that account form, right? So the solution packager will expand and will pull together items in a formal structure, right? So it creates a folder structure for you from that customizations XML file, which then you can put that into your repository. So now, as a developer, if I'm going to edit the account form, I would go to the repository and I would select out the account form, I would select out the field I want, and I would select out whatever I want, run the solution packager, which will recreate my solution, and then import that into my dev instance. Make my configurations and changes inside my dev instance through the Power Maker, export that, use the solution packager, blow it back out into my Git repository, and now I have version control updates at a granular level. This is mind-blowing stuff for us. Like, this is really, would be ideal where to get to, so that you always have the latest and greatest. So no one has to wonder what's the most recent update, right? Configuration migration tool. This is a very cool tool. It's in the XRM toolbox. And it allows you to pull pieces from different solutions and move them on their own, which is really mind-blowing, right? So you don't have to move the whole solution. You can pick configurations out of a solution and move them. And you can move configurations from one environment to the other. It creates a solution, of course, but it's a different way than having to do the export. The configuration migration tool plugs into the APIs, the online management APIs, which means you can literally wire DevOps to do the same thing. So you could have a process in DevOps that says when someone checks in from the package deployer, go ahead and bundle together those changes and use the APIs to automatically push that solution out into your environment. That's the package deployer, another cool tool. This is great for multiple solutions. So maybe you're working with multiple solutions and because your devs are all separate, but you want to deploy that whole sprint together, well, you can use the package deployer to put your solutions together. And then you can deploy them all at once. The other cool thing with package deployer is you can put customization and code in there. I get hyped up on those tools because they're really the secret sauce. The tools are where the automation comes in, to where you can do. Another tip, where to start, right? It's get the process right. So first, figure out how would you manage the solution anyway, manually, and do it manually well first. Then build in the automation. So this is where on the CRM server, I export a solution. Here's the contents. I use the package deployer. I unpack it and see it gives me a granular layer for each piece of the solution. And now that's in the Git repository, and then I can use the package deployer to repackage it once the changes are done, and then create a zip file and import it, all through automation. When dealing with unmanaged solutions, this is the end and I'll wrap it up. Keep your solutions, when you're gonna work with unmanaged, keep your solution sizes real small. Use a lot of segmentation. Come up with a strong naming convention. Make sure that you know, is this a dev? Is this configuration? Come up with strong naming conventions so that someone who looks at the name of the solution would have an idea what's going on, right? Come up with strong version control for unmanaged solutions as well, because once you import the unmanaged solution, it goes into the top layer, so it sort of is automatically that current fix, but it's only, you can delete that unmanaged solution, your fix stays. It's not like managed, right? So it's important to have that. Centralized solution promotion, so try not to have every dev pushing solutions all the time. Sort of centralize that so you have one person who knows what's going in and out. I always recommend it for small environments, feature releases. So I have a large implementation that is feature rich and they're every week wanting changes. We're just running that unmanaged, because in a managed environment, it's opposite. Tips for managed solution, of course, publisher across the whole environment, all environments. You want the least number of solutions possible. So in a managed environment, I'll have one solution and everything's in that one solution. And I just move that one solution every time. And then at the end of that project, we'll stop using that solution and create a new solution, version 1.2 or whatever, but a different name, and then we'll use that one managed solution for 6 months or a year, So you really want to, with managed solutions, you want as few solutions as possible to keep it real clean. Remember that merge only occurs on the model-driven apps, the forms, and the sitemap. Remember solution segmentation, so make sure that when you are creating that hotfix or some other managed component, you're using what's necessary, and then always top wins. So when I'm looking at my list of solutions, sorted by import date, top wins. The last imported wins as far as conflicts. And then references, I got 2 slides of references on here. different doc links, stuff like that. There's a whole application lifecycle management white paper that essentially this is a short version of. It's like 70 pages or something, but gives a lot of good insight. And then PowerShell, I put the references for the PowerShell modules because all of the tools that are created can be automated through PowerShell and through API. So like, again, it is possible to automate the delivery of solutions through DevOps to where you have no human interaction promoting to the next environment. That's it. Thank you, everyone. Any questions? No questions? No one does. It's always a tough one. Sir.
It's more a comment than we ran a survey on LinkedIn maybe 3 weeks ago on what should we tackle in terms of training for the community, and the number one subject was ALM for citizen developers.
Ah.
I think you presented it last week, 2 weeks ago.
Right, at the Dataverse.
And now today, and then I see a lot of passion that you have to make this knowledge available for everybody. And it's really encouraging because on the survey, most of the people who voted for ALM for citizen developers were developers.
Right.
You were saying, we get into a lot of trouble once the project goes on, that it's probably better to teach folks about the basics of ALM. So I want to commend you for pushing for this knowledge to be out there.
Right, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. All right, thanks, everyone. Oh, we got a question online?
So I have a question for you. So you mentioned that you put your, maybe it's just your way of doing it, but you put your power optic flows in its own solution when you first start off. Why do you do it that way?
Because they're hard to find. So because this is one thing Microsoft needs to fix, that you can't find the flow. If it's created outside of a solution, it could exist in your default solution, or it could just exist in the list of flows when you go to powerautomate.com. But it's not in, so. Right. Once it's created, and if you can find it in the default solution, you can put it in your other solution. So it literally was just for ease of finding it, and the deployment timing of flows is typically not the same as configuration changes, right? So we may change a flow 3 or 4 times in 1 week, whereas configurations could be pushed every other week, or something like that. But a flow, you most likely are updating more rapidly. Right.
They're bringing it all together, whereas if you want to have a flow, if you want it to be part of ALM, and also if you want the connection references to go from environment to environment, you got to put it in that solution.
Right.
You put connection references in there as well?
I just started. It just came available. So I just did it with my last deployment, and I still had to go in and update the connection in the new environment, which was annoying. Like, why am I moving the connection if I still have to update it? But it's just more to that Microsoft is pushing towards this managed solution. Like, we're not going to be able to avoid this for long. Like, we're eventually going to be stuck with just managed and production. Now, existing environments, I don't think they'll do anything with those because you can't clean up once you're unmanaged. Right. There's no going back. All right, thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, so let's take about 5 minutes. only one. I don't think anyone else has ever read the entire but once we get everybody settled, we'll get started. So Josh, Microsoft licensing, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Josh Santiago, and today we are going to be discussing the fun and exciting topic that is Microsoft licensing. So if you've ever had the chance to look at a Microsoft website or to try to understand what product you're purchasing, one of the first things you probably come across is the complexity of the licensing. How much does it cost? How am I going to use it? What's consumption? What's per user? What's per tenant? All of these questions are very common for a lot of organizations. They struggle with understanding what their cost structure looks like from a monthly or an annual perspective. So hopefully today I'll shed some light on how we can actually dial that in to be a bit more useful to you as an individual user. So with that, a little bit about myself, maybe. Yeah, so with that, we're just going to grab this and there we go. Okay, so a little bit about myself. Again, I'm Josh Santiago. I've been with the company for about 5 years now. I've spent the last decade in technology, focused specifically around SaaS and PaaS. So won't talk too much about myself, but I do speak quite a bit, and if you know me, I tend to talk too much. So with that, we'll move on. So what are we covering today? So we're going to be talking about making the complex simple, making Microsoft licensing understandable, and covering specifically Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, and Power Apps licensing. So to give you a little bit of an apology, I called this a masterclass because I thought I was going to be able to cover a lot more than what was in the 45 minutes that I had. But as I started getting into it, I realized that I could spend about 4 weeks on finance and operations licensing by itself. So to call it a masterclass probably isn't the most accurate statement because we could be here for the next 3 weeks, which I don't think anybody wants to do. So this will be the abridged and abbreviated version based off of the Power Apps and Power Platform. And then we're going to talk about the tools and tricks that you can use to save money across your entire organization, the entire tenant. And with that, obviously, we're going to talk about the Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365 licensing assessment. And I'll show you a sample of that. So let's dive right in. So there are 4 product categories inside of the Microsoft Business Applications ecosystem. And that breaks down into Azure, which we know is cloud infrastructure, Dynamics 365, which is specifically geared around modern business applications, Microsoft 365, which is geared to modern workplace and the Office suite. And then from there, we have Power Platform, which sits as the kind of overarching structure to what we're talking about today. So what's in some of these applications, right? We have things like Power Virtual Agents, which are licensed based off of consumption of the number of messages that you get. Power Apps, which can be either licensed per app or per tenant, and I can see Abe over there smiling at me. So there's a lot of complexity to these. So how do we simplify it down? Well, really, we look at it in 2 basic concepts. There is the per app model, which is based, or per user model. There is also the per application model, and then there's the consumption model, right? So if you think about these 3 things, it really helps to get a good grasp of, okay, what's the first step of what we're looking at in a license? It's what the model is. And so with these, each of these have a per user model with the exclusion of Azure, which we won't be talking about today. But for the vast majority, these are licensed by named users inside of the Microsoft ecosystem. So if they're in Active Directory, they're a named user, they can have a license attached to them. And then obviously consumption is based off of the model of how much you use is how much you pay for. So this makes it very simple for organizations to really dial in and hone how much they're spending only when they need to spend it. So if you think about it like a car, it's only really costing you gas when it's running. So So let's learn the basics of the Microsoft 365 model. Everybody here today is familiar with Microsoft 365 and the product suite that is Office and modern security, things like that. Well, it works and breaks down into 3 different components inside of that. You have Windows 11 Enterprise, you have the Office 365 suite, and then you have Enterprise Mobility and Security, which fall into these 3 buckets listed over here. You have the Business Premium, which is your more basic model of licensing. These are more for SMB users and general small business organizations that are going to get in there. They're going to need to use Microsoft, but they don't really have the same infrastructure security needs that large enterprise or larger organizations do. But then you're going to see Microsoft breaks this down into 2 different categories as well, called information workers and frontline. Information workers, you can think about those as everybody in this room is an information worker. We spend a lot of time in the core applications using the desktop versions, very heavy users. We all have a lot of very specific security and privacy information that we have to manage to. And so with that, we are the information workers. And then frontline, you have your frontline workers who are out there, they're in the field, they're using tablet computers, they're using workstations and POS systems in retail operations. They don't necessarily live day to day inside of, Outlook, and they don't necessarily live in Word and Excel every day. But what they do need is the ability to check their email, see schedules, things like that, but they're not actively using the application. So Microsoft has created a subset of licenses that are specific to those particular needs. And so if we look at the next slide, we can see exactly how these break down. So the information workers, if you're familiar with the E3 license or the E5, these are where these E licenses, and they stand for enterprise license. And in the top right, what you can see there, the key difference between an E and an E and an F license is really based off of some of the core things like advanced security reporting, conditional access policies, things like information privacy, DLP, advanced threat protection. When you really start looking at deep infrastructure and security needs, that's really going to be the determination in your mind of, do I need an E license or an F license? The other big thing, and you can see that here, is, do I need the actual application? Because F licenses, or Microsoft's frontline licenses, don't include the actual applications, the desktop applications. They include the mobile versions of them, and they include the online versions. So for a lot of companies, this becomes a big determining factor. If you need the desktop class version of Excel, you're going to need an E license. If not, you can be fairly well structured with an F license, and you'll actually see in just a few minutes how we were able to help a company to actually transition to the majority of their users being on F licenses while achieving the same security and infrastructure needs as an E license. And then you can also see down there the Microsoft Business Editions. You have Business Basic, Business Standard, and Business Premium. So again, those SMB classes. I'm going to stop right here. This is a lot so far, and I want to ask if there's any questions specifically around Microsoft 365 licensing. It's a room full of blank stares. That's usually pretty common. It is complex, so don't feel, if you come up with a question later, don't feel like you can't ask it. But remember, the big things to remember between whether or not you're going to need an information worker plan or a frontline worker is, what kind of security, what kind of device management, what kind of infrastructure setup are they going to need? And then do they need the desktop class applications? That's going to help you quickly determine which one you need. So now let's talk about Dynamics 365. Most of us use Power Platform every day, or have used it, developed on it, programmed on it, have at least seen it. So I won't really dive too much into what Dynamics 365 is from a individual application level, but I will talk about the breakdowns that we might not use every day. That's the front of the office and the back of the office. These are the first two. So the front office is customer engagement, as it used to be called. It's no longer called customer engagement, but those are things like CRM and service, field service, customer service, project operations is also in there. And then back of the house, you have back office things like ERP, finance and operations, supply chain management, human resources. All of these applications live in those areas. And I'm not reading the slides. I tend to write a lot on my slides. You'll have a copy of my slide deck. I don't read them, so feel free to read along, but I'm not going to read them out loud. But you have these two are the core of the platform, and some of the new products that Microsoft have released, like Microsoft Commerce, which is fraud protection, and Dynamics 365 for Commerce, allows organizations that are now running e-commerce and retail operations to be able to fold that directly into the front office where they're having sales and marketing, and the back office with their financial transactions. You have the SMB suite, which is considered to be business applications like Dynamics 365 Business Central. There's also the lighter versions of sales, which are licensed as Dynamics 365 Sales Professional. It's not the enterprise level version of it, but it is a scaled down version for organizations looking for a lighter version of the traditional CRM platform. And then the customer data platform is something that Microsoft has released in the last 2 years that really is specifically geared towards taking all of the data out of common data service and allowing you to leverage that data with advanced intelligence to provide you with additional actionable KPIs. So this is a whole new thing that people are starting to get involved in, and what it really is it's things like customer insights, and it's an additional layer on fraud protection, and it's things like that that you can use to say, well, what's my churn risk of my customers? And so these advanced data platform pieces allow customers that are already on the Dynamics 365 platform to leverage additional things, and they are additional SKUs. So everything on this screen, while it's broken down into 5 simple components, probably has about 400 different SKUs to it, which is why I said I could literally teach on finance and operations for a month. So let's talk about one of the most confusing subjects first, which is team member and full licenses. This is a question that I run across quite a bit. I can see Abe shaking his head over there. It's something that there's a lot of confusion, a lot of misconception about. So I want to help dispel some of the myths about what full user and team members are. So the way Microsoft considers a full user is someone who is licensed with a base license that has the full entitlements and capabilities of accessing an application like Dynamics 365 for sales, commerce, finance, field service, any of the ones we just discussed, with full CRUD access. And what you can see CRUD stands for is create, read, update, and delete. It has the ability of a user to do anything in the system, and when I say anything, it is dependent obviously on security. So obviously if you have the security role to do so, you will be able to access it. This also gives the user the ability to view every single other entity and its data inside of Dynamics as well, so long as they have the requisite security. Now what it doesn't allow them to do is what team members are is very specific access to very specific applications. So for example, if you have a Dynamics 365 finance team member license, you would only have access to a very specific subset of tables inside of the finance application. Same thing on the sales side. So for example, if you have a team member, what you'll see here is you have the ability to create, read, update, and delete contacts, activities, and notes. You have the ability to access and update employee information, use reporting and dashboarding. In project operations, now project operations can be used in conjunction with an application like sales or marketing. You have the ability to record time entries and expense reports. But one of the other things that is most commonly asked is, well, as of today, Microsoft doesn't enforce this yellow banner right here, which is they have the ability to only do that to 15 custom tables. Right now, technically, yes, you could log into the sales application as a team member, and you have full read-write access over the entire structure that you have security for. However, it's not best practice to get into the habit of doing that because Microsoft could change that at any given moment. They haven't as of today, but it's not to say that it's not enforceable, and they could change that policy at any time, being that it's not enforced. With that, one of the things that it does allow them to do as a team member is have access to 15 custom tables. And where this becomes really beneficial is if, for example, you want to create a very light version of an application inside of your system. You can create several different custom tables and add custom fields to those and use them as very light and basic users as if they needed to update simple information. This is not built to be a replacement for say, for example, a CRM license. So with that, does that help dispel the myth about what a team member is. It's definitely not something that can run amok inside your CRM system with unlimited access. It is a very structured and rigid license that should be adhered to. And I think a lot of people get the concept and the idea that you can kind of license a user as a team member and give them access to things, which you can. Again, I'll reiterate it again, it's not best practice, but it can be done today. So if you do, just remember that this is what Microsoft's recommendation is, and you should stick to that as best practice. Any questions about that?
Josh,
Yes.
the middle one, where you say commerce and product ops and everything is $8, including commerce.
Commerce is inside it, yeah. So there are 3 different types of team member licenses up there at the top, and they have to be each individually licensed. So for example, correct, yes. But inside of that, again, there is a specific limited set of things that they have access to create, read, and update. So the question is, if you purchase the $8 commerce license, do they have access to commerce? The answer is yes. They have access to the commerce application. However, they only have a very specific subset of records that they can update. Yes, ma'am?
Is the access to the, I think it's that 15 or the custom tables that you got there, is that per application? So if there are across multiple applications, 3 applications, it's over 45?
Correct. Correct.
It has to be, you're limited, they control that by limiting the app you have access to.
Right.
So with a team license, you can only access one app, and it's called the team member app.
Yes.
Now, you can customize that app, but you're limited to 15 tables that you can put in that app.
That's correct.
So that's how.
Yep. Yeah, sorry. No, Tom made a good point. He said that it's limited because the way it works is there is a single team member application that you're assigned, and inside of that there are 15 custom tables that you can create inside of the team member application, which limits that. Yes, Abe?
And there's a typical confusion on licensing when we're talking about dynamics, team licensing, and then other licensing on our platform, which is per app.
Correct.
Okay? That is a typical confusion. And then there's other one that is the third one, that is actually the curveball, that is the seeded license.
Right.
On Power Platform, seeded license with M365 and seeded license with Dynamics 365.
Correct, which Abe brings up a good point about the seeded license inside of M365, which I'll touch on momentarily in just a few minutes, but that does add a definite curveball to it. So with that, one of the next things that I want to cover is the base and attached licenses. This is another point of common confusion among users and organizations is what is a base license and what is an attached license, and how do they work together? So what Microsoft considers a base license is basically the first license that a user receives as a paid user inside of the system. So for example, in the first example here, we see Steve, who is a customer service rep. So he has one license for customer service inside of Dynamics 365. His base license is $95. That user's cost is $95 per month. However, in some of the subsequent examples, we see people who have additional job roles and responsibilities. One of those being Tiffany, who works in Dynamics 365 sales, but also coordinates dispatching with the field service team. So she needs access to be able to read and write some basic information, such as notes, inside of the field service application. So we can see she has a base license of $95 and then a team member license specifically for field service. And so her total monthly cost is $103. And Marianne, a little bit more complex, has some additional functionality. And you also see they're color-coded a little bit differently because there are some requirements based off of the base application. So we can see Marianne is in operation. She has a license for Dynamics 365 sales. She also has a license for Dynamics 365 customer service and one for field service. She has cross-operational capacity, and she needs to make changes to records across all those. So her base license is Dynamics 365 for sales. Her attached licenses are Dynamics 365 customer service and Dynamics 365 field service. those are in addition to what she's already paying. So we can see there the monthly cost is $139. So they add on top of each other. So it's also not per user, meaning this question came up with a client the other day. If you have one user that's paying a base license, does that mean every other user is an attached license? It's not. Every user has a base license and an attached license. But we can also see that there's something else that Marianne has, which is the employee self-service, which is a function of finance and operations. That's its own license, and so it's an additional $4 there. But when we look at Jim, the CFO, we'll notice that he has a license to Dynamics 365 Finance. He also has 2 other licenses for HR and supply chain management. But he also needs access to sales, and he also needs to see and update a couple of records inside the field service module. So in this example, we have a base license of finance, which is priced at $180. These prices come from the December 7th Microsoft licensing pricing guide. So if they change by the time you see this, just know this is what they were as of yesterday. The Dynamics 365 finance application right now is $180. So that's his base license. So the subsequent attached licenses for HR and SCM are at the attached price. However, you have to have a base application in each category. So for example, with Jim, he has to have a base license inside of the sales and service modules. So which is why you see that the Dynamics 365 application is priced out at $95 as well, because they don't interchange. So for example, if you have a base finance license, you have to pay the full base license for sales and service modules. They don't interconnect. That's a common misconception as well. You have to pay a base application license for each of the various ones, which is why we have $180, $90, I think I made a mistake, it says $90, should say $95. We can see how that his field service application or his SCM application or HR, once he has the base application license, he then pays the attached license for the other ones. So his total comes out to be $338 a month. Any questions about this? I know this can be extremely complex for a lot of users. Yes?
So, just for the understanding, there are 3 different groups.
Mm-hmm.
And within each group, you can have a base plus attached price.
Mm-hmm.
Attached price is like a delta price.
Right.
But if you try to go for the team license, you don't have the base.
Correct.
You need to buy the base.
Correct. Yes, that's exactly right. So the question from Raul was, is there the 3 categories you have to have a base license in each one? And the answer is yes. And the other thing, too, that was why there's an asterisk there. With Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations products, there are license minimums. So, again, it's not meant to be an exhaustive lesson on all of the details and facets of Microsoft licensing, but in this example, there's a 20-user minimum for finance applications. So just be aware that there are minimums to certain Microsoft products as well. And those are called out at the time of purchase as well. Good question. Yes?
So you mentioned the license minimum for finance as an example. And you can have also have it attached. Does that count as 2 towards the minimum, or does it only count base, or does it count base and attached?
It's a great question. So the question was, in the case of Microsoft licensing minimums, does the attached license count as one of the minimum required? It does not. You have to have a minimum of 20 base licenses. Then your attached licenses count. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I know. Poor Microsoft's glaring at me across the room here. No, great question. Great question. Any other questions? Good, good. Charles, you have a question? Oh. Good, that's good to hear. All right, so let's look at Dynamics 365. We're specifically going to talk about sales and service and marketing. This is from the most recent copy of the Microsoft licensing guide. You can see here the pricing. And Microsoft, now that you understand the base application, and do I have a laser pointer? I do. I don't know if you can see it or not, but I do. You can see there it calls out the first Dynamics 365 app in that first column. So when you're looking at the website now you'll have a better understanding of how to price these out in your own head. Is you have the first application cost, which is your base license for every user, and then you have the subsequent qualifying app. So So for example, if you had a user that needed Dynamics 365 sales and they needed service, you can see that that's either $95 or $65 a month with a $20 additional add-on. So that's how you would add those two together. And at the end of this slide deck, there is a list of all of these links to all of these websites where you can find all of these details. The one caveat that I want to talk about is Microsoft licensing for marketing. Marketing is a little bit different. It is a hybrid consumption and tenant model, and it's really the oddest one inside the current lineup, because the way it works is once you have a base tenant, so as long as you have Dynamics 365 in any form with at least 10 licensed-based users, you receive a discount from $1,500 to $750. That gives you your tenant. That tenant then gives you the following items: 10,000 contacts, 100,000 interactions, and 1,000 SMS messages. Then what they've done is they've licensed it based off of contacts and interactions. So for example, for the next 5,000 or 50,000, you can purchase them in blocks, but you don't have to purchase another tenant level. If you, for example, needed 2 tenants, like you had an organization that did marketing here in the United States and you needed one in Europe, that would be an additional tenant. So that's where that's kind of a mix between consumption and tenant level. But there is no licensing cost for that, but there is a licensing requirement to qualify for the tenant discount. Any questions about that so far? Good. How am I doing on time? Okay. So understanding the Power Apps model. This is a common one that a lot of people get confused about. What's the difference between a Canvas app and a model-driven app? Because this plays an impact into what the price of the licensing is, right? So model-driven apps are basically, they follow Microsoft's Fluent UI and UX design. They are a very structured design. They follow this very familiar look that I think all of us are familiar with. And then Canvas apps are custom applications that you build the UX and the UI for. So really simple. That's what the difference is. So when you hear Canvas app, think I build it myself, I give it its own design, I'm the one that makes all of the UI for it. When you hear model-driven app, think of Microsoft structure, it's designed by Microsoft, you're just plugging in the data into it. Yes? Yeah.
The Canvas app is basically internal facing, right? So I will see what's going on here. The model-driven app is going to be external, or can be external facing.
So the question is the Canvas app internal facing and is the model-driven app external facing? Did I understand that question right? Yeah, so not necessarily, and Abe, correct me if I'm wrong, because there's been some recent changes to this. Canvas apps can be external facing now because there is a way to export them to a native application. But traditionally, users have to be in your Active Directory to be able to access either one of those two. So whether it's a Canvas app or a model-driven app, they need access to Active Directory. They need to be a named user in Active Directory to be able to sign into that.
Okay, so model-driven app is not external facing.
Say that again?
Model-driven apps are not external facing.
Correct. Model-driven apps are not external facing.
We have to understand when he refers to external facing. But if it is public available, yeah, it is public available.
Correct.
It has to be through the Active Directory application.
Yes.
We can actually have the Power app here, with our credentials, and then now it's external because now we can see it.
Correct.
When we're talking about external access that it doesn't require authentication, yeah, those two are not relevant.
Yes, that's a great differentiator. Thank you, Abe. So when you're talking, and I'll reiterate what he said, when you're talking external, as in accessing it from a mobile application, but still through an Active Directory sign-on, yes, it's external facing. That's pulling up the Power Apps app on your phone, signing into it, and viewing the application. When you're talking external with no authentication whatsoever needed, that's where that doesn't work. So, yes, Adam. That's a good question, and I don't have. Yeah. Yep.
Virtual or Ghost, it will require a physical license
Yes.
to get into the Power platform.
Yep.
Okay, so even if it's a case for Ghost,
Right.
But except for the case, sorry. Except for the case that is per app. Yes.
Correct.
Then you just share the app with the user and embed it into the environment.
Correct. Yeah, I'm getting there next. There's a litany of caveats, so always remember that, and I'll give you some good tips at the end on where to find these caveats so that you can read through them and get a better understanding of them. So with that, just like Abe mentioned, there are 3 different types of licensing subscription models for Power Apps. So you have the per app plan, you have the per user plan, and then you have this pay-as-you-go plan that Microsoft has just created in the last month. So the per app plan allows you to run one app or portal per user. And so that's what Abe was just mentioning a second ago, is if it's the per user plan, they have to have a license. So whether that's a guest, whether that's a real person, whether that's a ghost, whether that's an employee of yours inside Active Directory, this is where they would need that $5 plan. If it is a per user, I'm sorry, other way around, I messed myself up. The per app plan allows them to be shared to that. The per user plan is the one that would allow named users to have access to those applications. And then pay-as-you-go is like an Azure subscription where you pay based off the unique number of applications. So what do those features give you? And this breaks this down just a little bit better. As you can see, the per app plan allows you to see what applications are given, what space and capacity. Space and capacity, it's funny because Abe and I were talking about space and capacity at lunch, becomes another part of the licensing component, because if you don't pay attention to the capacity, it can become very expensive very quickly. So understanding how the database is structured, understanding how much storage is going to be needed for the application, understanding how it's being stored and how it's being utilized will help you to understand whether or not you're in the limitations and entitlements, because each one of these are per user. So for example, if you, under the per user plan, you have 250 megabytes of database capacity. Every user you add adds an additional 250 megabytes to the entire tenant. If, for example, you upload a gigabyte file but only have 2 users, you're over capacity, meaning you need to purchase additional capacity to meet that minimum threshold. So just be cognizant of that, because that is something that I think can get unruly very quickly if you're not monitoring it. Yes?
So say if you have the piece of paper that you upload a gigabyte, does it automatically expand your storage and just charge you for it? Stop. It's like, hey, you need to go acquire it.
No, it'll go through. Yeah. Correct. Yes, Abe?
Also capacity helps you when you're creating different environments.
Mm-hmm.
You create your first environment, you have a user assigned, it automatically defines the default environment, which don't have a database, but every time you create a new environment with a database, it requires capacity.
Correct.
It's very important when, consider how many environments are we going to use, and how many databases, and what's going to be the size. So that's going to be also taken into consideration for your capacity. So every single user gets a capacity that gets accumulated, and every environment that you create, either if you use it or not, it requires capacity.
Correct. So that's a very good point. So good. Yes.
On the per app plan, that's per app, per environment.
Correct.
So your system admin, if you have dev, test, and prod, will need 3 of those licenses.
Yes.
Because they need to access dev, they need to access test, and they need to access prod.
That is a great point.
Sold on that $5 price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's a great point that Tom brings up. So if you have a dev, test, and prod environment, you are going to need 3 licenses of the per app plan for those users, because you need a license in each environment. So be aware of that as you're pricing this out. Is if you have 6 test environments, you're going to need 6 licenses for all of those. And to Abe's point a second ago, you need to make sure that you have adequate storage capacity in each of those environments as well. So the per user plan works the same way. It stacks the capacity. So if the question's about capacity, then yes, you would need the capacity to meet whatever the requirements were. That is correct. Abe, am I understanding that correctly, or has that changed? Per user.
One of the things that you have to understand, per user, okay, let me explain that the other way. Per app, that means that you're assigned to that environment only, okay? Per user, that means that I can be in any other environment, and that's the feature. You can actually be on one environment or as many environments as you need to be shared with those applications. That is the difference between the per app is actually you're assigned to that environment and to that application only. Per user, you have a lot more flexibility. It's like, if we're talking about dev, it's like the per user is like the dev user, but it's like has more features and capabilities. You can do a lot more.
Yeah.
Feedback off that, then, if you have to do three environments, dev, test, and prod, does it make sense to potentially have all your users that access it have a per app right? Say there's 500 users, and then only your dev, IT admins, and so forth get per app per user licenses to dev and test.
Yes.
That is the most cost effective.
Yeah, that would be the most cost-effective way to do that. So, good. It's great having Microsoft in the room to help answer some of these. So, it takes the ambiguity out of it. Good. So with that, let's take a look at some of the additional things inside of the Dynamics or inside of the Power Platform. Portals. Portals are licensed a little bit differently. There's what they call authenticated users and unauthenticated users. So authenticated users, again, a named user inside of Active Directory that signs into the portal, that has access and the ability to sign in and view things, versus unauthenticated, which is just like a standard web page. You go to the URL, you view the page, and that's how you see it. So those two different licensing models, one's based off of 100,000 views per month. So if it's unauthenticated users, it's $100 per 100,000 external users unauthenticated. And then if it's authenticated users, it is per 100 login sessions. This is where a lot of customers, a lot of clients get very confused very quickly, is they're like, well, what's a login session? How is it counted? So the logins are counted as a 24-hour period, one 24-hour period. If I, Josh, signed into a portal once in that 24-hour window, that's one login. So if I log in over 31 days, that's 31 logins for me. So you can see how this can very quickly add up and get very expensive for a client. If they have 20 users that log in every single day, well, you've maxed out your 200 logins by, the end of you're going to go through quite a bit of logins. I had one customer that we went through that did this exercise with us, and we kind of mapped it out, and I think they were somewhere in the neighborhood of about 8,000 logins a month. So you can see here that Microsoft does offer some additional options for how you price those out. But again, you're looking for 100, you're looking at $200 per unit per month if you're just in that range. But if you're up there where you're at 8,000 logins a month, you can see that you can purchase them in blocks of 5,000 at $70 a month, and then there's a minimum requirement. And this is outlined inside of that documentation. So they do offer some discounts and breaks, but there are some minimums that come into play. So if, for example, you need authenticated users, now there's a couple of ways that the technical team, Adam and his session, are going to help show of how we can get around some of the authentication and things like that. The needs for that type of authentication, you can also use, as somebody was describing to me earlier today, some other creative ways to skip through that, but those aren't best practices all the time. So, doesn't count. If you log in 10 times in one 24-hour period, it's one login. Yes, unique authenticated users. So if Adam Jones logged in one time, 10 times, 100 times in one 24-hour session, it's one login. If Tom logs in, if Sam logs in, whoever, it counts it off of them. So that would be 3 logins that day. So great question. Any other questions about portals licensing? Time? Okay. How are we doing on time? Okay. Good. All right. So kind of pick some things up here. I'm going to leave this for you to read at your own leisure. We'll skip over Power Automate. Power BI is also in there. We kind of cover some of those things. Again, really quick on Power BI, one of the things I wanted to cover there. One of the things that is a common question is what's the difference between Power BI Free and Power BI Pro, and why do I need to spend an extra $10 when it's already in my Microsoft 365 subscription center? I can see it there. The user already has access to it. What's the difference? The big difference is it's great for publishing your own reports for just yourself and connecting to some standard data connections. If you want premium connectors like Dynamics 365, Dataverse, SQL database, Azure Synapse, things like that, you're going to need access to premium connectors. If you're going to want to publish that report that's viewable, that's where it becomes important to have Power BI Pro. If you want to use the new KPI functions, that's where Power BI Premium comes into play. You're going to need access to that. And then if you are a security-conscious organization that needs on-premise based reporting, or maybe it's a remote location that needs it, that's where the per capacity application license comes in. And you can see there again, capacity is a factor of the license. What the model size is, how much refresh rates you have, and what the maximum storage are all part of those licensing entitlements. So again, something to consider. So tips and tricks. How do we save money with licensing, right? These are, somebody have a question? Sorry. Okay, so some of the easiest ways to save licensing, and one that I've frequently noticed as I go through this with clients, is they are very quick to remove a user when they're no longer with the company. They are not quick about removing the license. I was on the phone with somebody a couple days ago that had licenses that were 4 years old, that the people had left the company, but they had never removed the subscription. When you remove an employee, when you remove someone from Active Directory, it does not automatically cancel the subscription, so the license will continue to bill every month. So unless you're really good at turning both of those off, you can have licenses just continuing to bill your organization for months or years at a time without ever noticing them. So take time, yes?
I was going to say one the use of our automate
Yes.
software would be to create a tool that as well.
Yes, that's a great point, Victor. So Victor just mentioned it's a great use of Power Automate to go in and do both of those. I think Tyler mentioned earlier to me there's a PowerShell command that you could use to do something similar, or calling APIs. There's a variety of different ways. Again, much more technical people can come up with way easier ways. Me, I'm just going to log into Subscription Center and turn it off. Using telemetry data to determine usage. So Microsoft creates some really awesome reporting around telemetry data. So how often are the applications that you have licensed actually being used? How many times are they signing into Visio? They begged you to death for Visio. Are they actually using the thing? Well, now the Microsoft 365 Usage Analytics report allows you to go in and see things like how often they're being used, how many users are entitled to it versus how many are actively subscribed to it, things like that. It's good to check that data because you can really get a sense of, is this something everybody's just asking for or we're over-assigning, and really make the justification for whether or not it continues to being used. Asking users to opt into licensing. There are organizations out there that have default programs and default schemas for what a mid-level customer service rep gets in terms of licensing, right? It's an E3 plus EMS plus Windows plus Visio plus Power BI Pro, right? That's the standard package that they get. Well, over time, those packages tend to get outdated, and it may not be the most effective solution anymore. Who knows? Maybe nobody's using Visio. Maybe the department moved away from that. Maybe nobody's using the desktop application. They've moved away from that. So it's something to look at, having users opt in with business justifications to be able to say, yes, we're going to give you access to this. Sometimes you get overzealous people who just want access to everything that Microsoft has to offer. I'm one of those people. IT constantly has to tell me no. I'm like, oh, can I have this? No. So it's one of those things. Implementing a zero-use policy. Just like zero trust, it's one of those things, if it's not being used, it's automatically getting shut off. It's getting removed. So again, constantly monitoring that. And then monitoring user storage. This is one that gets back to capacity. So if users are constantly way over on storage, right? I don't know what they're doing. Much more cost-effective solutions than storing things inside of Dynamics 365, storing them inside of SharePoint. There's Azure Blob Storage. There's a lot of other more cost-effective storage solutions that we can take a look at using. And then finally, auditing your licensing annually. Go through it line by line. Say, do we need this license? Is it providing the best thing? Tyler and I did an experience the other day, a couple months ago, where we were paying for the PTSN license, the International Calling Plan, Power BI Pro, and what's the fourth thing? Teams Calling. Those 4 licenses were add-ons to the E3 that I was already on, which added an additional, I think, $28 a month to my cost personally. The E5 license includes all that. So it's cheaper to go to the E5 license than it was to stay on the E3, but you don't really think about that day to day. You just go along and assign users licenses and move on from it. So going through and auditing and really determining, yeah, go ahead.
Another thing that on number 6 of auditing your licensing is that on every E3, E5, you have so many trial licenses.
Yep.
Please be careful with trials.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of people that call us that say, oh, I got the license access and now it's gone.
Right.
And that's because the trial license, that's what they do, it's a trial.
Right.
Not a full license, it will actually expire.
Correct.
And then you're going to end up with a little problem.
Right.
Be very careful when you use trials.
No, that's a great point. Abe just brought up trials, right? There's Power BI Pro trials that are in there. This goes back to data governance and policy enforcement, making sure that users have a justification before they spin up trials so that they don't think they have functionality they actually don't have. Good point. And then with that, last couple of slides, tools, these are all links, so as just, I think all of you copies, go ahead, Abe.
Sorry about that. I want to mention that what you mentioned on the previous 6 topics, a lot of those tools are included on the Center of Excellence.
Yes.
I don't see it there, so
No, I spaced that one.
the Center of Excellence toolkit actually will help you with your ALM process, but also your capabilities to create teams, to create environments, to assign licensing and many things like that, and also monitor all the resources that are used. So, keep looking into that. Actually, a really good for mid and bigger
Yes.
companies. But even the small companies, can take advantage of that.
Absolutely. No, I will update the deck to have the Center of Excellence in it. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll update the slide deck with it. But yeah, so all of these are links. You can follow those. Those are things like the licensing guides where you find the complex entitlement structure, what multiplexing is and how multiplexing works with licensing, things that we really didn't cover today. The global licensing resource is really handy because it actually has a date filter in it. So, for example, if you quoted a customer a licensing or you wanted to see what the licensing structure was on a particular day, you can actually go back and roll it back to that day, and it will give you the exact licensing requirements, functions, minimums, all of that for that particular time frame, because it does change monthly. Not every single one of them does, but I just tell people just go download this month's guide because it's the most accurate. So don't fall into the habit of, I had the September guide and that was right. So last thing I wanted to show off is the Microsoft 365 license, or the Dynamics 365 licensing assessment. This is something that we do as a team at DCG. It allows us to really get in depth with our customers and clients, go through things like what your data storage requirements are, what your long-term plans are, how you're using the licensing, how those work, and then that all functions into a document that allows us to make final recommendations like this one with this particular client that we were able to move about 11,000 users off of their current structure, which was some pretty complex Microsoft 365 licensing, onto basically the final recommendation of 2 licenses, Microsoft 365 E3 and Microsoft 365 F3. And that led to a savings of $2.8 million a year in their licensing spend. And because of the things that we uncovered during that assessment led us to make that recommendation. So any other questions before I turn it back over to Dustin? Great. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
key topics basically to consider. So today's course is going to basically be building BI, not BS. BI projects can get long, they can get large, and they can get very resource intensive. I'm going to help you guys cut down to some key topics that'll help hopefully funnel you into a solution that you can get out the door quickly and get some value out of. That's the key with these projects is you need to pick a very narrow focus and expand from there. But you need to get something out the door quickly or else it'll fail. So, that doesn't look great, but in bold and underlined red font, warning, BI projects are likely to fail. You can Google this all over. You're going to find tons of articles, tons of analysis, and tons of people saying BI projects are going to fail, very likely, and you need to make sure you follow a bunch of steps to make sure that they succeed. So this isn't a, this isn't a secret that BI projects are risky in terms of resource and requirements, and then their added value at the end. In fact, just a couple years ago, Gartner did a study, and they said 85% of projects that they worked on, or they talked to CEOs and CIOs about, basically 85% failed. And then VentureBeat did another study, I think 2 years later, and they found that 87% of data science projects fail. But that contradicts the future, right? I mean, we all know we've got to do BI and data warehousing within our businesses if we want to compete with the other people that are doing BI and data warehousing, right? So by 2022, Gartner says that about 90% of corporate strategies are going to very explicitly state that BI and data warehousing is part of their corporate strategy. You know, old shipping companies that have been moving products in boxes across the world and for years. Now they're starting to have to adopt these modern logistics tools, these modern reporting applications, so that they can find out exactly where things are in the world and what's impacted by that, right? And data warehousing and business intelligence is the way to get insight from those systems. So why are BI projects likely to fail? They get too big. You don't go after the right data. You haven't really followed through, well, how am I going to use data at the end? Who's going to use it, and how is it going to drive the strategies and my decisions that I make within the business? They're focused on the wrong problem. Similar to that, right? They just go and collect data, but they don't actually focus on the core problem of the business, right? Say, reducing shipping and logistics times, reducing customer service lead time, and so forth. You have to have a very specific problem and go attack that very specific problem if you want it to succeed. Otherwise, you're going to try to boil the ocean, as they say. So we're not deploying value, right? We're collecting too much data, very costly, very resource intensive, and then at the end of the day, we don't have the right executives, sponsors, managers using that data, right? And then we overlook culture. 100-year-old company that's been doing things for a very specific way for a very long time, they're going to be a little bit more difficult, and they're going to have processes extremely ingrained in that business that you're going to have to change. And sometimes you can come in and say, I'm just going to implement a new tool, and they're going to love it. Culture's going to fight against that. So you have to make sure that you've taken a look at that and you understand how does the business currently do things, and try to, you may not be able to get the fastest technology change by accommodating culture, but you're going to deliver a project that works and that succeeds. So there's going to be a balance there that you'll have to strike. And then, of course, lacking talent. Everyone is doing something in BI and data warehousing these days. People are moving around all over the place, and it's hard to find those stable resources. And sometimes it's hard to find those stable partners that have capacity. I mean, we're all busy. DCG's busy. All of our partners are busy. This is very much a growing space, and I think it's one where you got to find the right internal talent, and there's just no way that most businesses can rely only on internal talent. You always have to have a partner for certain niche things and in certain areas in which if you really want to scale with your business. So I'm going to help you cut through some of that noise, pick on a few key topics, and then basically if you go through these topics and you put together, you could say, a plan that covers these topics, your odds of success are much better than that what, 23% success rate, 15% success rate that I mentioned before, 13% actually, it was 13 and 15. So your success rate is very low, but if you follow these steps, I think your success rate shoots up quite a bit. So, number one, consider culture, right? You have to know how the business is currently operating. If you're a partner coming into an established firm, you have to spend a lot of time understanding their business processes, who's doing what, who your sponsors are, and your champions are, right? You really got to start to pull those pieces together, and that's not a technology project or a process. That's a business analyst, that's a strategic process that someone would manage, not necessarily a technologist, right? A consultant would help you manage that, hopefully. So there's kind of 3 steps I say when I say consider culture. Well, what is the existing culture? So how can I appeal to that, right? Is it Excel-driven workplace? Maybe I can find a way in my new reporting to deliver similar tabular reports where I got the pretty visual stuff on one side, but on the back end, I've got some data tables that the real tabular Excel guys can go and dive into like they're normally used to. And if anyone has any questions, I like more of a, chime in. It doesn't bother me if you interrupt me. If we got to cut a few at the back, no problem. I think the best way you learn is by applying things. So if a thought comes in your mind, let's address it. Maybe you'll learn more. So appeal to the culture. Deep dive analysis on way they do things today. How is intelligence reported throughout the company? Is it static reporting? Is it dynamic reporting? If they only have static reporting, your change is much more aggressive if you're going to a Power BI visual reporting strategy versus than the normal static SSRS report strategy, right? That's a big change. But maybe they're already using Tableau or maybe they're already using Click. It's less of a change, less of an extreme change, right? Number 2, we want to identify project sponsors. So these are going to be separate from your champions. These are going to be your project, they're your experts within different areas, right? This is your operations expert. So instead of going to the C level within operations, you go to this manager or director level, and he gives you all the formulas, all the data, and all the things that you need to achieve what you want within that department or business area, right? Separate from that, you've got your champions. And this is so important. I can't tell you, you can have the first 2 done perfectly. If you don't have number 3, you're going to struggle big time. These are the people that, for lack of a better phrase, they eat what they say, right? They don't just say it and then go do something else. They actually say it and then they do it themselves, and they believe in that, right? You can't underestimate the importance of a good champion at your organization when trying to deliver a project. They need to be the person that leads by example, right? So, appeal to the existing culture. Don't forget about the way things have always been done. You cannot do that or else you're going to fail. Like I said earlier, you can't just come into a business and hoping that you're going to implement a new tool and everyone's going to love it, right? You've got to understand how things are currently done, and you've got to try to maybe build a bridge that's maybe not all the way to the extreme of where you want to go, halfway in the middle somewhere, right? Get people to walk, crawl, walk, and then run. Don't try to start running right away. People are used to the status quo and legacy process, right? So this is your situation to find out, well, what is that, and how can I appeal to those people with my new technology and my new strategy? Is Excel the major way that businesses communicate? Consider those tabular reports that help kind of, you could say, build a gap or bridge the gap that is the new method versus the old Excel method. Identify your project sponsors, right? So these are your non-IT sponsors. This is very important. When you do these BI and data warehousing projects, you need to have strong allies in the business. You can't just say, hey, I'm going to go change your reporting, and then those guys aren't involved in how you're changing that reporting. They need to be almost too involved, the sponsors, right? They need to be very, very involved in the decisions you're making, the KPIs you're creating, and then in your sign-offs, right? Because they are your experts in that line of business. And sometimes they can also serve as your champion, right? Sometimes you'll find a very strong CFO who's, hey, I want to change the reporting process, and I'm the guy who's going to make the people fall in line per se, right, in an eloquent way.
I think, so sometimes you can find where maybe the sponsor and the champion are the same, but in my historical case, that has not, in very large corporations, that doesn't generally work out. Champions. So these guys are fully bought into changing their process. They know that the legacy status quo process is not working, that they need to evolve or competition is going to come in and, you know, business may go away. So these are people that are absolutely critical to the business and how that business operates, and then also are going to take your changes and drive them to their line of business. They're early adopters, and and most importantly, they add credibility to your project, right? When it's IT just working on something and IT saying, oh, this is great, you're going to love it, that's a lot different than the CEO or the COO or CFO saying, hey guys, this is an awesome tool. I think this will really improve our business. That's more credible than you and IT who doesn't actually work within the business, right? This is a business person saying, hey, our business can be impacted by this. And I think that's, you can't overlook that credibility that comes from that, even if it's very subtle and very hidden in the background. Again, they also communicate internal teams and staff using this new tool. So as soon as maybe you have early versions of this tool out, instead of using the normal Excel report, say to run your annual or quarterly meeting, use the new tool. This guy should basically go in that one of those early meetings and say, hey, this is what it used to look like, same data, and now this is what it looks like in the new modern process, right, reporting process. And they basically help kind of show these are similar, right? This is a replacement for the old process. And then in the future meetings, they start relying on your new technology for reporting as opposed to the old legacy system. Previously, I spent a lot of time in a really large company, and we had number 1 and number 2 down perfect. We didn't really have number 3 down. And I will say it really impacted our ability to get everyone to buy in because we didn't have this one, right? When performance, our tool was delivered and released, but we were still seeing that the C-level executives and the head of engineering was using the old school Excel reports, even though our reports were basically the same, if not much better. So there's an element where you've really got to get all these 3 on board if you want to have a faster impact. Now, I will say we ended up getting there because of one of my points down the road. So you can make it happen if you really don't get an executive or a good champion on your team, as long as they sponsor and they want your process to succeed. You can get away with not having a strong champion if we go into if we follow rules as I'll introduce later. So, number 2. So now we've analyzed culture, we've got our sponsors, we've got our champions. Now we need to set BI priorities, right? Okay, so now we've identified these users. What's next? Gather feedback, right? Talk to those line of business users. Talk to your operations group. Talk to your finance group, right? Talk to your IT group. Find out what people want. Take good notes, right? And then discuss the future processes with executives and get their feedback. I recommend, what I did at a previous company was I formed a steering committee, right? We had all the heads of all the C-level executives in a group, and occasionally a quarter we would basically review our progress and review some of the walls that we've hit, and, you know, maybe some of the lines of business that weren't quite adopting our changes or giving us quality data. This steering committee was huge in helping us determine whether we need to move on and skip them or break down walls even further if we needed to do so. So you can potentially split that champion into a group of people, right? It can be a steering committee. So that's another tool that you can use to basically get a champion and to also get feedback from vast people within your company, or I'd say diverse people within your company. The other thing that I did is we did the first 2, and then basically we had, from the first 2, an Excel file that had, you could say, very high-level topics, stock first production reconciliation, milling output, inventory control. We had topics like that, very generic, that have, within each topic, you know, 10,000 KPIs or metrics that go into that. We sent that list of those high-level topics to all the, you could say, managers within each line of business, and we said, okay, well, what do you think is valuable? Rank these to us, right? And then we're going to, as a steering committee, we're going to review those rankings. We'll look at them, and then we'll say, okay, let's go with these. This is what people find valuable. Let's go with this, right? It's a way in which you can kind of get everyone involved, give them a chance to speak. I will say that it's very, very important when you do any project. You're going to get the best delivery of the project if you allow the appropriate people to speak. And a lot of times, the people you really want to speak are lower level managers and supervisors that are doing the work, right? So you really want to get those people involved if you want, at the end of the day, them to use your new tool, new reports, application, whatever it is. So this was kind of that output of the survey, right? So what are the priority topic areas? What are the priority data sources? So here I've got the division, right? Or you could say the business area, general management, industrial, sales, industrial. And you got your topic area, margin analysis, inventory management, revenue, right? Then you've got maybe even a topic where it's a little higher level, right? So you've got no, this is the higher level. Topic area is the higher level. Topic was the lower level. So you have two, you could say, topics within the performance topic area. I need to change those headers, absolutely. And then you have the requester, right? So you can start to track, well, who's requesting what? What are the data sources for these topic areas, right? And then now I can start to do the ranking. So Adam says this one's a 3, Dustin says it's a 2, Matt says it's a 1. Oh, what's my average of that one? It's a 2, right? And you can basically start to kind of put together a rough survey and a rough, I don't know if weighted average isn't the appropriate term, but basically a rough average of what people think is important across the organization. And I think that was extremely important for us to basically give everyone visibility, but then and the ability to give us input, and then we could take that to the steering committee, and the steering committee could say, yeah, I agree, or no, I want to overrule that, but I appreciate the feedback. And it kind of gives you the best of both worlds, right? People who gave the feedback and got ignored, they may not love that, right? But it can be a situation where you get a lot of people a chance to give feedback, and that'll help improve the success rate of your project. One thing to consider about the data sources, how often does the data need to refresh in the reports, right? There's a big difference between real time and near time. I can give you a report that refreshes once a day. Giving you a report that refreshes 12 times a day or every time a record changes is vastly, vastly different and more expensive, right? In Power BI, I can't recall the Pro limit, but there is a certain number of times that you can refresh a data set with a Power BI Pro license. So you have to keep that into consideration in terms of your licensing. And then the other question, and then we were talking about this earlier, this exact topic, well, do I directly connect to the data, to the operational data store, aka CRM, or do I build a data warehouse? How do I determine where the line is drawn there? And as I said earlier, I think it really just depends on your use case, right? Do I need to analyze do I need to analyze data from here, data from here, data from here, all mashed together so that I can, maybe this is sales, this is finance, and this is operations. Do I need to see maybe my, my employee cost per, you could say per widget, right? If I need to do that, I need operations data. I probably need account finance data, right? And I probably don't need sales data. So in order to do something like that, I likely need some sort of data warehouse or some sort of area in which I can take data over here, data over there, and transform it so that it's in a comparable and relatable format. If the transformations are very minimal, I can potentially just directly connect and perform those transformations in Power BI. But if they're complicated, and every time I run them, there's a lot of math going on behind the scenes, then your reports are going to be very slow. That's a situation where you're probably going to want to build a data warehouse because the transformations are done as soon as the data is loaded, right? You're not doing them on the fly like I was just describing. So there's a big difference between direct connect and a data warehouse. If you just want to analyze your sales data, your CRM data, directly connect to it. do some basic ETL in Power BI and you're done. But if I really need to compare that data to another data source, that's when odds are you'll need a data warehouse. But you might be able to get away with out of it. But you must do that analysis at some point. Do I direct connect or do I have a data warehouse? You can't really do that until you have these topic areas identified and what you want to go after, right? Any questions? Good.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So if you have a set of users that really don't understand the data, and you start kind of polling them, trying to get understanding of what they need, how do you present to them what's possible? What's the best way to like present to them what's possible without having to get too into detail?
Well, I mean, that is a tough one. Ideally, you're going to get some sort of sample from that department, an Excel file or something in which you can kind of do a basic mock-up and throw it into Power BI and create a, this column plus this column and then create a chart based on that, right? I think the best way is to start with very simple, you could say table that they care about and visualize that table. I would say go to the web and find a nice video that goes over Power BI, but at the end of the day, they may not relate to that. Right? You need to find stuff that they can relate to, right? So that's where if you can really get a small example of their data that they care about, Power BI is pretty easy. If you're not doing anything complicated, just connecting to it and visualizing it, that could be done in an hour. So it could be a pre-sales thing, is what I'm saying, that you don't spend much effort on, but you need to try to relate to them. So either you do that or you find maybe a similar business on YouTube or something like that where you can say, hey, look, this is what one of your competitors or this is what someone is doing that we clearly can find on the internet and we can show you and maybe help drive that vision.
So basically you're saying kind of understand what they're doing right now, right? What data is important to them right now, and then prototype or mock up.
I think at the end of the day, you can't talk to an accounting group and then go show them, well, here's some sales reports and dashboards on, Exactly. So if they're an accounting firm, then try to give them, if you can't use their data to do it, find someone else's data on the web that's accounting based, right? We're not reinventing the wheel here. A lot of people have been doing this. So I'm sure you could find some examples on the internet that you could reference if you don't have any data from them. We generally get Excel files from our customers. Like anytime we're doing a Power BI project, generally we'll get an Excel file or we'll get a very small table mock-up of what they're looking for. And we really can't quote too much until we have that. Okay. All right. So now I've identified the priority topic areas. Well, now I got to break down those topic areas, right? If I go back, all right. If I go back, sales and margins, any of you accountants know that's, and salespeople, that's hundreds of KPIs potentially, right? Or that's a number of KPIs with maybe hundreds of records and columns and fields that go into those KPIs, right, that you use to do the math. So now I have these topic areas identified. Now we have to break them down. This is months of work, potentially, right? Just taking this right here and breaking that down to its raw input columns and then breaking it down into its measures and how those integrate. That's the big project that comes next after you've identified the topic areas. And I spent years at my previous employer basically taking it from the topic area down to the delivered KPIs. And sometimes you're going to have to phase those KPIs, right? We may just have basic sales team margins first, and then maybe later we can get, we can get more data in there related to the sales team. But sometimes you want to start with what are the priority measures, right, that I really want to get out there. I really want to have a nice report every month that does margins, maybe that does inventory, and then later phase in the other KPIs. This comes back to why we want to how we structure this project to succeed as opposed to boiling the whole ocean, right? We've really got to focus on priorities, and that's the case in any project, but BI projects fail quite regularly, so I think it's very extreme in this world that you take small bites and get those small bites to people so that they can start to get value out of it. Otherwise, you'll be working in ETL world for your whole life. So here's an example of where, okay, I broke down category. So I broke down sales and I broke down industrial, right? So my category, I should have changed that. That topic area should have been category, right? So call this topic area industrial. So now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 KPIs that are part of the industrial category, right? That's the name of it. That's the number of it. And these numbers are important, right? Because if you see over here, I'm going to have formulas in one column. And I'm going to say, well, this formula, asset utilization, is production amount divided by capacity, right? And I reference the line number 5 divided by number 6, right? And that's very important, right? Because you're building the Excel formula trail in this file, right? And then later, and this is important too, because you're going to be able to send this to business people and say, hey, are these formulas correct? And then you're going to program them into SSAS, into DAX, into whatever you want to program them into. But this is the English version of those formulas and those reports, you could say. And it's very important that you get this in a format like this so that you can send that and get feedback from people. Because I found at my previous employer, you may have like 10 definitions for this, right? And that was half the reason we were doing the BI project. It's because we had 10 definitions for that. And so at the corporate level, we were like, no, at this point, when someone uses the word asset utilization or extraction, we want the same definition every time. And that's why you generally do BI projects, is you don't want people using the same term for different formulas. So it's a big driver to BI projects is data standardization. All right, so after we've identified our measures, we've identified our raw data inputs and our data sources. Now we need to understand our dimensions. So now that I have this total sales revenue or my total margin, well, how do I break that down now by, say, salesperson or by line of business or, I don't know, tax code, whatever you want to call it. But basically, these are the ways in which you can then start to analyze, well, give me a price by customer, price by salesperson, price by blah, blah, blah. These are your dimensions, right? Your city, your state, your regions. They're the data that you would analyze your data against, or they're the categories you would break out your data against. And again, a lot of this, I know I speak a big game about transforming away from Excel, but at the end of the day, we're still doing all this stuff in Excel, right? We're putting this in Excel because it's very easy to understand. Every business person pretty much in the world knows how to use Excel to an extent, especially when you're just reading tables. So we put it in this format so that people can very easily understand what we're doing. And I think at the end of the day, you'll have maybe 4 or 5 tabs in an Excel file that is referred to as a data dictionary or data definition file, right? That's your definition of raw, measures, and your dimensions, all in one Excel file. So now we need to identify the priority source transactional data. This is probably I probably should have structured this in this slide before, because this is really step 1. I identified my data sources, right? Well, what data of those data sources do I need? So basically, though, I think you would, and the reason I put it here, I apologize. The reason I put it here is because you want to understand the KPIs that you want to report on, right? So what KPIs does the business want to report on? Once you've identified that, then work backwards. Don't just say, I want to go pull everything from SAP. I want to pull everything from CRM. Find out your end use case, right? Because that's a reason pre-BI projects fail. They don't know that. So we've already identified that by doing that whole survey and getting those priority measures. Now we know what measures we need. We have the formulas broken out. Go back and get the raw data for those measures, right? Now we have work backward. We have the minimum data that's necessary, and we don't load every point from every source. For one, it's resource expensive, right? Like your SSIS guys and your SQL guys are going to be working a lot trying to get all that data loaded, and you might fight trying to load a column that you don't even need, right? So at the end of the day, don't load every data point from every source, right? So this is why this is last. I apologize. There's a reason for it, and that's because you want to have a very clear intention for the data you're aggregating. You know, it's getting cheaper, I would say, to store data, but companies are generating so much data that it's not getting cheaper. The problem that our storage costs are getting cheaper, but every company is storing more and more data, so it's almost a wash. If anything, it's we're storing so much data that it's not a wash, and it's just not costly or cost effective to store every data point. And here's a list of you could say your raw material, your raw transactional data, your source data, right? So you've got your raw material receipts, right? You've got kind of the staging table database, staging database. You've got the BI process area. So at some point, when you do this, you're going to identify different stages in the business, such as in CRM, you've got your lead step, you've got your opportunity step, you've got your sales order step. Those would be BI process areas, right? So then you could start to say, okay, I want this data from lead. I want this data from opportunity. I want this data from sales order. And then you can start to see the whole picture of what data you're collecting and how it relates to all your other measures and dimensions. Any questions? Good. Goal setting. This is extremely important because if you don't have that project champion on your team that's really helping drive the delivery of your new process or your new reporting tool, goal setting is another way in which you can drive usage of that tool and get that tool to become mainstream and part of culture. So managing performance is extremely important. If you don't know where you're going, you'll probably end up somewhere else, as Lawrence J. Peters said. I think that's a great quote, and it's very relevant to BI, right, for one, and it's also very relevant to just goal management and goal keeping. There's a reason we set goals, right, and that's to kind of drive us down a certain line as opposed to just wandering aimlessly and randomly around. We set goals to manage performance, but then we also set those goals to potentially drive usage of the tool. Right? So now that we have this regular data coming out of operations and maybe coming out of the plant, well, now we can start to set objectives for that plant, right? We could say every year we expect your extraction to be a certain %. And then we can use the tool to judge, right, to collect the data and to give us the report that says what the extraction was. And then we use that tool in the scorecard process at the end of the year to say, did you meet the goal or did you not meet the goal? This was actually how we got around not having a strong champion. We basically created an HR scorecard, balanced scorecard process for all the line of business managers. And then basically we used the data to judge if they achieved that objective from our tool. So our tool was the driver, or they were encouraged to make sure the data was correct in the tool because their bonus was dependent on it, right? And then at the same time, it integrated our tool in the business. And that was extremely important because we were not getting that strong champion to use it himself. This was our other way to basically integrate it within the business. And we did that within the HR department. So data is less useful unless there is a reference point, AKA your goal, right? 76%, well, that's great. Well, if 75% is the goal, then you're above the goal, and that's awesome. But maybe 80% is the goal, and you're under the goal. So what's the reference point? And that's your goal. And I'm a big fan of SMART goals. I think there are conflicting strategies when it comes to grading and you could say setting objectives. Some feel that it's 70% is a good score, and you want to basically structure your objectives to make sure that someone has more than they can really accomplish throughout the year. I don't know that I believe as much in that as I do as setting very realistic goals. Do you actually think the person can accomplish that this year, or are you setting basically a strange statistical bar? Everyone had that stats class where the teacher was ridiculous. So there are competing ideals there, and I'm a big fan of. We all like ticking a box and completing objectives. So I think there's an element of appreciation, there's an element of accomplishment that comes from meeting your objectives and having a good scorecard, right? So I think in my opinion, when you set these goals, make them realistic and give the person a chance to achieve them all. This isn't school, this isn't stats class. Like, set the objectives, and maybe if they hit all of them, I mean, reward them, but maybe make next year a little more challenging, right? But don't necessarily make them stare up a huge mountain every year. So now that I've got my raw data, I got my data source analyzed, I got my topic areas, I've got my measures. Now let's start to data model it. Let's put that into Excel. Let's create maybe what those tables look like. Before you start ETLing out of SAP, create a very generic kind of maybe a table that reflects that SAP data structure in Excel, and start to do some basic math. You know, this column divided by this column, or this column times this column, and start to model it out. And then potentially, and this is one thing that we did, is we basically did this with a SharePoint list, a couple SharePoint lists, and when we modeled that out and we proved that what we could do with that raw operational data, that's what got our budget for our large enterprise data warehouse build out. So we started with a small model, and then we connected directly to Excel, and that earned our budget, right? So sometimes you can start small, and you can just put into Excel, a flavor of what the executives would get, and then you can present that to your executives and potentially get yourself a budget for an official project in data warehouse. So yeah, begin mocking up your future data sources or data structure. What do the tables look like? What columns exist? Your raw data plus your dimensions. Are they different data sources, right? Start to analyze, okay, well, how does the sales database relate to the F&O database? Start to do those, account number equals account number, those types of relationships, and identify them. And then also in Excel, you demonstrate how the calculations and the dimensions work. I know when we first did this project, or when I first did this project at my last employer, we basically, we went through multiple revisions of, you could say, calculations. We put them in Excel, we did the math, and we worked it out, and maybe we didn't quite like the way things were tying together. And those same calculations got tweaked a number of times in Excel with just the head of operations and me, no IT people, no partners, no contractors, no consultants, nothing. And we basically kind of created our own model for what we wanted, and then we hired consultants to help us make it a formal reality in a data warehouse. So, go back to Excel, mock it up in Excel, model in Excel. We all know Excel. Pass that Excel around and get feedback, and then build based on that feedback. So reporting, obviously, next big step after you've done all that. Now I've got an Excel file. Well, how do I want to report that to my team? Do I want to use Power BI Desktop for free, just store it on a network drive, and anytime someone wants to see it, they've got a VPN and have access to that network drive, and they can open the report? Do I want to publish it online into PowerBI.com and use the Power BI Pro license? And then now I can add all my finance department to that workspace. Or am I such a large company that for $5,000 a month for a premium license for Power BI Pro is worth it, or Power BI is worth it? Then maybe I stand up a premium license, and then I can have thousands of users log into Power BI and access that report. So there's different ways in which you can report and kick that data and those visuals back to your users. And then fourth, which is a new one that I'm going to demo, and I did not build it. Patrick Wagner built it, so I got to give him credit where credit's due. But there's a fourth option here. When it gets extremely expensive for Power BI Pro licenses, and $5,000 is a lot of money. I don't know a lot of people that are going to spend $5,000 a month for a standard premium workspace. So you could create a portal, basically custom .NET portal, and you can host and you can directly connect your Power BI workspace to that portal. And then you're just using portal license costs to distribute that information. So that's a way, a very, very, I would say, it's a great way to go around, you could say, some of the Power BI licensing that are the costs for Power BI licensing. What's the drawback? Well, I don't have the full suite of features that you're going to have in PowerBI.com. I'm not going to have it on my mobile phone in the native mobile app. You know, I'll have it on a browser. Small caveats that many of our clients that have asked for portals, they didn't really care about. They really just needed the report on a portal. So this is a great solution for these clients. So reporting, if possible, mock up what you want your reports to look like. What values are going to be on a line chart? What values are going to be on, like, maybe cards that show up green if they're a certain number, yellow if they're a certain number, red if they're a certain number. This is the element that very much requires a partnership with the business and the partnership with the people that are reporting this data. IT is not going to be able to tell you that. The consultants, they may be able to tell you that if they've worked within your industry a bit, but this is very industry-specific stuff. You know, no two auto manufacturers, Ford and GM, I guarantee you their data warehouses look vastly different. I bet you their reporting looks vastly different. Same business, same industry generally, right? And that's just an example of basically every BI and data warehousing project is a custom project for that business. Even if they share an industry with someone else's management and leadership is going to have a different way in which they want to look at it. So this is very important to work with that business and understand, well, how are you used to doing it, right? And maybe what changes are acceptable to you, you know, to improve maybe your legacy method. So you'll also create a list of reports, just like all, you know, in the priority discussions before, you're taking notes, you're putting together Excel files. Same thing here. You're taking notes, you're putting together a list of requirements, and at the end of the day, you're getting someone within the C-level suite or within your project sponsor to sign off on those requirements, and then you go and you build them. And then the last point, how do you want to deliver? On-prem, workspaces, portal, so forth. So here's the fun part. So we just built this. So DCG, I don't know, since I started in April, I've worked on probably 6 Power BI portal quotes with customers. Generally, they're pretty large projects. But I think Patrick has done a lot of work in trying to internalize how we can deliver that type of project. And I think at this point, you know, he's created this demo or this concept that we can roll out to a lot of different clients. And I would say a much relatively shorter order than when we were quoting this, say, a month ago. So this is a big update. It isn't really in line with my presentation, but I thought it was so cool, and I thought it has the ability to be very impactful that I thought we would go over it. So this basically spawned from the fact that we keep getting so many requests for how to build a portal, and we haven't built many for clients yet. We do these concepts and we sell the project and try to win it, but sometimes we haven't built it. So this was our chance to build one ourselves. And now we have a working example to show people. Well, let me take a step back, actually. So this is just a website. You guys can go to your phone if you want right now, and you could hit this website, and you could try to log in. If you do the password, you'd be able to. But basically, this is a way, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world you have internet, you can go to this website, and you can get Power BI data that's connected directly to CRM. And the cool thing about this is, we're able to pair my login with filter criteria in the tool, right? So when I log in with Adam Jones, I'm actually able to pass, you could say, filter parameters into Power BI and say, well, hey, only give me Adam's data. Don't let him see Patrick's data, right? So I come here and I log in with my user. I hit open. That's fine. And now we've got basically a Power BI report. Again, we haven't spent much time on this. This is a function over form demo, guys. This is very much like nuts and bolts. We know how to do it. We didn't put the pretty colors and pretty spin on it too much yet. So do note that. But you can see here, this only says Adam Jones. This has a list of all of our DCG resources. Al's in there, Tom's in there, everyone's in there. If Tom were to go here and he were to log in with Tom, he would see just Tom. And so this is a great way in which we can pass those parameters and basically filter data according to who's logged in. And now we avoid those massive licensing costs for Power BI Pro and Power BI Premium. When you get to about 100 users in Power BI Pro, I mean, you're looking at $10 a month per user, right? That becomes a cost that someone has to justify. And sometimes, as we've seen, it's just not justifiable. So people work offline and they don't get modern tool sets because of it. This, I think, gives you a modern tool set with most of the functionality you have in Power BI, but not all of it. Questions or comments? Cool. And just, and again, these are different reports, right? So if I were to click these, this could be a different report than the first report. So this is a good way in which, a very large company, I want to distribute some very standard reports to people at a minimal cost. Good alternative for that. Yeah.
For the website that you made, or the Patrick made, what sort of licensing do you need for base? Is that just for the CRM in general, or can it be anything as long as it's something as a sign-in?
So this was actually built on Azure Websites, which is Microsoft's, you could say, scalable website builder, scalable website platform. So it's a little bit different than Power Apps portal, and it's different than just spinning up a web server in Azure and hosting on that. Basically, you're going to pay for consumption. I don't know the specifics. Patrick would definitely know may know more about the specifics than me. But basically, there is a cost, just like in your Power Apps portal, per hits per month. So, I don't know the specifics, but a certain number of logins per month is going to be how this is vastly cheaper than the other alternatives for distributing en masse. But as you can see, this is the report on Power BI. So you can see on PowerBI.com. So you can see there's a number of users there, but we only saw just myself. And that was because of the filters that were baked into the code. And here I'll give you a quick little snippet of the code. Hopefully I'm not giving away Patrick's secret mojo here. But basically, you can see in the code, we filtered on the last name and first name. If we want to filter on the company associated with last name, first name, we can do that, no problem. But basically, this is kind of where you tie in and you build into the filter. Now, what do you notice? If you go back to that website, you don't see in the URL the filter. That's very important, very, very important. You don't want your filter dimensions and your filter criteria living in publicly published URLs, right? This is data. This is sensitive data. So behind the scenes, the system is basically encoding that filter into the URL, but not displaying the URL, the full URL, if that makes sense. It's like an application, right? So the URL is one URL, but technically it's on a different page within the application, if that makes sense. Are we done? Okay. Last step, obviously no one's favorite step, but a very important step, security. Who should access what? So you need to consider, well, maybe people within company A should only see company A, right? So you need to start to identify these rules with your sponsors, with your line of business users to understand, well, who should access what? There's a lot of ways you can do that in SQL. There's a lot of ways you can do that within the tool of Power BI using role-based security, and row-level security is what it's called. But you need to identify those rules because they exist in every business, I promise you. You just got to pull them out and map them out and document them. But I think that's a very, and sometimes maybe you don't use individual user access, you use Active Directory group access, right? And that's a way in which you can simplify the, every time I add someone in operations, I automatically want them a part of the operational reports. You can add that Active Directory group to your operational reports, and now they have access to that. So important, use group-based security when you can, right? The one-off stuff is very hard to maintain for IT and just businesses in general. Try to use group-based, when possible. Yep, so consider culture, set your priorities, goal set. That can save your project, goal set. Data modeling, reporting, and security. I'd say those are the big key topic areas you want to understand and make sure that you've got addressed before you start speaking with a partner. If you have all this stuff lined out in an outline and you give that to a partner, your experience getting that bid with that partner is going to go greatly up. I mean, your speed is going to be faster, and the quality of the bid that you get, most importantly, is going to be better. So that's all I got, guys. Yes, sir.
So if you have a bring an extension to CST and autonomy, so the security going to be driven off of Sierra security model, or is that to be redeployed that technology?
So Power BI is not going to write anything, right? It's not going to write anything. They've created very recently dual write back within Power BI where I can write, say, into a Power App and I can have that load into my Power BI report. That is possible, but I will say that your secure, it's not, you're going to have to set up security on that a service account or something that's going to handle that write back, right? So that service account is going to need security to write into your Power Apps, right? And if you want a user to connect to CRM and to see that data in that table, your user, when you log into that data source, is going to have to be on CRM as a user for CRM. They're going to have rights to that table, right? And I bet you they probably need more than just user rights. They probably need some sort, and I'm not an expert in this, but they probably need some sort of admin level rights, even if they're not writing, just to see all the tables. Anyone else? All righty. Thanks, guys.
All right, so Power BI stuff, really good. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back and talk a little bit more about Power Apps calories. Fun, cool stuff that you can do there. Excited about seeing
How'd it go?
some of the
Good.
things you
Did
can
it?
do with calories. And then we'll have our happy hour after this over at Rodeo Go. As soon as the session's over, we'll quickly do the giveaway, the Surface Go, and then we'll close everything out by everybody heading over to Rodeo Go for some happy hour and being able to network for a while. It's going to be a good time. We can stay for as long as we want. I know some of us have got to go to the airport and back and forth, so there may be some of us ducking out at different times, but we're certainly welcome to stay there as long as we can. So once everybody's settled again, we'll get started here with the last session of the day. Probably some folks still in the bathroom and things like that, but we'll go ahead and get started. Let's do it. So thank you so much for coming.
Sure.
We appreciate it. We're looking forward to hearing a little bit more about Power Apps.
Awesome. Hello. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome to my session on Power Apps Galleries. It's going to be fun. I'm actually going to be writing a lot of code on a low-code platform, so that sounds weird. But I'm actually going to be sitting because I have to type. With that said, let's get started. A little bit of introduction about myself. My name is Hardit Bhatia. I am a Power Platform architect at Hitachi Solutions. I'm a Microsoft Business Applications MVP and a certified trainer. You can connect with me on Twitter or LinkedIn, and if you ever have any Power Apps questions, you can send me an email on my email address listed there. I'm also a community super user, which basically means I answer a lot of questions on the official Power Apps forums. Moving on, our agenda for the day. I'll start off at like 100 level and then move on slowly to 200, maybe 300 at the end. We'll talk about what's a gallery, what are the different types, and then talk about certain UX aspects, like what is the default behavior of a gallery. As an example, scroll bars, should you have them, should you not have them, and how to make a gallery responsive, and then combine all those concepts to make different features like editable grids, charts, checklists. And the one at the end is my favorite. I'm not going to talk a lot about it right now, but it's creating a Pinterest-like gallery using a Canvas app gallery. So, and then we'll just look at some best practices. I think so. Yeah. So starting off with a very basic slide here, what's a gallery? If you go to Microsoft Docs, the official documentation says it's a control that you can use to display a list of records. So there are two controls you can use to display a list of records, a gallery or a data table. We will talk about the differences between the two in a few slides. But then the point I want to highlight at this point of time here is there is no right or wrong answer. In some cases, a gallery works better, and in some other cases, data table works better. Then the next point I want to talk about is Canvas apps are awesome, right? Like you control the UI, you control the UX, unlike model-driven apps. The problem is not a lot of makers pay a lot of attention to UI. So if you look at a lot of Canvas apps, they look like as if they were built by a 5-year-old. But that's only because makers don't pay a lot of attention to UI and UX. And by default, if you add controls, they look horrible. So one thing that you can do to make your Canvas apps better is to look at real-world examples. If you think about it, almost every single app is or has a gallery. Outlook is a gallery of emails. WhatsApp is a gallery of chats. Within a chat, there is a gallery of messages. And I can go on. Twitter is a gallery of tweets, right? So there are many examples of galleries in real life that you can look at to get inspiration. And I'm actually going to show you one app that I'm not very proud of, but nonetheless. So I tried to replicate WhatsApp about a year and a half ago. It's pretty basic, nothing fancy, but I just wanted to kind of sort of recreate an app. This one is not shared. Let's see. So I'm gonna, where is it? Let's see. share screen. No. Do you see my screen? Or no? Says presenting. It's probably the wrong. Maybe just stop. Oh, you can? Cool. Okay, weird.
Can see it online.
Here, share. No. Here. There is only one display, so this should be it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, now I can see it. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So I was going to show you one app that I created about a year and a half ago. Very simple, very basic. Facebook might sue me for using their logo, but was looking at my phone, looking at some native apps, looked at WhatsApp, and I just wanted to have some fun with it. Pretty basic, like I said. Couple of chats that I have. If you open one of them, I have it structured in a way that my messages will show up on the right, the other person's messages show on the left, and you don't see the background that I have here, but it's exactly like WhatsApp. So again, if you want examples, if you want inspiration, just look at some of the native phone apps, and you will find tons of examples. So types of galleries, pretty simple. There is a vertical gallery, there is a horizontal gallery, and there is a flexible height gallery. We will take a look at all three of them in the next couple of slides. Let's start with scroll bars. So, like I said, Canvas apps is all about UI and customizations, but there are certain things that you cannot customize. For example, I'm going to add a simple vertical gallery here, and I'm going to add it to the canvas I have. So just to explain why there is a canvas on the screen, a canvas allows for a scrollable screen, and without that, you only get the real estate that you see here. So almost always, I start off with adding a canvas to my screen. I'm going to make some basic UI adjustments. I'm going to change the X and Y positions. I'm going to set the data source to a table I have, which is contacts. And this is another thing that I do, always set the width and height relative to the screen, because that makes your apps responsive. And these days, almost every app that you use on your mobile device or desktop is responsive by default. So here I have a very simple vertical gallery of contacts. The thing is, there is this scroll bar, which you can obviously turn off. So if I select the gallery here, I have a couple of navigation options. One is a scroll bar, one is navigation, which is basically this ugly arrow that you see in the middle. I don't like that, so I'm going to get rid of that. The problem with scroll bars is, A, it doesn't look nice, right? So if you have a particular color scheme in your apps, this may or may not go well with it. The other problem is, if you have a long list of records, when you scroll quickly, sometimes you will see the loading spinner because it hasn't loaded all the records that are supposed to be displayed. So the way to get rid of the scroll bar is actually pretty simple. So if you select the gallery, you go to its height property, you basically count the number of records in the gallery, which is count rows self dot all items, number, which is the records in the gallery. Multiply that by self dot template height, which is the height of each row, plus self dot template padding, multiplied by 2. In your case, if the gallery has no padding, then this wouldn't matter. Right now, it will give you an error saying there is a circular reference error. That's because if you go to this gallery property called template height, it's currently dependent on the height itself. So you cannot have the template height dependent on height and height dependent on template height. So I'm just going to hard code this to 160, 200, doesn't really matter. And now you can see the scroll bar that you see right now is the scroll bar of the canvas. The reason why it's better to do it this way is because if your canvas has a scroll bar and your gallery also has a scroll bar, depending on where you are in the gallery, sometimes it will either scroll the canvas, some other times it will actually scroll the gallery. So doing it this way ensures that you only have one scroll bar on the screen. So with a vertical gallery, calculating the height was not very difficult, right? It's pretty simple. Count the number of rows multiplied by the number of, multiplied by the template height. What happens in case of a flexible height gallery? So I'm going to add a flexible height gallery right now. It always adds it outside the canvas, so I'm going to cut it, put it inside the data card. Same thing, I'm going to move it to x and y 0. Again, these values of 0 are relative to the data card. And then I'm going to change the width to parent.width. And set the data source to contacts. And one little cool thing here, I'm going to use a view called active contacts. If you're using Dataverse, views allow you to do a lot of filtering and sorting without delegation issues. And then I'm just going to take this image, and instead of fill, I'm going to say fit, so we can see the entire image. And then this particular label, I'm going to say, show me the description of these contacts, because I want the description for these contacts are of different size, if you will, right? So some of them don't have a description, so the row adjusts itself. Some have 2 lines of description. That's actually my daughter right there. She has no description. This one has 3 lines. So that's the beauty of a flexible height gallery. But how do you calculate the height of a flexible height gallery in a way that you don't see a scroll bar? I'm going to reduce the width a little bit. And then the idea is, it's a little tricky, right? Because each template, each row can have slightly different height based on the description in our case here. So the trick is to add a label. So I'm going to get this label, add it to the gallery. I'm going to have no text in it, or I can just change the text color to white. Change its x and y to maybe 0 and 0. I don't want this to be visible, so I'm going to change the width and height to 1. I'm actually going to sit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set its text property to body1, which is the label I'm using for description. So body1.y plus body1.height, plus I'm going to give a little bit of padding, maybe 10. So what this will do is, for every single row, based on description, the y position and the height of body1 label will be different. This label will basically tell me the y position of the bottommost control in the flexible height gallery. Its y position plus its height, plus if you want to add a little bit of padding. Now I'm going to go to the gallery. I'm going to go to its height property. It's a pretty little trick. I'm going to do sum self.allItems, which is the table I want to use. And the value I want to add is label1 dot text. What that does is, label 1 in each of the rows gives me the height of that row, and I'm simply saying on the table of all the records, which is self.allItems, total the value of that label, and that will give you the exact height of the gallery, so there will not be a scroll bar. And just to show you that if I change the height, let's say to, I don't know, maybe 600, you will see 2 scroll bars. And sure, you can hide the scroll bar by making sure the width of the gallery is same as the screen. But again, depending on where you are on the gallery, it will sometimes scroll the gallery versus sometimes scrolling the canvas. So always a good idea to make sure that your galleries don't have scroll bars. And horizontal scroll bars. So I'm actually going to take the example or the point that I said on the previous slide, which was comparing a gallery with a data table. So I'm going to add a simple gallery here. And I'm going to use the contacts table because it has pictures as well. I'm going to filter to only show me active contacts. And then I'm going to add a data table so we can compare it side by side. So same thing, contacts. And I'm going to move this guy to the right. And we will take a look at the advantages of data tables and the advantages of using a gallery. As you can see, a data table has table headers by default. That is not the case with gallery. So you will have to add buttons or labels outside of the gallery, above the gallery, if you want headers. The other cool thing is if a data table doesn't have any records, let's say I change this expression to say filter contacts, and just so that I don't see any records, I'm going to say false. It actually tells you that we didn't find any data to show at this time. So it gives you a neat little error message. Not an error, but a warning, which is not the case with the gallery. If you filter out a gallery and it has no records, you will just see a blank canvas. The other cool thing about data tables is if you want to add more fields or columns, it's literally low code. So I can just say address1.city, country, add, and it adds those 2 columns, and it has a horizontal scroll bar because it wasn't able to fit all the information here. If I want to do that in a gallery, it's actually pretty painful, right? I'll have to keep adding labels, and I have an example here where I've done that. The idea is to have as many labels as you want, so I added like 4 more labels, set their text property to whatever I want to display, like business phone, country, city, and so on and so forth. The problem is when you do that, there is no scroll bar, and to overcome that, what you need to do is you need to add one of those responsive containers. So the way you do that is you click on the plus sign here, go to layout, and pick one of these 2. It actually doesn't matter which one you pick because you can easily switch between the 2 here. So I added a vertical container, and then what happens is if you add the gallery inside that container, set the minimum width of this gallery to be the X position of the rightmost control. So subtitle 1_3 is the control that you don't see right now. It's right at the end. So subtitle 1_3, and don't name your controls like that. .x, so here. So subtitle 1_4 is the rightmost. So minimum width is subtitle 1_4.x plus subtitle 1_4.width. Then what happens is go to the container and just say horizontal overflow set to scroll. Then a gallery basically does what a data table does as well. It adds this scroll bar right at the bottom, which allows you to use it just like a data table. One more advantage of using a gallery is you can add other controls like a combo box or a drop down or like an image media control. When you try to do that in a data table, you can see that it errors out because I'm trying to show the image here, the one I have in the gallery, and it complains that it's not a text value. So you can only display text in a data table. Okay, enough of data table bashing. We will move on to the next slide. A default behavior. This is actually pretty cool. For any control, the default behavior basically means that you bring the control back to its original state. What I mean by that is if I go to this particular gallery here, so I'm going to go to this next screen, I'm going to add a gallery, a simple one, nothing fancy about it, set it to contacts. When you add a gallery, the first record is selected by default. Now we don't see that here, but I'm going to make a very small change and say, go to the template fill property and say, if this item dot is selected, set the fill color to light blue. If not, keep it transparent. Now you can see the first record is selected by default. And if you ever want to reset the gallery, so let's add a button here and say reset, which is the function you would want to use, gallery 4. So let's see what happens. If I play this app, let's say I select Robert and I click this button, it goes back to the first record and selects it by default. In some cases, again, depends on your use case, you might not want any record to be selected by default. So the way you would do that is go to the default property, set the value here to empty curly brackets. Now if I select Nancy and I click the button which is reset gallery, it erases that and does not select any record by default. And you might be thinking, why does this matter? I don't want to reset my galleries, right? The examples we'll see towards the end of the session, I'm actually going to use all these concepts together and show how you can actually make your galleries way more beautiful and fun than what you see right now. And the reason why resetting and default properties are cool is because if you, I'm going to remove the default property that I added because that's going to make the first record as default. It actually lets you auto scroll. So I'm going to select my own record. When I hit this button, you can see the gallery scrolled automatically to the top. So again, the concepts here are resetting the behavior of a gallery, which in turn allows you to auto scroll. So moving on to the next one, responsiveness. Most apps, like I said, are responsive by nature, so it's but natural that you would want your Canvas apps to be responsive as well. One thing I really like about model-driven apps is that they are responsive by default, which is not the case with Canvas apps. But it's not that difficult either. So I'm going to add, again, a simple gallery here. I'm going to set the width to parent.width. And we will see what happens if I change the width of the screen. So again, I'm going to select contacts. I'm going to only see active contacts. Now, to make your app responsive, the first thing you want to do is go to display and turn off scale to fit. Now when I play this, during the play mode, I get this option where it allows you to pick between window size or canvas size. To test responsiveness, you would want to use window size. If you just want to see what you see in the studio, it's canvas. So I'm going to do window size. I'm going to shrink this window. And you can see that this gallery is actually responsive by default. But this is a pretty basic responsiveness, right? It just shrinks the width, adjusts the width of the labels as well, but does nothing more than that. So to make it more responsive, the property we want to use is wrap count. So wrap count for a vertical gallery controls the number of columns. Wrap count for a horizontal gallery controls the number of rows. So just to give you a quick example, if I change the wrap count to 2, you can now see 2 data cards, if you will, in one row. The idea is to make the wrap count adjust itself automatically based on the screen width. And one suggestion for galleries, especially one like this where we are displaying contacts, is to insert a button, remove the text, set the X and Y to 0, send it to back. I want it to be the control that is behind all my other controls. Set the width to parent.template width. And typing with one hand is not fun. and then set the height to parent.template height. Here, parent.template height. And I'm going to add a little bit of padding to the gallery. I'm going to change the padding to maybe 20. And I'm going to change the text color of these labels to white. And you can see that the gallery, just by doing these simple changes, looks much better. But again, if you play the app, the width of each data card changes. Sure, it's responsive because if I reduce, they become small and they keep on adjusting. But again, that's not how I want my gallery to be responsive. I want the number of columns in the case of a vertical gallery to adjust. The way you would do that is, well, first I'm going to change the template size to a fixed value like 160. And I'm going to change the wrap count of this gallery to parent dot width, which is the width of the screen, divided by, let's say, 500. And as you can see, it's looking super weird because the number of this division, it's actually a decimal number. So I'm going to say round down to the nearest integer. Now when I play, the width of the card remains the same, but the number of cards adjusts based on the width of the screen. So if you ever want to make your wrap count change or your gallery to look more responsive than to just adjust the width, you need to adjust the wrap count, and this is a pretty basic expression that can help you achieve that pretty easily. Okay, next is we will actually now start taking a look at some real world examples of applying these concepts that we have looked at. First is editable grids, right? So I'm going to add a gallery here, let's say a blank vertical gallery, or let's add a gallery which has image and 2 labels. I'm going to set the data source again to contacts. I'm going to set the views to active contacts. And now I want this gallery to allow users to edit. And what I can do, of course, labels wouldn't make sense if I want to keep this gallery editable, so I'm going to hide those. And I'm going to add a couple of text input controls. And again, I'm not going to make them responsive for now, but this. So I'm going to set the text property of the first one, the default property, to this item dot, let's say, full name. I'm going to set the text property or the default property of the next one to this item dot email. So now it actually, when I play the app, it actually lets me update the name. Of course, I'm not yet saving the updates, but now what I want to do is I want to provide a way for users to add new records as well. So it's not just editing existing records, but also creating new records. For that, I have a very simple gallery here, which basically takes the same items property, which is filtering the contacts to give me active contacts in a collection. And the reason for that is that allows me to make changes and then cancel them as well. And I have a variable here, and I'm setting that variable to the first record in the gallery, and we'll take a look at why this is being done here. If I go to the gallery, at first I'm going to change the data source to that collection. Nothing is going to change. I'm going to go to the default property of the gallery. I'm going to set it to that particular variable, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to add an icon now. The thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to simply add a record to the collection. So I'm going to go here. I already have that done. If we take a look at this expression, ignore the first 2 resets for now. I'm setting a variable to true, which is basically telling me that I'm in a state where I want to add a new contact, and I'm adding or collecting a record to that collection, and it's basically blank. So full name is blank, email is blank. And then what I'm doing is I'm setting that particular variable to the last record. Now you would ask why. That's because the default property of the gallery is set to that variable. So I'm setting this variable to the last record, and then I'm calling the reset function. If you remember from a couple of slides ago, that's going to reset the gallery and scroll it automatically to the bottom, right? Because if I'm a user and I'm creating a new record using this gallery, I don't want to hit the plus button, then scroll to the bottom, then add my text to the new record that I just added. This improves the user experience in a significant way. Now I'm going to take it one step further. If you have used galleries, you would know that you cannot use the set focus function to any particular record inside the gallery. You can set focus to other controls on the same screen, but you cannot use set focus for a control inside a gallery. So how do I not just take the user to the bottommost record, but also allow them to type in without having to click inside this name text box or the email text box? So I added a couple of these text input controls outside the gallery. I positioned them in a way that they are at the bottom of the screen where my last record would be visible. So if I hit the plus button, you can see the cursor is ready for me to type in the name, and a blank record got added behind. So what I'm doing here literally is I am resetting the two text input controls, because if somebody typed in any text, that should go away. I'm setting a variable to true, which controls the visibility of those two text boxes outside the gallery, setting the default to the last record, and then I'm resetting the gallery, and then I can call the set focus to the control that is outside. That gives me this beautiful user experience where it actually takes the cursor to this record, and then what I have is actually pretty simple. In the on change of these outside text input controls, I am patching the collections last record, which is the new contact that I am trying to create, and I'm setting the full name to self.text. Same thing with the other one, on change is setting the email to self.text. So by using the default property and the reset function and set focus, I can actually scroll the user automatically to the bottom and also allow the user to type in without having them to click inside the gallery. And as soon as the user is done with typing the name and email, two things will happen. Well, one for each text box. If I go to the visible property of these, so obviously the variable has to be set to true, which happens when I click on the plus icon. And then it says the text of its own text property should be blank. So as soon as I'm done typing, this text box, the one outside the gallery, gets hidden. The text box inside the gallery picks up that text. And similarly for the other one, same thing, visible property is set to the same value. And as soon as you're done typing, now you want to make sure that these text box controls don't get hidden as you are typing the name or the email. To do that, you should set the delay output property to true, which basically means that for the text input control dot text value to change, it will only happen when you tab out of the text input control or click anywhere outside the text input control. If you don't set this to true, as soon as you type in the first letter in the text box, it's going to assume that it now has text and it's going to get hidden, and you will then see the text box inside the gallery. So again, a pretty simple use case that gets used a lot, and with a couple of these concepts, the user experience gets significantly better. One of the other things that we can use these concepts for is charts. Now, you would obviously think, I have Power BI tiles, I have some default chart types. The thing is, I mean, Power BI is awesome, of course, but not everyone may have the option to create a Power BI tile. And these charts, I mean, I love Canvas apps, but these three charts are horrible, right? So what you can do is you can actually use a gallery to create a cool little bar chart. And here I have a very simple collection in which I have two columns, name and number of bugs resolved. As we can see, for those of you who know Joel Lindstrom, he doesn't do a good job of fixing bugs. I have 45, my daughter has 30, Joel has 10. It's a very simple collection. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a very simple vertical gallery. I'm going to add a couple of labels inside the gallery. So a label to display the name, and I'm going to set the data source to that collection, which is chart data. So I now have the name of the user displayed here. I'm going to add one more label here to display the number of bugs that that user has fixed. So I'm going to set the text property to this item dot number of bugs resolved. I'm going to change the width. Now the main thing, right? So I'm going to add another label. I am going to make the width of this dependent on the number of bugs resolved. Before that, I'm going to remove the text. I'm going to set the fill color to some cool color. And now the width property will be a very simple expression, which is this item dot number of bugs resolved multiplied by the maximum width I want for this bar, which is, let's say, parent dot width minus self dot x. And then I'm going to multiply, I'm going to divide the maximum width. So let me change that here, divide the maximum width by that expression, which is basically the number of bugs resolved. So that multiplied by, and this is what I have here. So it's basically, just to give you, in the interest of time, it's pretty basic. Parent dot template width minus self dot x minus 60. Again, that sounds complicated, but that's only because I need some space on the right for this label. So this is the maximum width that I want. And I don't want to hard code it because I want the person who has solved the maximum number of bugs in this case to have the maximum width. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply multiply it by the number of bugs resolved by that person. And I'm going to divide that by the maximum number. So max on the collection and that column. So in my case, in my record, this is 45. This max output is 45 as well. So this becomes 1. So my bar is set to the maximum value. And then for the others, it calculates the fraction and changes the width. So the end result is actually pretty cool. It's this gallery. Again, you can customize as much as you want, but and again, you can compare this with the column chart that's available out of the box. I think this looks much better, and it allows you to change a lot more things than what you can here in the out of the box chart. Next is, so we looked at editable grids, we looked at charts, we will take a look at the next concept, which is checklists. There are multiple ways you can do that. I'm going to take 3 different examples. First is expandable sections. I'm going to first show you how this gallery looks like. So checklist apps, checklist concept is pretty useful because you can use it to perform inspections. You can use it to create a questionnaire that you might want your users to answer. And depending on the length of the checklist, you might want to condense them into sections. And this, if you see here, shows you 3 sections. And I have this cool little arrow here. When I click, it expands to show the questions within that section. And here in this particular case, I have a couple of different question types, text or choice, which is why for some questions you will see a text box. For some of the others, you will see a combo box. And similarly, I can click on this guy, this gets expanded. I can click on third one, the third section gets expanded. I can do that for all of them. It's pretty cool. It sounds or looks a little complicated, but it's actually pretty straightforward. So I'm setting my gallery to this list of questions. And the way I have that collection set up is, again, pretty simple. The questions table, which is a Dataverse table in my case, I'm adding a column, which is show questions, because I want to have the ability to expand and collapse, and I'm setting it to false by default. Then what I'm literally doing is I have a couple of labels. I think I have 2 labels here. Yep. The first one, the questions have a property called sequence in my table. So here I'm saying if the sequence is 1, I want to display the section name, and I don't want the section name to be repeated for all the questions within that section, which is why this says if this item dot sequence equal to 1, show me the section name, else show me the name, which is the question description. I have another label because for the first question, I need a way to display the question. This one is simply this item dot name, but its visibility is set to this item dot sequence equal to 1, and this, the first condition basically means that this will be visible only for the first record. And of course, this item dot show questions, because if my section is collapsed, I don't want to see it. And then text input and combo box are basically based on what the question type is. If it's text, show me the text box. If it's choice, which is an option set, show me that. And now what this arrow does is it basically patches that collection and says for all the questions where the section is the current section I am on, set show questions to true. If it's already set to true, then set it to false. And I'm not using 2 separate icons. I'm simply changing the icon property because again, in your real world apps, you can easily get to a situation where the number of controls is super high. So you want to repurpose controls as much as possible, right? So what I have here is if show questions is set to true, show me the up arrow. If it is false, show me the down arrow. And similarly, the patch, again, like I said, depending on whether the show questions column is set to true or false, sets it to the opposite value. So just with these simple changes, I have a pretty cool expandable, collapsible gallery, and it doesn't even involve nesting galleries. But I will show you that same concept, that same user experience, you can achieve that using nested galleries here. Not going to go too deep into it in the interest of time, but here I have a flexible gallery and I have another gallery inside that flexible gallery. Slight change here, the data source of the parent gallery is set to sections and the data source of the nested gallery is set to this item dot questions, which basically means show me the list of related questions. And just like how we were controlling the visibility of records in the previous illustration, here I'm going to control the visibility of the gallery itself to this item dot show questions. And the patch is actually simple. In this case, I literally just need to patch the section I am on. So I'm doing a patch to the collection. This item is the current section I'm on. Set show questions to true if it's false or false if it's true. So same behavior, the only difference is this, what you see here is actually a nested gallery. And there are multiple reasons why you might want to do that. If you want to customize your nested gallery different from your outside gallery, this allows you to make those changes in an easy way. And one last example of checklists. In this case, I have a horizontal gallery. The width of the gallery is set to parent.width, and the template width is also set to parent.width. What that means is I will only see one record at a time. And let's say this is a questionnaire in which I don't want users to navigate back to the questions they have answered, and I want them to navigate to the next question only when they have answered a question. So I'm going to enable this show navigation. You don't see that right now, and I'll tell you why. I have 2 labels, one here. I'm going to set its visibility to true because I don't want the back navigation. And then I have another label on the right, and I have its visibility set to this particular variable, and I'll show you how I set that variable. This variable not equal to gallery.visibleIndex. It's a pretty cool property. It tells you the index of the current record that's visible. And in this case, there is only one record that is visible. So it will either be 1, 2, or 3, depending on the record you are on. Now, how am I setting this particular variable is, if I go to this text box and I go to the onChange property, I'm setting it to gallery6.visibleIndex. So when I enter my answer here, this variable is going to be 1 because first record is visible right now. And then the visibility of that variable is, if that variable is equal to the current visible index, then show that, then hide that particular label, which means I'll see my right navigation. So as soon as I type something here, I navigate out, it shows that, takes me to the next question, and I can that way progress from one question to another. Again, a pretty cool little way of creating a questionnaire using galleries and the visible index property. So a lot of examples, but I wanted to skim through all of those. I have detailed blogs on all of them. This one is my favorite example, Pinterest gallery. So I got a chance to work with Microsoft to create a lot of sample apps for Dataverse for Teams. So if you go to Power Apps in Teams, you will see 8 sample apps. There are actually 2 more that are being reviewed by their architecture team. So there will be 2 more. There are 10 sample apps that we created at Hitachi. I had the opportunity to work on 8 of them. One of them, boards, it's basically like Pinterest, where you can pin links to teams or links to web URLs or links to chats. And you can club them together based on related topics. So the idea was, we had a dedicated UI team from Microsoft, and the cool thing was the design team, the UI team, had no idea about what Power Apps can do and what Power Apps cannot do, which initially irritated me a lot, because I looked at their designs and I was like, dude, you are the ones who created the platform, and you should know what is possible, what is not possible. But then I realized that the fact that those guys didn't know what the limitations of the platform are, that meant that the UI guys were not limited by that, and their imagination could run as wild as possible. So when I saw the UI, the mock-up of this boards app, I basically told them, this is not possible. We cannot do that. I want certain changes in the platform if you really want this. But then, you know, as always, I like to challenge the UI limitations of Canvas apps. And I'll tell you why this was a challenge. So this is the boards app. As you can see, there are different boards clubbed by categories. Hiking is one of them. If I click on hiking, I want to show the different pins that we have on the boards, this particular board, hiking. And if you see, if you look at this gallery actually looks like Pinterest, and it's responsive. So if I adjust, it's gonna, again, there is a bug right now with the Power Apps Studio in Teams, so it's not gonna behave nice. But I'm gonna go back and show you how I achieved that and what the challenge was. So if you saw, it's a flexible height gallery, right? Some of the pins are super long, some of the pins are short. And the wrap count has to change based on the screen width. The challenge is, if I show you a flexible height gallery here, there is no wrap count property. If I go to a normal vertical height gallery, there is a wrap count property. Flexible height gallery, that property doesn't exist. And to achieve responsiveness, I needed a wrap count property that I could change. So there was no way to do that. I actually spent 10 hours on this UI, which I've never done on any Canvas app project. Like seriously, 10 hours on this one gallery. And this will really challenge the claim that this is a low-code platform. If I preview this, you can see, again, I can't show you what happens when I change the width, but this will change from 4 columns to 3 to 2 to 1. Since there is no wrap count property for flexible height galleries, and this will only take a couple more minutes, what I did was I took a normal vertical height gallery that has a wrap count property, and we set the wrap count to be relative to the screen width. Then what I do is I basically set the data source of this parent gallery using the sequence function. What that does is if the wrap count is 4, it gives me 4 records. That will ensure there are no duplicate or more than one rows in this gallery. The only challenge after that was to split the table to fit according to the number of cards I want to show in each one of them. And if you look at this one, this is the items property of the nested gallery. I'm not going to walk you through this. I have a blog in which I explain why this is so long. It's actually 145 lines in a low-code platform for one particular property. And what that does is it puts in a flexible height gallery inside a vertical gallery and makes this app look super awesome. And just to show you some examples real quick, for some of the sample apps we created, if you go to Profile Plus, and these apps are available for anyone who has Teams to download for free. And this one basically shows your org structure in a responsive way. Again, if I make this full screen, you can see this changes. This is a gallery. Similarly, if I go to perspectives, which is like Quora, it allows you to have discussions on certain topics. And again, the galleries here look super awesome. Again, these all are galleries again. So these are just a few examples of how beautiful you can make galleries using the concepts that we reviewed today. That's pretty much it.